Buff Nation, what up? BWBs, that means my bandwagon buffs. How y'all doing today? Welcome to TLP Sports Club. You are now watching TLP Live, and I'm your host. That's Harry Billion. So welcome to the show, guys. It's been a great and I would say eventful week for Colorado football because there ain't much happening. They're on spring break. But there's a lot going on around college football, and you know that because a lot of teams are preparing for spring ball. And spring ball with Colorado, it ain't the same. It is not the same like everybody else. Guess what? Just around this time last year, there was a lot of drama. First of all, no, not just this time around. There was a lot of drama, but for the life of me, I can't understand why it seems like the closer we get to actual football happening, the more drama comes out about Coach Prime and his team. I don't get it. But again, when you're the hottest thing spinning, you got to understand that this is going to come with the territory. This is going to come with it. This is a part of it. And you have to embrace it. You have to understand it, especially if you're the fan base. Sometimes the fan base doesn't understand, and the fan base just doesn't know what to make of it. And I get it. I understand. I totally understand it. But that's why you have shows like this, TLP Live, so that we can break it all down for you. We can talk about it. We can hash it out. All of the other fans from other teams, all of the haters, the detractors, all of the supporters, the lovers. You see what I'm saying? We can all come together and have a voice, have a say in the matter. You see what I'm saying? We all want to have a say in the matter. We want to say something, all right? Sometimes it's a little harder when you get caught up in the comment section, all right? Or when you get caught up in the chat. So this is your opportunity to come here and let somebody make sense out of all of the things that you're seeing on the internet. This is Free for All Friday, where we get to talk about everything that you've been seeing on the internet. Breaking news, not so breaking news, embellished breaking news, anything that you've seen about Colorado football or even college football that maybe is pertaining to Colorado football. All right? We get to talk about it here. We get to discuss it. We get to break it all down. I get people calling in on the panel. They have their opinions. I got my opinions. We duke it out. We get loud. But at the end, we all hug it out digitally, and we go in peace into our own little corners, going back on other panels, watching other videos to get ready to do it all over again. That is the beauty of being a college football fan, especially with Colorado in the mix and in the talk, because there's nothing better than having a villain. There's nothing better than people gathering around one comment goal or one common subject. Either you're going to hate Colorado or you're going to love Colorado. And when those two forces meet, boy, that's the drama in sports. And I love it. And I love it. And you love it too. And you love it too. Oh, we all need a villain, man. Because college football otherwise is boring. All right. We wait for Saturdays to play. Somebody wins, somebody loses. We all go home. Yada, yada, yada. But imagine having a dramatic ending. Imagine having something we can all gather around and talk about, which is Colorado football. We do that every week. That's Monday nights. I have to change the graphic right there on your screen. Most of y'all are not looking at that anyway. All right. Most of y'all didn't even notice that I said weekdays at 12 Eastern, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. But we got Monday Night Football that we do every Monday. So make sure you tune into that. And then Fridays, we've been pretty consistent with Fridays. I've known unless some type of technical glitch happens and I have to deal with situations and I'm late. But here we are. You see the thumbnail. You see the title. You knew I was going to do it. Like, come on now. I did not break the news, but you knew I was going to do it. All right. And before anybody going crazy and start saying a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not trying to infuse drama, unnecessary drama in the already dramatic Colorado football talk, okay? Or am I? We do things intentionally and then we do things unintentionally. So it happens. Come on now, this is sports talk. What you supposed to do? It's YouTube and it's sports talk. What are you supposed to do? Drama sells, okay? It's either going to be sex, violence, or drama. But I'm not into the sex business and I'm not into the violence business. So I got to join the drama business, all right? But there is some drama that's brewing. And if it's not already at your attention, I want to bring it to your attention with the Colorado Buffaloes positions. And that is at the cornerback's position. Drama sells, RCH. Drama sells. Come on, man. I never lie here. Would I ever lie to you? Come on now. You know Harry B tells the truth. I'm an open book like Coach Prime. I never lie to you. I give you the skinny everything, okay? I'm a BWB for crying out loud. Come on now. I'll never lie to you. But yeah, man, there is drama that's brewing, okay? That's brewing at the cornerback's position, all right? There's drama at other positions. People are feeling some kind of way, all right? Coach Prime himself had to yell at the players and let them know, like, what are y'all doing? I'm seeing the same thing that I saw last year. Everybody's going for themselves. So there's a lot of drama that we got to talk about today. But before I get all that started, guys, before I do all of that, let me go ahead and slow down this monologue before I start inviting my people. Let me let you know how you can get on the show. Right there on your screen, this email is going to go away soon because when people start coming on the show, if they want to come on the show, I could do this all day by myself. Just keep that in mind, okay? I love to talk, even though I'm still having teeth issues, all right? And then my crown keeps coming out, so I might slur a little bit, all right? So anyways, right here, jointrplive@gmail.com. That is the email. You email me, I send you an invitation to StreamYard, and then you come on, we talk about this stuff, the drama that is brewing. And then after we're done, we can argue. You can, as long as you keep it civil, as long as you keep it respectful, do not use no cuss words because then I don't get my money, okay, from YouTube. But yeah, right there on your screen, jointrplive@gmail.com is the email that you call in. I'm not going to use your email for no nefarious reasons or anything like that. Just email me. Unless you use that same email to holler at me during the week to say, yo, Harry B, check out this link, or yo, Harry B, you crazy for this, and check this out. I'll communicate with you through that email. But other than that, I don't do anything. I don't send you no solicitations, nothing like that. First of all, I ain't got the time. I'm either researching for videos, for content, all right? And then I'm recording the content, and then I'm editing the content. And I can tell you one thing, that keeps me very busy. I do this full time, all right? So I ain't got time to be playing around. All right, guys, so let me say hello to my guests before we delve into the show, before we get really going. I know it's early because some people may not know that we're live. So if you can do me a favor, I see like 32 people's in the on the views. There's probably more people watching. You can't really tell because sometimes you can watch it without having to click. So do me a favor, you 32 people, hit the like button. Please help the brother out, okay? I work hard for this, okay? So hit that like button. What it does is it sends a message, a vibe through the algorithm that says, hey, man, TLP Live is on. Let's go. Let's go gossip. Let's go talk football. Let's go talk Messi. Everything in between. Let's go love on Coach Prime. Let's let the haters come and say what they got to say. And then we all hug it out digitally, and then we go away. Maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, depending on how hot the show is. If it's hot, we keep it going. If it's not, I'm like, all right, guys, I got to go. Okay? You can tell when the show is hot and when it's not hot. If it gets too quiet, I'm like, I got to go. Have a nice day. All right. So anyway, hit that like button, guys. Let's get it going. Let me say hello to my guest. DC Carson Music, what up with you? Surfer Boy 3000, one of my longest tenured fans. Yeah, I don't know if he's a Coach Prime fan or he's just kind of neutral. Don't know, but he's been around for a minute. So salute to you, man. I think he was like one of the first ones to come on live. Even when I was not doing live, I just went live to test it out. He was one of my guests, and we duked it out. And yeah, I gotta also acknowledge that he was right on his prediction. I was wrong because we did lose the amount of games that he said that we were gonna lose, unfortunately. What's up with you? ICH Incorporated. How you doing today? Hope all is well. Timothy Smith from Dallas. I guess it's Fort Worth, Dallas, I believe. What up with you? See you, Buff Dynasty. What's good? Smash the like button. Let's go. All right, so here we go, guys. How do y'all feel about this breaking news that we got? I couldn't break the news, but it was broken. I want to know how you feel about this breaking news that we got another cornerback joining. All right, we got another cornerback that's joining the Colorado Buffaloes fold. So the question on the board, or the question that's on the table, it has to become, if all is well in the cornerbacks room, why are we getting another cornerback? Now, don't rush the judgment, guys. I understand that this is football, college football, D1 recruiting. Recruiting never ends. People come in, and they come in from different areas, and we are filling our, we are filling our room so that we can make sure that we have, for prior years to come, we need to have people depth at the cornerbacks position. So this ain't no Harry B. Oh, what you overreacting? Ain't nothing going on. It ain't that. All right, but I need something to talk about. Please forgive me. All right. Okay, please just leave it alone. Let it live. Okay. So yeah. So at the end of the day, we got Cormani McLean, we got Travis Hunter, we got DJ McKinney, we got I believe Preston Hodge, if I'm not mistaken. Let me make sure I got my notes, because you can't just be out here just talking gibberish, because these Colorado fans. Greetings, Wild Dog. It's been a minute, just being myself. All right, what up with you? So yeah, I get the whole depth idea. Okay, so I just want everybody to know, I'm not trying to infuse no blessings. Feel so real. What's good with you? Do y'all? Okay, let me just post a question, and then at the end, and then y'all can help me out. Do y'all believe that Okay, no. Let me make sure I got my notes right. Let me make sure. The biggest room that we've talked about on this show that needs the most addressing is going to be the linebackers room, and I believe we're going to probably go after some people when the transfer portal opens up the next time. So hopefully we're going to get some more linebackers. Do y'all believe we have enough cornerbacks? Or do y'all believe that we need more cornerbacks? This is what I've said. All right. This is what I've said before. I've said that we need another Travis Hunter if we're going to compete at the highest level, because we don't have aspirations to just get there. We have aspirations to take over. All right. Coach Prime is not one of those guys that's just out here just trying to be a part of the gang. Okay. We know that that's not Coach Prime, and ain't nobody out here trying to, ain't nobody out here trying to be like, hey, we just happy to be here. Okay. I'm just happy to be here. We're not just happy to be here. All right. Let's just get that right. Ain't nobody just happy to be here. So let's start with this. All right. In case you didn't see the breaking news, I couldn't break the news, but it is what it is. I was like, okay, since I can't break the news, let me go ahead and just deal with it on the live show. And please excuse me, I gotta wipe my nose. Forgive me, guys. When somebody else comes on, I can turn my camera off to do that kind of stuff. But until then, I got to do it on screen. So please forgive me. Colorado football announces signing of Florida cornerback Ben Bouzi. Or Bouzi. All right. So what do y'all think about Ben? If you've watched the videos already, you've seen the highlights, Your favorite YouTube channel has already broke the news, has already did the breaking news. What do y'all think? I want to hear y'all in the chat. What do y'all think about this guy? And we got Omarion Cooper, we got DJ McKinney, we got Travis Hunter, Cormani McLean. All right. So I think I said Preston Hodge. That Preston Hodge is a nickel. All right. So Preston Hodge is going to be one of our basically one of our linebackers. So sorry that I misspoke on that one. Okay. But yeah. So let's just make sure that we get everything correct here. So I believe that Cormani McLean is going to get a lot of playing time. Travis Hunter is a shoo-in. We already know that. Everybody knows that. But as far as like who else is going to line up across from Travis Hunter, is going to be Omarion Cooper, DJ McKinney. Now we got this young man, all right, Bouzi. If I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly, please let me know, guys, in the chat. All right, Bouzi or Bouzi, let me know. Is that Lil Bouzi? Is he a rapper? Anyways, I'm joking now. I'm joking. So Ben, my grandfather's name is Ben. So he shares a name with my grandfather, Ben. All right, Ben Bouzi. All right. So this young man is coming in. He's very excited to be a part of the Buffs, and now he's going to be a Buff. All right. So I think what they're saying is that he's a late addition to the 2024 roster. So if that's the case, and he's 2024, that means he's playing, right? Like he's playing. He should be playing, if I'm not mistaken. Like if he's 2024, he should be playing. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Right now, I'm not looking at the chat, so please forgive me. Let me get myself situated here. Let me just make sure everything is right. All right, let's see what's happening in the chat. The kid has a lot of ICA said the kid has a lot of upsides. The room is stacked, but they are all going to get good amount of playing time. A Travis Hunter type only comes around once or twice a decade. I agree with that. Travis Hunter is a generational talent, and you're not going to get a Travis Hunter, a Shador, a Caleb Williams, and all those type of those like elite Deion Sanders type guys. You don't get them. You don't get a lot of them. But you do get, a handful of really good players, So yeah, that's all. It's all, it's all good. So I think competition is brewing. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I think competition is brewing because and I say this just for the sake of drama. I'm gonna say this. Let me just get it out. Let me get it out of my system. All right. All of the people who don't like Harry B are gonna say Harry B. You're gonna do what you got to do anyway. That's how you treat me on this channel. You treat me like I'm a stepchild, like I'm not a Buff fan. So it's okay. I've come to live with you, and you've come to live with me. But if a team wants to, this is college, so I have to treat it with kid gloves. All right. If a team wants to send a message to the people that are on the staff, what do they do? Do they not draft somebody for that position? If a team wants to send a message to somebody specific in a specific position, what do they do in the draft? Do they not draft that position? I'm just saying, all right? This is just for the sake of drama. Yes, I'm admitting that I'm maybe saying something that's dramatic that has nothing to do with nothing because it's college football. Let's be frank, okay? You're going to recruit like 10,000 different people at the same position. So I get it. But just for the sake of drama, are we saying that somebody's going to jump into that transfer portal and we're getting ready for something? Didn't Coach Prime kind of like foreshadow that there's going to be some people jumping into that transfer portal and he's getting ready for that? Do we know of someone that might be jumping into that transfer portal? Okay. Do we know of somebody that's going to be jumping into that transfer portal and we're getting ready for him? Is it plausible to say, is it plausible to say that we're getting ready for the transfer portal at the cornerback's position? All right. So, and Tim Smith, I agree with you that I believe that DJ McKinney will be the starter across from Travis Hunter. All right. So Cormani McLean is going to be coming off the bench again. He's going to be the sixth man. I'm using basketball terms. All right. So, but yeah, I'm all for depth. Let's just get that straight. I think we need another Travis Hunter type, or at least the closest to Travis Hunter type. I don't know that the fan base is on a consensus that Cormani McLean is, because we're split. Even on the Monday night show, we talked about this. All right, all right, and we had, like, people are not 100% sold with Cormani. We believe in the kid. We believe he was a 5-star, and we know that he has upside. But I don't know that the fan base is 100% sold on Cormani, on Travis Hunter's uh, 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 right hand, like somebody who's going to be locked down like Travis Hunter. And I admit, I did say that we were going to have a no-fly zone because we're getting somebody who's elite. He's a lockdown corner, X, Y, and Z. I admit that. I was part of that hype train. But then after 2023 transpired, some of us are now under the belief that, well, I don't know so much. I don't know that Cormani McLean is going to come into in the second year. Let me just make that clear. In year number 2, if he's going to be the guy that plays again across from Travis Hunter. And then we got 2025 coming because Travis Hunter's about to go to the NFL. So who's going to be our Travis? Is it going to be DJ McKinney? Maybe I'm over speaking now because I don't know his. I don't have his eligibility memorized. So forgive me, guys. Is it going to be this high school kid? We also got Cam from Georgia, I believe. Cam is also there, but he's a two-way player. So is he going to go to wide receiver, or is he going to just stick with being a cornerback? So we don't know that. All right. But I don't want to hatch this out all by myself. Let me bring some people on here and see if some people want to come on here so that we can hatch this stuff out all together. All right, guys. I see y'all here in the, wow, there's a lot of y'all. All right, so let me bring y'all on. Let's talk about this, because y'all know I can talk for days. So let's go. Let's go. And I'm not bringing y'all on in any type of order on how you're sending your email. So please forgive me. All right, Wild Dog said he wants to come on. So I'm glad. I'm always happy when Wild Dog comes on. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy when everybody comes on, but when my guys that are my normal guys, they start getting missing in action, I start getting a little worried. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey man, don't be giving your knowledge to other channels and then leave me out in the open. All right, so let's go, guys. Oh, DC Carson, let's go. All right, so we're gonna have a packed what's the name? So when you guys come on, I'll say it now. Please try to keep it, try to keep it 30 seconds. Let's try to keep the conversation, 30 seconds, and so that we can get everybody heard, because there's a lot going on that we need to discuss. So the links are being sent out. And please give me a second, guys. I'm a one-man crew so far, so I'm doing everything that the producer would be doing in the background. So, all right. So I think that this young man that's coming in, let me change this up real quick. Give me a second. Let me just change this up because I want to do this the right way. I want everybody to understand, like, hey man, we about to go in. We got another commit. We got a Florida State commit, Javion Hill, that's gonna be visiting us, I believe, during the spring game. All right. So there's a lot going on with the Colorado Buffs, and I don't know if you want to call this one a controversial clip, but there's a clip that's a viral clip that's going around where Colorado Coach Prime is yelling at the team, and he's saying he's seeing what happened last year. I do want to talk about that clip. I do want to go in a little bit into that clip and see, if there's a conversation there that I definitely want us to have, and I want to make sure that we discuss that. And there's a reason why I want to discuss that, but I'll tell y'all the reason in a second. But yeah, I think we need to discuss that. And because there is actually like something that Coach Prom said. It pricks your ear, and you're like, hold up. If if what I'm hearing is true, then we need to fix that, and we need to fix that quick. All right. So, all right, let's go. Tim Smith, what up with you? Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, brother.
Harry, what's happening on this Good Friday, brother?
Man, all is well. All is well. God is great, and you
Good
know
deal.
He's great all the time.
All the time. He's great.
Happy Good Friday to everybody. Let me bring on Wild Dog. Wild Dog, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you always.
Hey, blessings, blessings. Good Friday. God of salvation. Blessings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happy Good Friday to everyone. DC, oh gosh, he's coming in as the villain. Lord Jesus, he got Venom. That's good. That's good. Bring your Venom. DC, welcome to the show. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling in, brother.
You hide your metal, your forks, your spoons, your knives, and anything, your feelings. Cause if I'm gonna be keep getting called the hater, here you go today, bro. Let's get it.
Oh man, what's up with the white guy, Mr. Tuskegee? What's up with the white guy mask? What
That
is
is
that about? Like,
that is Magneto. That is
but
Magneto
he's not
means
black.
you know, hate has no color, Harry. Hate has no color.
this the hate has no color, but
Harry,
I
don't
want.
be anti-Semitic today, dog.
I know. I know. Oh man. See you, Buff Dynasty. What's up, man? Thank you for calling to the show. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey man, what's going on, fellas? Good. Hey, happy Good Friday, but it ain't gonna be too good for Feel So Real
Okay.
and DC Carson music, baby.
Let's
I'm here to
go.
I'm here
Let's go.
I'm here to stomp on their head. I heard y'all Monday night. I really couldn't get on the show because I had my hands tied up. But man, my stomach was hurting listening to all that stuff they were talking about, man.
Woo! Lord have mercy. Hey man, you know it's all good when the drama is brewing and people want to call in, man. That's it's always good, man. Listen, so all right, so let's go in. The first question is, what is this? And I'm gonna throw this one to Wild Dog first, and he knows why I'm throwing it to him first. What is this situation with what is his name? Bouzi? With Ben Bouzi. Why are we bringing in a high school player late like this? Go ahead, Wild Dog. Why are we bringing in a high school cornerback late like this? What's going on? Is the transfer portal Holland?
Well, have you caught up with Coach Reese, the new addition to the staff?
Oh, there's a new coach. Come on, what am I missing?
He's like a scout recruiter, but he's a coach, of course. So yeah, he came in from FAMU, Florida A&M University, because their head coach moved on,
Oh,
right?
Rispers. You talking about Rispers?
Yeah.
Oh, you said Reese. I'm like, wait a minute, Rispers. Okay,
Well,
yeah, yeah,
I'm from
yeah.
the South Kentucky by way of Texas, so forgive me.
Okay, okay. Oh no, yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah. We know about
I haven't been well, so I'm probably going to slur a little bit today. So, but anyway, yeah. Uh, Rick's not messing around, man. So, and it's not just him. His influence across the whole, recruiting and the player development staff, it's having an impact too. So, when you have somebody like that coming in, it affects, iron sharpens iron. It affects everybody. So they not holding no weight on anything or anyone or anybody's feelings, because if you're a dog, you welcome it. You know what I'm saying? You excited about it. You excited to have somebody, ride with you and not just, ride next to you, not just, trying to keep up with you. You know what I'm saying?
So you think this is about not worried about no feelings? We're just gonna stack up and that's it? Like that's what we're doing?
Exactly. It's just yes. It's and more than ever, it's the new business of college football. So yeah.
Do you think
Yeah.
okay, so Tim, do you think that we need a depth at that position or we need to be addressing other positions? This is for Tim.
Uh, well, I would say first of all, Coach Prime, man, he's big on his DBs. First and foremost, having depth. Um, I guess by him knowing and who he is, he know he's gonna get DBs. So if I was in his position, I focus more on the trenches, on building them up, building that part of the defense up or offensive line, wherever you feel like you're weak, which we all know is the linebacker room. So I would be trying to get linebackers, but I think he gonna get um, a ton of calls from DBs just because they want to play with one of the greatest. So I feel like accepting them is good because that's depth, but I think he should focus more on the linebacker and defensive line, O line, where he may feel like he's more weaker at. But I'm gonna close it right there.
Okay, so I get it. I understand. I definitely understand it. But at the end of the day, you're saying that he's not focusing on it, or you're just saying he needs to put more attention. Like we need more guys for depth, or what do you like? Clarify what you're saying, because when you say anything on this channel, you gotta defend your position. Tell me why you say that, because we all know that he is focusing on it. So why do you say he needs to focus on that? Well, when people say that, what does it mean?
Well, in my opinion, it means like I guess DBs are gonna come. It's easier for him to get DBs than it may be linebackers. So I would put more of my attention on trying to get linebackers that are tough, fast, smart, disciplined. Those are guys that I would be paying more attention to trying to obtain at this moment. I would put it like that. At this moment, I would.
So let me use Phil So Real, one of the members of the show. Let me use one of his sayings. Two things can happen at the same time, or can be true at the same time. He could be trying to focus, because keep in mind he's the head coach, so he doesn't have to, laser focus on one side of the ball or one specific side of recruiting. He can do multiple things at once. So he's addressing that, but he's also bringing in the corners. So are you saying that? I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, why can't two things be true at the same time? Why can't he address, if he has a need for corner, why can't he address that? And then we got to ask a question: is this guy coming in as a scholarship player? Because how many scholarships we have left? I thought we only have 5 left, if I'm not mistaken. And let me let somebody else come in on this. DC Carson, I want you to help your boy Tim out a little bit.
Well, I was curious because I was reading an article and it said that he signed a financial aid agreement. And maybe y'all know a little more about that than me. But like with the scholarship thing, I was like, well, why does it say a financial aid agreement versus a scholarship? So that's confusing to me. I do think that as far as the, DBs, I can understand that. And depends on what kind of defense. I think what they're running, what's that, 4-2-5? That, you could probably gonna need the DBs in there. But I guess it's kind of a wait and see. But can somebody tell me why it says financial aid agreement versus a scholarship?
Yeah, that's interesting, because it seems as if he's not coming in as a scholarship recruit. That's what it would seem like. It would be like he's coming in, he's accepted, and it's almost like he's coming in as a preferred walk-on. That's what it feels like. And Wild Dog, you probably know about this, so you can tell us. But I think it feels like he's coming in as not a scholarship player, because okay, you guys let me know if you've heard anything. Oh, you know what? I got the thing up right here. So why don't we just go ahead and just get this on tape, and then we can go ahead and talk more about it.
Okay. Because Harry B, I have a response for that. Even just not going to what's going on now, but even me individually, right?
Let me get this on tape, guys. Let me get this on tape, okay. and then we'll go forward. All right, so my glasses are now on. On Thursday, the Colorado Buffaloes announced Ebenezer Ben Bouzi or Bouzi as a late addition to their 2024 signing class. That's a question that I had, so that's answered right there. All right, so he is part of the 2024 signing class. A 3-star cornerback per 247 Sports out of Naples, Florida. Bouzi or Bouzi. Is that Bouzi or Bouzi, guys? Come on, can y'all help me out? Anybody know if it's Bouzi or Bouzi? I'm just gonna say Bouzi, since you're not answering. All right, so
Yeah, I mean it could go either way, Harry, depending on where he's from. But if it
okay,
was me, I would say Bow.
right. I would say Bow, but I think because he's from Florida, I'm thinking he's going with Bouzi. I'm telling you, he's probably going with Bouzi just to say the rapper Bouzi, but I'm gonna go with Bouzi for now, just for the fun of it. So Bouzi had drawn interest from Florida State, Louisville. Let me say it the right way, the way they like to say it, Louisville, Maryland, Pitt, Temple, and others earlier in his recruitment. I don't have my glasses, so please forgive me. I'm reading another screen right there. The Naples High School senior is listed at 6'1" and 180 pounds. According to the Buff Stampede, Adam Mustard Tiger, thank God I finally got his name right. Bouzi signed a financial aid agreement with CU on Wednesday. That is what DC Carson is talking about. So I'm trying to understand that's what he's got questions about, and that's what we're trying to do. If anybody in the chat knows about this situation, if you can please put it in the chat, we'll help us out. We'll understand. Honestly, it has been a blessing. Bouzi's told buffstampede.com. I can't truly express how I am feeling right now. I am leaving Tropical Smoothie after getting done with a workout. All right. And I got tagged in a post with I thought it was a Florida thing, but it was actually a store. I was like, wait, tropical? Florida is tropical. But anyways, yeah, he was leaving Tropical Smoothie is a store. He was getting a smoothie. I've been drinking smoothies lately. I got tagged in a post with Colorado football, and the love is just going crazy. It is nothing like I have experienced or expected. And I want to highlight this real quick. I got tagged in a post with Colorado football, and the love is just going crazy. The reason why I want to highlight that when I read it the first time is because I think a lot of, sometimes when you get people who they're in their little bubble, right? Whatever little bubble that they live in, they're having conversations with maybe one or two of their friends who are in their underwears in their mom's basement, and they're having these conversations and saying nobody wants to go to Colorado and nobody cares about Colorado football. It's a joke over there. But when you hear these type of phrases, or when you hear these kids say this is how these are the streets. This is what the streets are saying, right? Anybody can correct me on the panel. Y'all can have it at it. Y'all can go at me if y'all want to. But if you hear these type of things, right? When a kid like this says, I'm tagged in a post with Colorado football and the love is just going crazy, what that's telling me and what that's communicating to me is that on the streets, a lot of these kids really want to play for Prime. Y'all can correct me if y'all think I'm wrong, but a lot of these kids really want to play for Prime, and they know how much energy that is connected to this. Whether it's the well-loved media videos, everything that comes with Prime, there's really a high energy of kids that really want to play for Prime. And I think when it comes to recruiting, it usually boils down to maybe one or two things that cause them not to come here. And I think NIL is probably one of the biggest things. And that's another thing that I wanted to talk about also, is to how the two initiatives have come together. The two NIL initiatives have come together to join one force, and now we got more money. We can talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, so I don't want to go ahead and keep reading and keep boring you guys this, but Colorado football's overall recruiting class, high school signees and transfer combined, ranks number 22 nationally. All right, let's make sure we get that in there. Ranks number 22 nationally and number 1 in the Big 12 conference per 247 Sports. And I'm going to repeat that before I give it to my panel. What does it say? What did I say right there? Ranked number 1 in the Big 12 for high school signees. Wild Dog Tim, DC Carson, did I stutter on that?
No, sir.
I didn't stutter, right? Like Coach Prime would say, I'm Prime and I didn't stutter, but y'all didn't hear me stutter on that, right? Like it says ranked number 1 in the Big 12 conference. It says, does it say by TLP Sports? What does it say right there? Somebody help me out. I'm a preacher right now. Somebody help me out. It is Good Friday. I'm a preacher right now. I'm in preacher mode. What does it say right there? Does it say TLP Sports? What does it say right there?
Yeah, I'm nearsighted. Don't need any glasses to see and accept that.
Okay, so it says
no stuttering, no hesitation.
per 247 Sports, right? We're clear on that. So when I do the Big 12 versus Colorado and all of these things, I want people to understand because there's another narrative that says that Colorado is not recruiting high school players, right? So, and it says Colorado football's overall recruiting class, high school signees and transfer combined, ranked number 22 nationally, and all of our recruiting, high school signees and transfers combined, Colorado is ranked number 1 in the Big 12. All right. Who was up when I was before I went here? I don't remember.
What's the topic here? I'm back. I had to step off for a second.
Right now we're talking about. Go ahead. Who was that?
I was gonna comment on the whole on the new recruits scholarship situation.
Yes, please go ahead.
When I was being recruited, I was primarily being recruited for academics. So even like say Texas A&M, my first contact was with their academic recruiter, and when their football recruiter came through, academic supersedes a lot of these institutions. Academic supersedes. So if I had chosen Texas A&M, it would have been on an academic scholarship primarily. You know what I'm saying? And then I could have done football and track, but it would have been on an academic scholarship.
Okay, so are you clarifying the idea of are we saying that he could be on academic scholarship, or he's just working on? Why are they highlighting finance?
So what I'm saying is, if he qualifies for financial assistance, that would supersede. That's what I'm trying to say. That academics or the financial need basis would supersede like scholarship from other sources, whether it's football or not.
Right, but let's make one thing clear though. Financial aid, like I don't know. They didn't specify scholarship, right? They said financial aid, right? So
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to express to you, that there's certain things that supersede. If a student has financial need, that supersedes.
Okay, all right, but
Hey, Harry,
and then even a player can make a choice. Even if it doesn't, a player can make a choice on how he wants his funding to proceed.
Oh yeah, so they're going to give him all these options.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tim.
I was just gonna ask you a question. When I don't know if it was this week or last week, Colorado, they're establishing something as far as collectives, if I'm not mistaken, called 52 something or 54 something, 53 or whatever. I wonder if that has anything to do with why they addressed it as financially.
Okay, so yeah, I can speak on that a little bit because I did read that and I think that this came from the DMVR buff guys, where someone was on their platform, and they were talking about a joint venture with two with what do they call it, initiatives, right? Is it called initiatives or whatever? Is that what it's called?
I believe so.
Okay, so anyway, so you got the two initiatives, or like NIL initiatives. They're joining forces to form one big initiative, and that's going to infuse more money into the program. So that's where we that's I think, is that what you're talking about? Collectives. I'm sorry, collective. Thank you, Phil. Collectives. Two collectives are joining forces. Two Colorado collectives are joining forces to create one big collective that's now going to pump more money into the into buff so that we can get better recruiting. I think that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Kind of like Alabama, Texas A&M. They have these big donors that pour money into those programs. So therefore, if they want to go after a player, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
have enough scholarships left, then they can tap into that money to financially um, satisfy that individual that they'll come to their university and play for their school.
Mm. Okay, so you're thinking that that's what they're like. They're more leaning on. But are we
I'm
saying that this
assuming.
guy? Okay, so this guy is not necessarily. It sounds like he's not coming on that scholarship. Like, are we all agreeing on that or no?
Yeah, he's a scholarship player. I heard they said in the whatever I was listening to, he's a scholarship player. I don't quite understand what the financial aid part of it is. I don't know anything about that part. But he is a scholarship player. I
If he
think
a, if he's a scholarship player, then he wouldn't be getting no financial aid.
it had something to do with. I think they were saying it had something to do with. I believe the timing of something or something like that. I really don't know about the situation. So, but
But then again, how's the man going to afford his books and supplies?
I did see that he was a scholarship player though. I have to look it up and go back and research it again.
All right, so now this question. This brings in this question. If he's a scholarship player, right? Now we gotta talk about this because do we need another scholarship corner when we have more pressing needs in other areas?
Well, I personally think that Coach Prime is kind of showing up the bottom because he more than likely understands that one or two of those DBs are going to jump in the portal. Because when you bring on a guy like Preston Hodge and DJ McKinney, they're getting all the traction above the guys that were there. You can almost expect a couple of guys to jump in the portal. So all he's doing is just he's doing the early replacement of what's going to leave.
So
then,
Harry,
so then that's good, right. That's why I brought it up. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said we are expecting somebody big to jump. And who are
Right.
we expecting? Go ahead. DC, was that you?
yeah, that was me. I guess my thing is, I see what people are saying in the comments, but at the end of the day, I got a daughter that has a 4-year scholarship to Auburn. I didn't sign a financial aid agreement. There was a scholarship. I did have to do financial aid through the FAFSA for her to get stuff, but I did not have to do that. So again, nobody's tripping. You know, we hope the kid does well, but that's why I'm DC the villain today. Is because it's like anything you say that's contrary to what you wanted, your narrative or how you want it. Say, look, I cook. This is my restaurant. I'm gonna cook how you want. You can eat it or not. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm joking today, but I am coming to it because I'm giving that other contrast because y'all don't want to have just some big old thing where you sit around and say, we're great, we love each other. I'm just offering contrast. But at the end of the day is, yeah, not only that, I done taught at a college. I done sat on scholarship boards. So it's funny, like folks will say, oh, and you ask them for the information and they ain't saying, they say, look it up. Well, I did Google it. And that's why we're talking about the financial aid assistance, because that's what I saw. But I'm not dogging the kid. I'm just asking a question about the verbiage. And yeah, I do think
what?
some people
You
go jump in the
fierce,
portal.
you coming in fierce. You coming in hot right now. Like who you responding to? I told you to stay out of the comments, DC. Come on, man.
Well, no, it's not just that. It's just to a point where all of it is that I got love for my CU community all the time, but it's to a point where it's like when I'm sitting there listening to folks say Jerry Jones is going to tank the entire season to get Shador and stuff like that. That's when I got to come out and say, hold on 1 second, we going too far. Yeah, that it's stuff like that that's going on that I'm kind of going, all right, we can cheer for them. But when we go, if you gonna hate me for being a hater, you gonna have to start checking the Lulus too. But anyway,
But my thing is DC is like even when I was on academic scholarship, right? You know, my family is broke, blue collar, right? You know what I'm saying? From Kentucky, you know, and then I had a cousin at U of L at the same time, so the family was stretched thin. So my books and supplies were on me.
right, and I had a scholarship to
So
U of L. I
so
get it.
so so financial aid, you know, me being at Prairie View came in to help me cover my books and supplies.
I guess the
So
thing,
just because these guys are on scholarship doesn't mean all their needs are covered.
I
Because
agree.
like you, DC, my son, he has a scholarship to Morehouse. I think they gave him $144,000, but we still had to do the FAFSA thing, which I don't know anything about it. So his mom is actually doing that, but I know he has a scholarship. They're giving him X amount of dollars, but we also had to do the FAFSA thing. So I don't really know the details of that, but
Right.
Yeah, so I did a video
Yeah.
on scholarships. I actually did a video on scholarship because there are different forms of scholarships. There are different levels of scholarship. You can have a full ride, you can have a half a ride, you can have just a book deal. So there's a lot of different things. Now, if anybody's interested, they can go watch that video. But as far as scholarships are concerned, it's not usually you get a 1-year deal. Everybody's on a 1-year deal, and it has to be renewed every single year. All right, so it's not a shoe-in every time. You have to be renewed because you have to be on good standing. If you're not in good standing after that year, you can be off the team and even still have your scholarship. Right? So, like we had a couple of players that did not play in 2024, they were still on scholarship. You don't lose your scholarship because you're not on the team. So, yeah, but after that year, you have to renew, and I think is actually great the fact that you have to renew because there are the situations where kids are no longer on the team. And then when you come and renew, are you in good standing? No, I'm not in good standing. All right, you're out of here. So, but let me get this in real quick. This is something that we did touch on. Let me get this in. Coach Deion Sanders, star power has significantly boosted the program's financial standing. In his first year, applications surged to a record 68,000. That's not the part I really wanted to get into, but okay. And now the mighty NIL merger has been formed. The 54-30 Alliance simplifies NIL for Buffalo fans. They can contribute funds for exclusive. What does it say? I have to keep scrolling back and forth. With the team or make tax-deductible donations directly to athletics. Deion Sanders and co. hopes to raise millions through this new NIL merger. So now this 54-30 Alliance is what we're talking about. The 54-30 Alliance have been formed. I think that's what we said. So that now we can have something where we have like a super PAC. In politics, they have the super PAC, but now we have this super alliance for the initiative. So let me bring on Tennis Channel. Tennis Channel, Willie, welcome to the show. What up with you? Thank you for calling in.
Oh, good morning, everybody.
Sorry, I kept
good
you
morning,
in the green room.
Good morning, DC.
I'm not in
Can y'all hear
DC
me?
today. I'm Magneto today.
He's the villain. Call him the white man.
Yeah.
No, okay, good to hear you, brother. Good to hear you. Hey,
You
sorry,
too.
guys. I'm a little late. Man, I went to bed early this morning, which is late, and I had to catch up on some of my beauty rest a little bit. But I like the subject there. I too was a scholarship athlete. Partial scholarship. The rest of mine, I did a Pell Grant. I qualified for some other special scholarships that were there. And the rest of it, you had to get out on the court and earn it. You guys were talking about the portal early.
Yeah, that's what I want to bring you in on. I want to bring you in on this portal conversation, and we can start off with you. So if Coach Prime is bringing in a scholarship cornerback, right? We have Cormani McLean, we have Travis Hunter who are on scholarship. Now we have DJ McKinney. We got DJ McKinney. If Coach Prime is bringing in another scholarship corner, then in your opinion, who do you believe is jumping into that transfer portal?
In my opinion, I'm not familiar with all of the guys. Talent
I can tell you the starters. I can tell you the potential starters if you want like a.
But even if you tell me, that's okay. Even if you tell me, I've been kind of like doing my homework a little bit. I've been watching some video on some of the guys, not so much the DBs, but some of the other guys that are coming in. So I kind of make my evaluation, from there. And it's really, I couldn't really help you on that or give any input because I really don't know, right now at this point. I'm really
all right. So let me go to See You Buff Dynasty. See You Buff Dynasty. What is your idea, or who do you think is jumping into the transfer portal if we're bringing in another scholarship guy, who do you think is jumping to that transfer portal? Omarion Cooper, DJ McKinney. We know Travis is not jumping. We don't know if Komani's jumping. Komani said he's staying, but is he really? How are we bringing in another scholarship guy who somebody got to jump? See you, Buff Dynasty, you there? He's not ready. So, Wild Dog, you want to take this?
Yeah, I mean, with who's gonna stay or who's gonna jump, it's the new space for college football. So, certain individuals, certain relationships, we know so much about them that, like you're saying with Travis, it's a guarantee that he's beyond just a player, he's family, Even his father said, that's Coach Prime's son. So his own biological father shares fatherhood with Coach Prime. So we know that's a real 100%. But a lot of other guys, even guys you might think, oh, there's no way they're leaving. Why would they leave? I mean, you never know what's going to happen out here. Sometimes money talks or opportunities come. So it's just a new college landscape. But my thing is, on the coach's side, it's just like even in the NFL, sometimes I don't get it when they go to draft. You have to sometimes just take the best available player or players, period. Whether you need that position or not, you take the best available talent or even the best available fit for your organization at the time. Whether you need them in the position or not, or you're overloaded or not, you have to take the best talent, keep building the best talent. I know we need to focus from the trenches, but we all know at the same time the trenches take years. Several, and Coach Prime is fast tracking it, but still, it's taking time to develop that. And great inside linebackers, great middle linebackers aren't a dime a dozen. You know what I'm saying? The very best end up getting the very best offers. So a lot of times you got to have that leadership though, and so that's why it's a lot of competition there. But skill players, wide receivers. And then defensive back skill players, seem to come readily available and highly skilled. And in addition to Coach Prime's attention, the best wide receivers and DBs are going to keep coming, and the upgrades are going to keep coming. And the people who are going to enter,
there's also Cam Michael. Cam is also there, not Cam Michael, but Cam is also there.
Yeah, Cam McHale. Yeah. So it's like. So it's often those who find themselves at the very bottom of the depth charts looking for opportunities to start.
Right. So I'm
not just playing time.
I'm expecting Omarion Cooper to hop in the portal because he played last year and his playing time got played around with last year, and he see all these new guys coming in, plus those freshmen. With Cam McHale, I think he's going to jump in the portal because I think he can foresee it. He's not going to get that starting spot, and his playing time is not going to be to the amount that is going to be feasible for him. So what Prime's doing is just replacing him off. Prime likes to think ahead and not get caught behind the eight ball.
Right. So Buff, you said something that I had to think on. Because you said he's a hitter, that he brings that heat. And what I'm thinking is that knowing that we're going to have those 1,000-yard rushers and might not have the linebacker quarter, that makes sense now to say, hey, I might not necessarily need the cover corners as I need the corners that's not afraid to come up and stick their head in there. That makes sense. So good call. That's probably a great
from the clips. Yep. From the clips that I saw, it looks like he invites contact. He wants it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And in my opinion, it's Cooper.
He comes up off that corner like a linebacker.
In my opinion, it's Cooper's job to lose because I don't feel he lost playing time. My impression, what I thought, he got banged up. He got hurt and he was banged up. That's the way I see it.
So, what if you're saying all of these things about Cooper? Then doesn't it sound like he's staying, not leaving? Am I missing something?
What I'm saying is just my opinion. It may not be fact, but if you just look at the traction that Preston Hodge and DJ McKinney, and then let alone Carmani McClain, to me it just seems like Cooper gets pushed further and further down the depth chart. That's just what I think.
But
And
Pete Hodges, he's a linebacker.
yeah, no, he's a DB.
DB.
Yeah, he's a DB.
So he's coming in as a corner.
Yeah, he can play slot, corner. He played both of them at Liberty.
Do we know what they're really like courting him for?
He's playing slot corner.
Okay, so then he's in that cornerback's room too.
Yeah, exactly.
So we got Preston Hodge, we got Omarion Cooper, DJ McKinney, we got Travis Hunter, Cormani McClain, and then we got Cam.
You also have what's the other kid that switched over from offense? They say he's pretty good. He came in as a 4-star wide receiver, and they moved him over to cornerback.
There's another guy.
Yeah, I can't. His name is slipping me right now. It'll come up in a few minutes.
That's not the one that got recruited from Georgia, is it? He's an athlete.
He was there last year.
He was at Hopkins. Is it Hopkins? Adam Hopkins?
Yes, Hopkins.
Salute to ESWAIHL. Salute to you.
Yeah.
So Hopkins is moving over from wide receiver.
Yes, they moved him over, and they say he's pretty sweet, man. They say he's tough, buddy.
Well, some of this movement, I don't think are really. It's what I really think we're seeing is players being truly identified as utility, right? Like you can't say Travis Hunter is just a cornerback or just a wide receiver, right? But they're clarifying who are the utility players, right? So depending on the matchup, depending on injuries, you may see these utility players be used however they need to be, whenever they need to be. So like a lot of times the programs I was involved in, utility players weren't even listed first string. Utility players were listed separately. If they were only defense, then they were listed as utility defense. And then there are multiple positions or even just listed as athlete, right?
So there's a lot
I'm
going
thinking
on.
A lot of
Go ahead, Willie.
I'm thinking a lot of I hear what you guys are saying and everything, and I agree with it. But at the end of the day, what's going to really tell the tale of who stays or goes, I don't think we really know. We just have to wait till the smoke clears. I think once they put the full pads on and everybody's popping everybody, that's going to dictate, like that, who was watching one of the practices and somebody, tagged somebody. I mean, tagged them really good. It's like being in a like Mike Tyson. I'm gonna use Mike Tyson on this when he was boxing. He was knocking everybody out, but once he got hit a couple of times, then everybody found out he had this glass jaw. You hit him right, he's gonna go down. So it's not. So a lot of times, I think in the heat of battle, what Prime is also doing, he's creating a lot of competition. The true dogs are going to come out. So with that, when I say the true dogs, sometimes the true dogs may, want that bag. They will feel like, okay, I'm good enough to play for Colorado. Then I'm gonna jump in the pool and see what's out there for me. They got enough people. They don't really need me. The reason a lot of guys, two reasons I've got to jump into or go into the portal. I believe they don't feel that there's a place for them there. They know they're good enough to play. I can take my chance in the portal, and I think I can, I think I'll do well. And the other reason, they just scared, scared of the competition. And there's two scenarios that's happening there that Prime is creating. One where the guys are just, you hear Prime say this all the time. Some guys are just not built for this. And I thought about that. What do you mean a guy's not built for it? You're not, you want success, but you don't have any idea what success is. You want to be the dog, but you don't know what it means to be a dog. Your parents sent me a cat here, and I got to try to turn you into a dog. You got a cat nature, and so that's so that's kind of like what I'm looking at there, guys, a little bit. If I can add a little
Well,
bit
I'll say
to
this.
So,
I mean, at the end of the day, there are things we got to consider, and this is the reason why we're talking about it, because you only have so many scholarships in college football, right? Like, regardless of whatever you want to create, whatever you want to say, or how you're creating competition, you only have so many scholarships in college football, and then those playing positions. And these young men are not gonna, whether you're a dog or not, like, you got to keep in mind what Coach Prime is promising. Playing right now. This is not my words, so nobody gets me out of pocket. These are Coach Prime's word. So if you look at the Alabamas, the Georgias, and the other institutions, they are so stacked in their institute. They're so legendary that when you go there, you're gonna not play right away. You got 2 to 3 years that you're gonna, like, maybe your junior, senior year, then you can kind of ball out and show your way if you have NFL aspirations. But Coach Prime is promising something to these young men is play right now. So if you're saying play right now, then Tim Smith, you tell me, if you're promising somebody play right now and you're stacking that room, what does it look like when they don't play right now, Tim?
I think it could be a disappointment if you don't get the opportunity. But if you're telling me everybody's gonna get a chance to get in and play, you got to make the best of the time that you have while you are in. You got to be able to show them something that's gonna want to make them keep you in rotation on a more consistent basis. But having that opportunity to play and not get the opportunity, stating that I can play and have that opportunity to get in, but then I ride the bench the whole year, kind of like Cavassier Smoke, and I'm gonna want to be out.
So
That's
what I
just
got?
my personal opinion.
So what I want to do, Harry, I want to correct you on something you just said, if I may. Prime is not promising anybody play right now. He's promising everybody you can compete for a position right now. He hasn't promised anybody anything. And when you bring in, I coach football, so when you bring in competition, what it does, let's just take the cornerbacks to be specific, that group. When you bring in competition, what it does, it keeps everybody on their toes. It keeps everybody working to the greatest of their ability every day. It doesn't allow any of those players to slack off, and it'll show itself clear to which player is not feasible for your program and for that group, because he'll fall behind the rest of the competition. There's going to be two type of kids in those groups. There's going to be one that comes out and he's going to work hard every day. He's going to fight for his position. He's going to be giving it his all. Then there's going to be that other kid who just can't stack up and doesn't have the confidence, and that's the one that you want to exit left.
Hey,
So,
hey,
so
Dynasty,
let me
I
ask
got
you
a question for you.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
What is the difference between opportunities promised at Alabama, Georgia, and the SEC schools versus the opportunities that Coach Prime is saying? Because there's a contrast there. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying I don't. Hopefully, nobody took me out of context to say Coach Prime is saying if you come, you play right now. He's not doing that, right? But when you promise you have the opportunity to play right now, how do you have leverage when everybody's doing the same thing? Because why wouldn't a DeBoer tell somebody coming to Alabama that you have the opportunity to compete for a position? Are they coaching with the mindset that there's already starters there, you got to wait your turn?
I don't know what specifically happens in the recruitment process. I assume that some of these coaches say, hey, man, you can come in, you can start for me right now, and X, Y, Z. Then when the player gets to the college and he sees 5 or 6 grown men in front of him, that's what triggers these kids to hop in the pool after year 1 or so. But like I said,
what is the difference between what Prime is saying versus what other coaches are saying? Because he's saying it in a leverage kind of thing. Like, what he's communicating to these kids is almost like, hey, what I'm offering you here is not there. So what is the difference then?
So that's what I think the difference between Prime and some of these other coaches. He's not specifically promising a player anything. He's just promising them an opportunity to compete for a position.
But
So
isn't that what every other coach is doing?
Let me
Why is
make
that
a
a leverage
Well,
for Prime?
I don't know. I don't know what I don't.
let me
I don't
pose
know.
a question.
I just go off of what I hear
Let
Coach
me
Prime say.
let me pose a question. All right, or a
Shirley Kimber, what
concept.
up with you?
Let me pose the concept of when you're so for example, I agree with everything you said, see you
Uh-huh.
Buff.
Uh-huh.
But the thing now comes that if I'm going to say NIL value, then my NIL value is going to probably be placed based upon my predicted playability and marketability. So if I go over here trying to get a cornerback and I pay this person $100,000 and this person gets 50, then more than likely, if I'm willing to pay 100,000, it's because I'm believing this person has the skill set and mindset to play. So now that comes a problem where if I now have to go out here and do these collectives to pay, then I am paying on what this person can bring to the program. And then that kind of cause some issues where it's like, all right, it could cause them, because I know how folks be paying attention to words, that it could cause it because how are you going to pay people if you're not going to be able to determine their startability? That's my question.
All right, so let's
okay,
I want to make sure we draw a clear or stark difference between what collective and NIL is, because this is what we hear a lot these days. Oh, this kid's NIL value is $50,000, when actually he has no NIL value because he's not gonna represent any product. He's not going to represent any company. That's what name, image, and likeness is. So that's what the NIL value is. What the other side is just that group of collective to say, hey man, I'm gonna up this amount of money to get this kid because we want him. You understand what I'm saying? So I think the lines get kind of blurred when we're talking about collective money and NIL.
Well, we need to clarify what you just said, though. That's what you just said is not 100%. Let me just make sure we understand, because this is a data show. We can't leave our
Okay,
people
all right.
hanging. So the idea of collectives, NIL, it doesn't mean because you don't have a public valuation doesn't mean that you don't have it. Okay, so let's just make that clear, because not everyone posts their valuations to the three rivals or the three recruiting services. So, and then also it's an ongoing thing. It's not like when you get a valuation, you got to keep in mind that a valuation is a stamp. It's like somebody takes a selfie. So they're taking a selfie at one position at one time. So if somebody was to take a selfie when Jordan Seaton was being recruited, then you would say his valuation is this. But then after he blew up, there's another selfie that has to be taken for that valuation. So everybody got to understand that. Like, they take that selfie and then they say, oh, this is what you're worth right now. But guess what? His valuation has to increase because now his value is increased because now everybody wanted him. That's the reason why he held out a little bit, because he got confused. As a young man, you go from zero to like everybody wanting you. Now your valuation is booming. So that's the NIL, and it can change at any moment. Anybody can come in and give you $100,000 just for you to hold up a can of soda or whatever they're pushing. That's NIL. Now the collectives is a whole nother beast, where the collectives are for the team, for everybody to feel like they're welcome. I'm just putting this in. I'm just paraphrasing. This is not as word for word, but the collectives serve the whole team. It doesn't serve just one player. So I just wanted to clear that up. So, but with that being said, let me bring on Phil. He's been waiting in the green room. Phil, so real, welcome to the show. I know you're traveling, so you probably don't have a lot of time. Let me bring you on so you can give us a thought on what we're talking about right now. Welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you for having me. Hello to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I just touched down from St. Louis, man, back in the great state of Georgia, trying to get to this house, man. Hope everybody's doing good.
Praise God for a safe flight, brother. I hate flying,
Yes,
but
sir.
anytime somebody lands, man, kiss the ground. Thank God you're back on land.
hallelujah.
Right. Hey, but it ain't on my dime, so I'll take it.
That's what's up. So your idea, I want to hear from you did you hear the last topic we were just talking about before we got into
Yeah.
this NIL situation?
Yeah, I want to talk about the difference between what Dion is saying to recruits and what Kellen DeBoer or Kirby Smart or Dabo Sweeney is
Good,
saying,
good. I
right?
want to hear from you on that. Go ahead.
So what they're saying at Colorado to me is no different than what's being said anywhere else. I'm going to give you an opportunity to prove yourself to me. I don't think I've heard any player that has played for Saban or played for Kirby Smart say he guaranteed me an opportunity to start. He's always given me an opportunity to prove myself. What I think the difference right now for Colorado versus Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, schools like that is that they have what I would consider quality depth from the standpoint they may have a 5-star starting, a 5-star backup, and a 4-star third string. So at practice, you have 5 stars going against 5 stars, which make each other better. And that is usually what the recruiting pitch is that you can come here and practice against the best for 2 years. Your junior year, you eventually get a chance to start. You play 1 year, you go to the NFL. Right now, I don't think Dion is able to make that specific pitch to somebody because they don't have enough depth of quality recruits right now.
But is that a pitch or an understanding? It sounds more like an understanding because when you're coming in, you're seeing this guy play every Saturday and he's a dog and you know he's only a sophomore. You kind of understand that this guy's going to be starting next year. It's like a Travis Hunter. Ain't nobody coming to Colorado thinking they're about to get Travis Hunter unless they know that they're just that good. So it's more of an understanding than a pitch. I don't know that any coach will want to even pitch something like that to anybody.
But here's the thing about this: if you go buy a car, a salesman is going to pitch all the good things about the car, but it's understood. You know, if you're getting a luxury car, it's going to have nice leather seats, it's going to have heated seats, it's going to have this on the dashboard, it's going to have this miles to the gallon. So yeah, it may be the obvious, but those obvious points are still used to bring the guy in. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's still a pitch.
So I understand what you're saying, Phil, and I want to bring somebody else in here on this too. How do you tell a kid when you know you clearly have a Travis Hunter, and according to what you're saying, we have 2 or 3 Travis Hunters on this team, but we want to add you as a 3rd or 4th Travis Hunter. How do you talk to a kid like that? And let me get Wild Dog on this. Wild Dog, how do you tell that kid?
Harry B, this is the thing. This is the difference between Coach Prime and his staff and the classic old school college football, right? Is that when you come to Coach Prime, everyone has a chance to compete for a starting spot, right? And then week to week, as you put in your work and they follow you, if you qualify to play, you will play. That's the difference. Just because you're the starter in these old programs like Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, the starter gets most, if not all, the snaps.
Right.
That's not how it works at CU, right? If you are qualified to play in a game, you're going to see playing time. That's a distinct difference. You don't have to be the starter to get snaps. And a lot of these old programs, right, the seasoned guy, your number one guy, that's who gets all the snaps unless he's banged up or dinged up. Oh, then the second string guy get in. No, if you got 2 5-stars and a 4-star who are all putting in work and qualified to play, guess what? You all going to see the field. That's the difference.
So I'm gonna go to Tim, but let me get Phil to because this was his line of thinking. So Phil, let me get you to say what you wanted to say before I go to Tim.
No, I'll just say this. I think honestly, every program that I follow has been a situation where they're going to put the best players on the field. So if you got a guy that is a starter and he's dogging it, but you got his backup that's out there that is busting his butt at practice and the coach believes in him, you're darn right they're going to put him on the field. So I don't think what they're doing at CU is any different than any other program, in my humble opinion.
Okay, so go ahead, Tim. What are your thoughts on that? Because I think I say I agree with Phil because it doesn't seem special, right? What Coach Prime is doing is not special because you want to put your best player on the field. So why wouldn't that? Is that a pitch or just?
I've known guys just sit and wait.
Yeah.
I've known guys just sit and wait, and then when somebody gets injured, then they show up and it's like, oh, we didn't know this guy was this good, or we didn't know this guy was capable like this, or why hadn't he been playing? He had to wait for an injury. Yeah, he had to wait for an injury just to get his shot, but he was ready the whole time. but just sitting and waiting.
Wild Dog,
But
I get that.
that doesn't mean the person in front of him still wasn't better though.
No.
Sometimes you can still
Right,
be
I
good
understand.
and be
I'm not
behind
saying that
somebody.
doesn't happen. I'm not saying
Whoa,
guys
whoa,
don't
whoa.
sit and wait, especially.
Let's don't act like we don't see what's going on. So we're gonna take Georgia. Say for they have two.
Let me get Tim first, and then I'll come to
Go
you.
ahead.
Let me get Tim first. Tim, go ahead. If you're still here, you got to unmute yourself, Tim.
Okay, yeah. I agree with what Phil. I agree with what Phil is saying. Because like the different, if you don't, the depth of talent that Alabama may have, or let me see, Ohio State or Michigan, iron sharpens iron as far as 5-star players or stuff like that. Even though that really don't matter, but it does say a lot about the caliber of player that institution is bringing in. But
Tim, your audio went.
Hey, can you hear me now?
You may have to restart, but okay. So you're back. Okay, so see you, Buff. You're saying something's going on. I don't know if I didn't hear everything that you were saying, but the idea of putting the best player on the field is what I think that most coaches are going to do, because what coach, if you know, like let's just take TCU for example. After Chandler Morris got hurt, I mean Max Duggan came in and took him to an undefeated season. So if you got a Max Duggan in your dugout or in your locker room, and he's beast in every practice, I mean, does it matter that you are Alabama or Georgia? Would you not play that player?
So that's a perfect example, right? That's a great team to use. I was going to use somebody else, but TCU is a great team to use. So that quarterback that started out last year, whenever it was before he got hurt, when they made their championship. Chandler, he was the starting quarterback, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that means that he was beating out the kid Duggan.
Oh, that's 2022. Let's just make sure it's 2022 because we're talking.
Yeah, 2022. So that means if he was the starting quarterback, that means that he was beating out the kid Duggan, correct?
He was Max Duggan was getting beat out. Yeah.
All right.
According to the coaches in practice.
According to the coaches in practice, but Max Duggan came in and led them to the Natty, correct?
He led them to. Right.
He led them to the national championship.
Undefeated season.
It doesn't matter. You're going to tell me that Max Duggan didn't show flashes of being better than Chandler in practice? With a lot of these big blue blood programs, say let's take freaking Georgia. You have 2 5-star cornerbacks. You mean to tell me the second 5-star cornerback is not better some days in practice if they were using the same method as Coach Prime uses? That second 5-star cornerback was never, no week was better than the first 5-star cornerback, because these programs never change their starters.
Well, then maybe it has something to do with.
If you see a cornerback for Georgia, he's that cornerback for 12 games unless he get hurt.
All right, see you. So maybe it's the consistency in the package. That means everybody knows what they're doing. What's that?
What are we contributing that to? Are we contributing to a politics, bureaucracy? What we promised them? What is the contribution to that?
Harry B. If Livingston has 10 qualified DBs, 10 qualified DBs are going to see the field.
That's exactly.
But the downside of that is going to be the inconsistency in your packages. That means that.
But matchups are inconsistent.
That is
matchups
true.
from week to week, and then players' conditions from week to week.
I agree, but then you have the other side of it. If they don't know,
say for instance, Kamani starts against North Dakota, he comes out, he does okay, but then you have Cooper come out the next week of practice, and we're going against Nebraska, and he fits and he's performing in practice better in the scheme that'll go against Nebraska. So now he gets the opportunity to start because he works better in the system for that week against that opponent. What I see the other programs, and I'm not specifically sure, but what I'm saying is what I see with the other programs, hey, this guy's our starter, and he's my starter all the way through the year, regardless of who we're playing, regardless of what the matchups is and what the scheme is.
And they do that because of consistency in packages being able to talk to each other. Because, for example, what you're saying is, But if you're, because what you're saying is, okay, so week one, if I did great in practice, I'm there. And then I get beat out by one guy the next week and the other guy the next week. And then the fourth week of practice, I do good and I get in. Then now you don't have any consistency.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not.
But still, you're having an old way of thinking of things, because
that's not
just because you start doesn't mean you're still not going to get playing time. That's the problem.
Not whole of what I'm saying.
Well, I understand getting into the rotation. So, I get that.
So listen, DC. Listen to this, DC. That's what I'm saying. You have Kermani start against North Dakota State, right? Say for his week of practice and the scheme that they're running, he's performing perfectly. He matches that scheme for that opponent. You can come out that next week and your entire scheme changes against Nebraska. Now you have a Marion Cooper in practice, and he fits that scheme for that week better than Kermani does. You see what I'm saying?
That's what Livingston wants to implement, and that's
right.
I'm a proponent for that.
And if you want to play in the NFL, that's how it's done, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
That's how it's going to be done.
But that was not the question that we got, though. This is not about Livingston and what he's trying to implement. The question was, remember the idea of Coach Prime saying, "Hey, man, if you come over here, you get the chance to play, but if you go over there, you may not." So what are they saying versus what Coach Prime is saying? Like, why? Am I missing something? Like, help me to understand how that's special and why is that different?
It's about what they're doing, Harry. The execution is that you're gonna have to stand behind the starter and wait your turn until they get injured or the score is out of control. At CU, it's not gonna be that way.
Hey,
if you qualify to play, you're gonna actually play.
All right, so let me hear what Tim, go ahead. What are you saying?
I feel like Coach Prime, he's in the second season. So I feel like he's still trying to fill out what he truly has. Because he just overhauled part of the roster again in year 2. Now,
but that's going to be every year, though, because of that 40-40 plan. The roster has to change every single year.
Right. Okay. So since that's going to take place at CU, then the difference between some of those other establishments like Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Ole Miss, some of these schools in the SEC, Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, they have, like somebody stated earlier, they have multiple 5 stars at that one position throughout their whole entire team. So they can gel a lot better than what Colorado may be able to do right now with overhauling that roster, trying to figure out what I have. Those establishments know exactly what they got, and majority of them stand at those institutions.
But what do you pitch? How do you pitch the player that's coming in as the 3rd or 4th guy who knows that he ain't gonna be playing? What is the pitch? How are you pitching this kid?
He's giving them opportunities to do that in practice and in games, but I feel like he don't leave them out there long enough.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question about the in and out?
Go ahead.
So if that's the case, let me ask y'all this then. If there was a legit bona fide 5-star plus quarterback behind Shador that was showing flashes at practice, are you telling me Deion's gonna take snaps from Shador? I'm just asking.
No, never.
Okay, so my point is, we can talk about, that's the old school way of thinking it, but I'll say this: until the new way of doing it works, I'm a lean on the old way of doing stuff. I understand.
But you're leaning on the one. But you pick the one position that that's an offliner. Picking quarterback to make your point as an offliner. That's disingenuous. That's disingenuous.
But it's not. You're the one that's saying, well, we're thinking about the old way of doing stuff. The old way of doing stuff is keeping one quarterback in there and letting him rock.
But on the defensive side, I would not take out I would not take out my starting leadership, my middle linebacker is supposed to be the quarterback of my defense.
But
Now
what if
you take
somebody
any other
is showing flashes?
you take any other position, it should be rotational. But
But
we're
that's the
talking
old
about
school way of thinking,
DBs.
though, right?
We're
But that's
talking
the old
about
school way of
DBs
thinking.
And
for
no,
that position. That's
and
traditional for those two positions. You cannot apply that to every other position on the field. I'm sorry, you
Okay,
can't do that. That's
okay. Well, just making
disingenuous.
sure we're
Quarterbacks,
making that
Phil.
point then.
That's
so
Phil,
when
he's
these
a
disingenuous
quarterback.
because we're
let me say
talking
this:
about DBs.
when these kids go to the league, all that talking about continuity, they're going to be there are packages. There are first down packages, there are second down packages, there are third down packages, there are second and long packages. So in the NFL, the personnel is constantly changing anyway.
But it's
Every
only
week.
50 people on the team.
Every
But it's only
almost almost
50 people on the team, so
almost
that's a different ball game.
almost every down the personnel is going to change per the down and distance, per the situation.
But you're not
You see what
talking
I'm saying?
about 70 or 80 or 90. You're talking about 50, and they don't have 4 and 5 and 6 deep like CU or college teams. They have maybe 2 or 3 or people that are utility players. So now we're not really doing apples and apples when you say that, though I respect what you're saying, CU Buff. I'm talking about, but that's more apples and oranges. But I guess what I'm saying, what Phil is saying is that this is like and I get where Wild Dog is coming from, but we got to be careful to sit back and say, okay, well, that was the old way of doing it. Well, the new way hasn't necessarily been validated. It's a great change. No diss to that. But right now, let's say if we say at Colorado, it hasn't been validated. What people are saying is we don't have the talent. Well, once we get the talent in, then we can validate it. But if once we get the talent in and it's not validated, I don't think you can throw out the baby with the bathwater of the old. That's all I'm saying.
We're loading up on wide receivers and DBs for a reason, the skill positions, because we can do that, right? Now, Harry, there's a question I wanted to ask you earlier, since we're going in this line of questioning. How many DBs did we play last year? So we're talking about DBs, we're talking about depth, and while we getting all these players in, and who may be leaving, or if we keep all these guys, what are we going to do with them? We're going to play them. How many DBs did we play last year? How many DBs got banged up? And how many of them we had to play? We played about 10 different DBs last year. So what are we talking about? So it has been proven. So the new way has been proven. The new way has been proven. And this is why we're loading up on DBs, because last year, for CU, proved that this is the direction that we needed to go. The data's there. The fact's a fact.
You lining me up or asking me a question?
So I'm asking the question. So based on the last comment, it leads right into this saying it hasn't been proven. I'm saying it has been proven. Last year it proved it. How many DBs did we play last year? We had Shiloh go down. We had Cooper go down.
We have hurt.
But your argument is because people got hurt. But wait, your argument is because people got hurt. Y'all had to play so many people, not because rotating a bunch of DBs was a success.
What I'm playing your game. There's no difference. How many did we play? So how many do we need?
There's a difference between playing people by need and playing people by scheme. Your argument just now is because they had to play 10 people because of need, because people got hurt, not because that was the idea and the way that Coach Prime and Coach Kelly wanted to do things.
But someone just went on about how Cooper was a hitter. No, and Carmani is not. So if you're playing against a team that's going to run it down your throat, you need Cooper out there, not Carmani.
Wild Dog,
I agree with that.
That is true. But you have a defensive coordinator now that's coming in with a slight NFL mind frame, so he understands that. He understands that he's going to utilize different players for different packages. So now he needs to load up on DBs because he may potentially be switching them per the down and distance or per the situation.
Yeah, because if you put Carmani against a running offense, he's going to get hurt.
So I got a point to that, and then I'm gonna leave it there.
Fine. But before you make your point, I want to help. Okay. I want to help Phil out just a little bit, and I got a question because Wild Dog, you inserted the word disingenuous, and I want to go on that line of disingenuousness. Is this not disingenuous when you say we're going to play the best player, but then you say the quarterback is off limits?
That's an offliner. That's what I'm saying. It's an offliner. It's like saying the captain of your offense is an offliner. The captain of your defense is an
Why
offliner.
is the guy off limits when you're
All
talking about
the other 10 the other 10 players, it's a whole different story. So when you just pick you pick the one position on offense, you pick the leader. You pick the leader on the. You try to make an example of the leader of the offense. That's leading everything the conversation in the wrong direction.
But hold up, but listen, but it's a conversation, right? You can't say don't ask a question. I'm asking you a question. If Max Duggan at TCU was a non-starter, right, and he takes you to the bowl, so you're telling me your son being the quarterback, you're telling me that if somebody comes and smoke his butt in practice, you're telling me it's a non-starter that he never comes out because he should do it because he's the leader of the quarter, he's the leader of the team. What if somebody comes and smokes him, just like somebody can come and smoke Travis Hunter? What if somebody comes and smoke one of these players? So who is off limit and who is not? If we're spreading this general message, of anybody whoever shows up to play can play, then I always said that certain players are off limit, and that means that that's not genuine.
If you smoked, you smoked. I'll use your word. If you smoked, you smoked. You lost your starting position.
Hey, Harry.
Right, but if somebody smokes your door,
but if we're talking about leadership, yeah, but that's different than saying rotation. There's some teams that actually play quarterback by committee. So this disingenuous because there's teams that play quarterback by committee. We've seen that before. So don't act like we've never seen that before.
Hey, Harry.
You know, we want to talk about CU, but we've seen teams play there's teams now that play quarterback by committee.
But
so we've seen that.
Is that what we're talking about? Is that the line of questioning we're answering?
So it's done. So my point is said that you have qualified players, they should play, and they will play at CU. Now, if you're talking specifically about Shedeur, you're talking some hypothetical. If Shedeur gets smoked, he gets smoked and loses his starting position.
Hey,
that's what.
What's his name? Hey, Harry.
What's in that? Before you ask me the question, see above. Phil he said he had something. I jumped his question or whatever he had to say, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So the point about Livingston and talking about scheming, his point wasn't that I'm going to put a bunch of different people on the field based off of what they're good at. He's saying I'm going to use them based off of what they're best at. So if you have your starting 5 DBs, he's going to scheme up ways to make them be in the best position possible based off of their skill set. He wasn't saying we're just going to put 10 or 12 different people on the field in different type of combinations. He's saying I'm going to use you at what you're best at, and that's how he's going to scheme up his defense. That's what. But
what we're saying is it's going to be more than 5 qualified people, and he's going to play more than qualified. We're not saying 10 or 20. We're going to say whatever qualified people he has for the field, he's going to use them the best. It's not limited to 5 starters like Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan.
I guarantee you, whoever the starters are will get 95% of the snaps. I don't think you're going to.
But you didn't say 100%, did you? You didn't say 100%, did you?
Yeah,
that's our point.
Hey, but guess what?
That's our point, though.
But guess what, though? Guess what? See, you're supposed to be better this year, so there's going to be some garbage time, but there's going to be some backups getting some starting time. So I'm trying to give you that. But my point, is, let's say the top 6 guys, those going to be the 6 guys they're going to rock with. I can promise you that.
All right, see you, Bob. Go ahead. What you had to say?
Hey, who was the lady that was on the show with y'all on Monday night? Was it Prime Effect?
Prime Effect 101 was on the Chantel when she was on the show. Yeah.
So DC Carson and Feel So Real, I got y'all in my scope. I got the beam on your head. Y'all tried to jump on that lady. Y'all were handling her. I'm gonna let Harry run this show. But around the end of the show, I'm gonna get at y'all for that and some of that stuff, y'all.
We gotta say pause when you said jumper her. We don't try to run on the train. I'm a revenge for her, buddy, because I got y'all in my.
But you do realize that Prime Effect is my wife, and we just tag teaming. You do realize that, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
I'm just playing around. I'm sorry, Prime Effect.
I see how y'all jumped on her. And y'all
you got to bring it on your wives. Now, wait a minute. You bring it on your wives? Now, wait a minute.
I did not know I was a matchmaking channel, but hey, if I make that connection, I want credit for that.
I'm messing with Prime. I'm just joking. I want to mess your situation at home going on. I'm just
Oh
tripping.
man, I love the backpedaling. But hey, I want to answer somebody. I want to answer Johnny S. Gardington saying in the chat. Listen, I'm not trying to be messy. I'm not trying to pick on quarterback QB number one. It's like when you have a line of thought, right? But if nobody, because people can say, accuse us of what, daddy ball and all kinds of things, right? So we're saying if we're saying that this is what we're doing, right? If we're saying anybody can play, if you come in here and you are better than anybody, if you are a true dog and you can show that you can play in practice, then guess what? We're gonna play you. We're gonna give you the opportunity to play. So then, if that is the case, my line of questioning has to come and say, in that case, in that scenario, is anybody off limits? Is the quarterbacks? Is the Shiloh, Travis Hunter? Is anybody off limits? That was the question. It wasn't no nefarious trying to dig at Shador or anybody on the team. We're just saying, if you open up that in the can of worm, or if you open up that Pandora's box, then everybody has to be privy. Everybody has to be on that on the chopping block. It shouldn't matter who it is, because if one of these kids that you're recruiting as a quarterback, if they come up in practice and they start cooking Shador, I want to see them play as a fan. That's not the right thing to say. Or
I do think that what a couple like the QB from Vandy, I believe, as well as Kentucky, I do believe that they need to be ready, because some of them, like one of them, I forget which one, was a great runner. That's to their advantage to rotate that person in. I don't think it is consistently, but I think some of those games having that run threat that is there with a little bit of passing capabilities. Like hopefully that first game that they work some of that out where they're getting Shador his reps, but also having a run threat, a dual threat quarterback that can throw some of those 5 and out. That's fine. You just can't live by it. Like, for example, take a look at Auburn. You had one guy who could pass and he could run a little bit, but then like Robbie Ashford, it just never was going to work except in short distance. Now, when you got, you saw that CU bus when he got on the 10-yard line. It was done. It was done. And I think CU needs to take, and I think they will take advantage of that.
I hope they do.
Like I said, teams do quarterback by committee. We run by committee. It's nothing new.
I do. I hope they do.
I agree with that.
I'm not suggesting no committee.
Sometimes that could
if
be
Shador is healthy, I ain't suggesting no quarterback by committee. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just talking about individual play. I'm talking about if somebody comes in and cooks, let them cook.
There won't be a quarterback by committee, but like DC said, I'm hoping that Pat Shermer understands how to utilize Walter Taylor when you get down within that 5 yards and out from the goal line. It just makes a whole lot of sense to use a 6'7" quarterback, especially if you watched him at came from Vandy and what he was doing close to the goal line. Man, he's a threat.
Yeah, when I say by committee, I don't mean 3 or more. I mean more than one. So I'm just saying.
But you know, UCLA did that, right? UCLA had like 3 rotational quarterbacks.
They did use that. UCLA did.
But I don't ever see that happening. Not with a NFL year going on, Jimmy Kimmel going on everybody's show telling them that Shador is going to start going on $1 million worth of game, creating this whole controversy in the media, and then saying that Shador is going to be number 1 overall. You don't say that and then come and do quarterback back committee. I don't know. That's a pipe dream. That would never happen.
Harry B, my hope is to see Shador out of his pads third quarter break.
To see what? Say that again.
After the third quarter, my hope is to see Shador out of his pads.
Pause.
What does that mean? What do you? Yeah, I want to say pause, but I don't know what it means. So I don't know where to take this.
I'm a CU fan. I'm a CU fan inside and out. I'm a Prime fan inside and out. I just don't think that he's going to be able to take his pass off in the third quarter in any of the games or teams that we play. But that's great. That's great wishful thinking though. But We're not going to be
nice.
beating up on people like
Hey,
that.
help me out with the football talk. 'Cause I don't
Baylor,
understand when you say scheme out of his bag,
Cincinnati.
what does that mean?
I mean, now, granted, now, dude, I'm one of those guys they may
That
call
he's done.
what, super
That
fan
he's
or
done for the
whatever.
day.
I don't even
On
think that
third down?
we're gonna blow those teams out like that. We'll beat
Wait,
them,
y'all having
but
hey, you above, you're having two different conversations. We
okay.
don't know where you yeah. Wild Dog, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Like, let's say, for instance, against Baylor, he plays 3 quarters, and then he's pulled from the game. He's done.
Oh,
The game is at hand.
Oh, you're just
You pull
hoping
your
that we'll be
pads
that
off. You
good.
pull your pads
Okay.
off. You pull your pads.
Oh,
You come out of your pads.
oh, I didn't understand where you were going. Okay, so you're saying like third. That means that you're hoping that we're that good. That's all you're saying.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
okay. All right.
Or even if we're up by 10 points, our backup from Vandy is that good that Shador can step out and he can, you know what I'm saying? There's different scenarios depending on, what can happen.
We have to realize now, like I said, I'm a super fan. So then we also have to realize that 10 or 14 points is not enough because last year we couldn't even hold up 29, and we got to be a little bit realistic.
Yeah, but I'm
Wow.
gonna tell you something.
Well, that was last year without this defensive line,
I will tell you something I see about CU is from last year and this year, and it's shocking. Y'all don't have no easy games.
Right.
Not one. And
No,
and I've never seen a schedule like that.
We ain't got it like that. We don't have it like that.
No, I mean you could say CSU, you could say that, and you might be able to say North Dakota State, and you might be able
No.
I say you might, but no, I will sit back and say that. Yeah.
Have you been watching the series, DC? Have you been watching the Colorado versus Big 12 series, the recruiting? Bruh.
I agree.
Yeah, we don't.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
I agree with
That's
you,
what I'm
DC.
saying.
Even
They
as a
don't have
super
any
fan, I
easy
agree with
games. They have
There's
no
no
easy
easy
games. None.
Zero.
I agree with
Zero easy games. This is not going to be a cakewalk, and I promise you, with the other things that I got coming, like CSU got some dogs. Go watch that video. CSU got some high school kids, but they recruited like crazy. CSU is going to be playing hard-nosed football when they blow that whistle. I promise you, you can look down the schedule. Ain't nobody weak on this schedule.
Hey, real quick, Harry, just a quick question. Do you think that Travis is now still the best receiver on the team?
Receiver?
Yes.
I never thought Travis was the best receiver.
How about you, CU Buff, a wild dog? Tennis. Tennis. You don't think he's the best?
He's the best overall player, but not the best receiver.
Yeah.
No, hey, prime effect. I don't prime effect. Excuse me. I don't have beef with you. I said I'm a revenge for you because those two guys tried to jump on you the other night on the show, and I couldn't really tap in to help you out. So no, I don't have beef with you. I love you because I love your name. You are one of us. You know what I'm saying? I got you though. I got you. I'm gonna take up for you.
Hey man, I like drama, man. If you're gonna back off the drama, then I gotta kick you off the panel. Come on, you're supposed to stand on business.
No. I think she thought that I said I had beef with her, and I'm telling her no, I don't have beef with you. I got beef.
You're supposed to fake the beef and say
they try to bring it the other night.
Well, Harry, here's some drama since we're doing this.
No, don't do it. Nope. I got drama for you. Let me give you this drama. I don't want you to bring up no fake drama. Nope, don't do it. DC, I know exactly what you're about to do. Don't do it, and I got drama for you. Wait a minute. Let's go to this drama right here. Have y'all seen this clip? Yes or no? Anybody seen this clip? This is going around the horn. Has anybody seen this clip? Yes or no? That's a yes or no question.
I've seen it where he said they suck like last year. Yeah, I've seen it.
All right, so y'all seen this clip, right? Let's play this clip right quick, and then let's talk about this clip. Give me 1 second. It's queued up. Let me go maybe just a little bit off. Okay, right there. All right, so here we go, guys. Let's play this clip, and then we can talk about it. I got drama for you. Let's go. Give me a second. Let me audio.
Explosions. When we gonna stop this bullshit? I'm seeing the same thing I saw last year. And everybody want to be the man. Everybody want a dirt check right here. And nobody cashing in with it. Who vote was that? Mine. My bad don't get it right here. Come on, man. This is bull time. Coaches, we better than this.
Coach Prime wanted to cut so bad. He wants to cut so bad, but he's like, man.
Hey, Harry, I gotta.
Coach Brown said, "I've been praying. I can't be cussing on these tapes." He wants to say it so bad, but hold on, that's not at all. Let's keep it playing. Real quick, wait. Oh, so that was it. That was it. So the one thing, the first thing I want us to discuss is everybody wants a check around here. Let's talk about that, guys. Everybody wants a check around here because I think somebody on this panel has said it before. If I'm not mistaken, that there's a lot of pocket watching on the team, and I don't remember if you can call yourself out if you said it, but somebody has said before on this panel that there's a lot of pocket watching, and there's a lot of talk about kids who wants to get paid just like the other kids on the team. So now Coach Prime is pretty much revealing to us what they're talking about behind the scenes, that everybody wants a check, but nobody, is trying to play like the check that they want. So
I alluded to that one time before.
So do you want to be the first to bring that out?
That's what he's saying. Everybody want a check, but nobody ready to cash it in. Cash it in means putting in that work. You want the check, you got to work hard for it to get it. It's there. He's just not nilly-willy giving it out to just any old body like everybody, all the other colleges doing. That's what I think it means.
So, but what is that creating in that locker room as far as like, what I'm saying, like some of the kids, everybody's not on the same pay scale. So this is a whole. One second. Let me lay it out, and then you guys can take it. So remember, guys, there's this bigger conversation that's going on in college football right now, where everybody's not on the equal line, and this is where the collectives comes in. All right, we were talking about NIL earlier. This is where the collectives comes in to give some kind of to give a cushion for other players who may not be getting a bag. So now Coach Prime is kind of like letting us know, like there may be conversations going on in the locker room that some people want to get paid. So that bigger conversation that's happening, everybody's not on the same pay scale. So you're making the locker room feel kind of uneven and unbalanced, and kind of like the conversation would be some kids will feel some kind of way, like I'm putting in work, I'm trying my best, but I ain't getting no bag like this guy getting $4.3 million, especially if their valuations are made public. Go ahead, see you, Buff.
Y'all go ahead and tackle that. I'm on the highway up in Virginia. I'm finna lose my.
Hey, hey, Harry.
All right, go ahead, Tim.
I'll jump on. Hey, what Coach Prime said was genuine honesty. And the reason that I say that is these kids, they wanna advance to the next level. Everybody don't get picked up in the first round where you get that bonus. I can use a childhood friend, Ladarius Sneed, number 38, played for the Kansas City Chiefs. He just recently got traded. Ladarius Sneed came from Louisiana Tech. He came from a 4A high school in Minden, Louisiana.
Come on.
He was like a third string or fourth string cornerback for the Kansas City Chiefs. Went to the Super Bowl 3 times, won a Super Bowl twice out of his first 4 years. He only got paid $2 million in his first 4 years, but he proved himself. He put in the work. Now he just got signed to the Tennessee Titans for $76.3 or $76.4 million contract and a franchise player. So that's what Dion is talking about. But I'm gonna go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Tim. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about right there.
I agree with that, Tim.
But I think what happens is that sometimes players, especially with the I won't call it hype. Let's just call it something. Just be user friendly for a moment before I cut See You Buff Dynasty in pieces.
Audio's out. Okay.
I would say that. So I think sometimes people get caught up with the successful by association. Like, because Coach Prime has a jacket, we're all going to be there. Shadur has it, versus being to a point is that they want to be like Coach Prime, but they don't want to work like Coach Prime, and he can see it. And so that's what I think is going on when he's saying, look, you got to really, you need to be hard at practice. That's one thing that you can, all the great things you hear about Prime is that he took football seriously. It was his life, and you only be great. So I like that he's doing that. I don't know if I necessarily would say that's probably a thing to to show. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because he's basically pushing his team, and hopefully they don't repeat the same mistakes as last year. But if he's seeing it,
Well, your audio went off. I'm not sure if I'm the only one that's getting this bad audio connection, but
no, my alarm went off. But what I was saying is that if he's not seeing it, that if he's seeing the poison from the past, like Nick Saban would say, rat poison, I hope he gets it out as soon as possible, because otherwise it's not going to be good.
Right. So yeah. So that's the second part. That's another part of this conversation what he said in that comment is, first, let me just address the first part is we got to address the idea of the NIL is a big conversation that, I feel like we have not even touched the surface of NIL. How do we I don't know that college football, like, you got Nick Saban in Congress trying to talk about NIL and stuff like that. They're trying to figure this whole NIL deal out. But when it comes to 187 players and you got a bunch of kids who are feeling some kind of way in the locker room, how do you keep your locker room at bay where you got the professionals who knows, because of the media, who knows what guys are getting paid, right? So and then they're trying to get paid too, and you only got 52 of those guys, but you got 187 guys in the locker room, and you only got a few guys in that locker room that's a millionaire, right? Shador's a millionaire, Travis a millionaire, and some other guys are getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, like the Jordan Seedens and the Kwamani McLeans, right? So how are those guys supposed to feel in that locker room? Like, that's a conversation that needs to be had in college football. How are these guys supposed to feel in this locker room to feel like they're part of this team?
Put the product on the field, and they will come find you. Nobody is going to pay somebody big time money to be a sponsor for their brand, and you riding the bench, or you're making them look bad. And then to their point, once you do get to that, you got to make sure you got. Unfortunately, you got to kind of stay squeaky clean too, because you look at somebody like Cam Newton when he went to Carolina, the owner was like, "Do you have any tattoos?" Cam was like, "No." He was like, "Good, keep it that way." You know what I'm saying? So, like, it takes a lot of effort to get to that point, but then once you get there, you also got to have a new mindset to be able to keep it as well. And I think what's important is when Dion is recruiting these guys, he has got to go through them with a fine-tooth comb to make sure he doesn't have those guys that all they want is the bag. And I feel confident that if that's all they're thinking about, he's going to get rid of it.
So then, Phil, let me ask this question to the panel, and I'll let somebody else speak on it. But with that being said, like, I want you to really key in onto this conversation we're having, really zone into what I'm trying to say right now. Does that not play into the previous conversation that we just had about who plays and who doesn't? Because if you're on the field, then your NIL evaluation is going up. So a guy that feels like he cooked Travis Hunter, a guy that feels like he cooked Shador in practice, a guy that feels like he's doing his best, right? We talked about Tavares before, right? Tavares caused a whole controversy on this channel, and my guy Mike Lowry. With those guys that are on the sideline feeling like they should be playing, and their NIL valuations are not going to move because Coach Prime got his guys that he's constantly playing, and he ain't going to move from those guys. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to the NIL talk. Those guys that feel like they've been cooking in practice, but they're not going to see the field because Coach Prime got his guys. How are they supposed to feel?
Perception is not reality here.
Let me let Tennis Channel talk. He been quiet, kind of quiet. So let's bring in Willie a little bit.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys, man. You guys are funny, man. This NIL deal, sometimes it's a good deal, but when I played ball, I mean, there was no NIL deal. A lot of us here that played ball before and everything, we played because we loved the game, whether it's football or basketball.
That's old, man. You're talking old talk. Talk about the new stuff. How am I supposed to feel?
The new stuff. The new stuff is
old guy. How am I supposed to feel when somebody's in front of me and their NIL is going up because they're on the field and I'm not on that field and my NIL is getting dinged up?
But if you understand, if you really, really, truly understand what NIL, what it means, it's like you've got the way Prime put it, you've got to earn it. You don't just come and say, "Oh, I want the bag." You got to earn it. Most guys say, "Look, well, he's getting this, and they haven't been put in the lick of work. You go on your job, man. When I was working at a certain place, I created jobs for myself. I knew my job so well, and I knew what everybody else was doing. I would create that. What did that do for my value? It brought my value up, you know. So most of the
So, Willie, what if
attitude.
you are cooking? Willie, my question to you is, what if you are cooking, but you don't see the field? A la Tavares Dawson. What if you are cooking, but you don't see the field? That is the question. Can we truthfully answer
Okay.
that, even though we're primates? Is that,
There's a
possible to say
reason.
primates? Is that a thing? Has anybody been saying
Stop it.
primates?
It's gonna be beneficial to your team if
Prime
Prime
pets.
pays you. If Prime don't pay you, man, there's a reason why. Right now,
You mean
there is a
play you or
reason
pay
why.
you?
We don't know the reason.
You said
Right?
pay you or play you?
I mean, you got if you
It's
if
one
you
and the same,
pay,
Harry.
if you
Playing
play,
is
you gonna
paying.
get paid. If you play, you gonna get paid. Okay,
100%. 100%.
you know,
Okay.
so it's the it just what depends on the mindset of the player, where his head is, you know. Now you got to remember that you guys know that there's a lot of egos out there. There's a lot of egos and you gotta grease their palms and kind of if you want me to play, but a lot of them ain't that good. You got players, we got about 3 players or 4
But that's
players
the
on that
general
team.
idea. I get it. I understand it. Listen, man.
I got,
What Prime said,
Hey.
I agree with Prime on what he said. There's a lot of kids that are on that field, and I'll just say this, right? I'll leave this right here. There's a lot of kids that are on that team because Coach Prime. Do y'all remember the well-off? Was it well-off or was it the reach the people when Coach Prime brought in those 3 young ladies on stage? Was it well-off? But Coach Prime brought in.
Yeah.
Coach
yeah,
Prime brought in.
it was well off.
Okay, good. This is the point I'm making. Coach Prime brought in those 3 ladies, and he was asking them some questions, and he was baffled. He said some of the questions that he was asking was like, "Oh, if you have a situation where you got to go to study hall and there's a party going on or there's something else going on, where are you going?" This says study hall. If you have a opportunity to watch film to prepare, what would you? And if something else came up, what would you do? Watch film. He's asking those questions because those are issues that he's having with the players.
Yeah.
What the heck are we dealing with?
Can I ask a question, Harry?
Yes, please.
So what does it say about the CU program that he's attracting guys like that seems to be such a big issue each year?
Well, you're taking
Why
that
do you
left
think?
field, though.
Oh,
You
okay,
just
cool.
took
Well,
that
then,
all the way
okay,
left.
so scratch that question. So I'm gonna answer your question directly. I think
Whoa.
any coach at this point, you just got to sit down and have an honest conversation with guys. Like, look, you think you cooking in practice, but in this moment right now, the guy in front of you has been more consistent. He gives us a better opportunity to win. But here's what I can do for you. Let's put you out there on special teams. Let's see what you want to do on special teams. Let me see you really put the effort in a position where people don't think it's important, but special teams can make or break a team, right? Because if you got a guy that runs a kickoff return back for a touchdown, or a punt return, or a guy that makes a good tackle on the punt, something like that, those little things matter. So just because you may not be starting at your linebacker, defensive lineman, cornerback, whatever position, you can still provide value to. That's the only way you can really have a conversation with those guys to try to keep them bought into the program.
So let me interject.
Can I?
This.
Oh,
Yes, I will let you speak for a second, but let me interject this, and then you guys, because this is a leading conversation, and let me say why. When you have a bunch of guys that are coming into the locker room, into D1 sports, right? You have a bunch of guys that are coming from individual states, like Cormani McLean, like Travis Hunter, and some of these guys are playing in different leagues, different levels in their schools. So, and these guys are coming in like being the man. These guys are coming in being the man in their city, wherever they are ruling. All right, so we're getting the best of the best because this is D1. So these guys are coming in hot-headed. This is allowing me to see into the locker room to say, man, there's a lot of those kids that are in there that are feeling kind of privileged. Like, it's crazy how much privilege these guys are feeling. Like, remember how Kwamani came in? He wouldn't watch tape. He wouldn't do the things that Coach Prime is saying. In order for me to be a dog, what I did is this, X, Y, and Z, and you're not trying to do that, but you want to be a dog. These kids are privileged. Is anybody else seeing that? That a lot of these young men today are privileged kids, and they're feeling themselves, especially
Hey,
with NIL and somebody telling you that you're worth $3.5 million and you ain't even touched a freaking football in college. Yo, we are dealing with a whole nother set of beasts right here, guys. I'm trying to tell you right now. Go ahead, Tim. And then I'll
100% Harry, 100% Harry B. Because I don't feel it's a CU problem; it's a generational problem.
Yeah.
Man, let me
Yeah.
tell y'all, if I
Let
could
me
break
give it to
down.
Tim. Go ahead. DC, you're gonna get your
Real quick.
chance.
Oh,
To
go ahead.
go ahead, Tim. It's a problem, man. I'm reading a lot into this situation, man. It's a lot going on right now, brother.
I was just gonna state you was talking about earlier about a player behind a starter that's cooking and
Mhm.
never getting that opportunity. All the way from Pee Wee League up into the NFL, you have coaches that have their favorites.
Mhm.
Shador, ain't nobody gonna start over Shador. Ain't nobody gonna start over Travis. Ain't
That's
nobody gonna
obvious.
ain't nobody gonna start over Shiloh. That's obvious. I get it. But those guys that's sitting back, that's doing everything right, and they feel like, you know what? Dang, man, why I'm not getting an opportunity like Cavassier Smoke. We already know what he did at Kentucky, but he didn't get that opportunity. So he got salty. But what I'm saying is coaches have they favorites, man. That's in all sports. And
Mhm.
but they got the opportunity to leave as well. And
Well,
and
now
and
they
this,
do.
yeah,
We're
now
only
they
2 years
do.
into the portal, right? How long has the portal been a thing? 2 years, right? 2021,
Uh
I think.
yeah, I think so. Yeah. Approximately 2 years, yeah.
So
So
DC, what are you thinking about these spoiled kids that we have right now because of the NIL and because they were the man in their city and stuff like that? And then Coach Prime is really highlighting, like, thank God for the well-off videos and and the eye into the team. Coach Prime saying, I'm seeing what I saw last year. A bunch of you guys just want to get paid, but you're not playing as paid players, or you're not doing what the paid players do to try to earn their check. You just want to get paid. So it's a lot. That's speaking volumes. It's speaking to the whole college football spectrum right now, where kids are just spoiled right now. It's a mess, DC.
All right. So having been a leader of men and women in the military for almost 25 years, oh my God. And you're talking about people that are having to operate, oh God, at a high level. I mean, you're not, because I mean, again, you're preparing for combat. And that the stuff that I would sit around and like people would show up and I'd walk off into a room and people would be down on the phone and it's like, why the frick, and understand I had rank. I was an officer. So when I would walk off in there and go, I would look at the NCO. And again, because of my rank, I'm not just going to the sergeant or the staff sergeant. I'm going to, higher stuff. And I'm kind of sitting here going, what the heck are we doing here? And then like the people would kind of push back, well, they're not the same. And that's true. I said, but what's the standard you think? What's the standard you set? And so what I think is what Coach Prime and a lot of people are trying to be leaders of young men. There is an element in here that believes it's supposed to be given to them versus work. And it is extremely difficult to get people because it's not, you can get one or two, but that stuff is a poison because they all will start relaxing, especially if somebody is kind of have like basically the leader of the pack. So he is experiencing stuff and it's difficult in it. And especially when if they don't get what they want, they'll quit on you. And I think that's probably what he's experiencing.
Yeah.
Wild Dog, what do you think about that? And Wild Dog, what do you think about like this is not just a Prime situation either. This is
Yeah,
college
this is
football.
cultural because Harry B. I'm gonna tell you this. When I arrived in Texas from Germany and I got to the football program, the offensive coordinator looked at me up and down. It was playoff time. He's like, "Oh, we don't need him," and I was like, "This mofo here, right?" But Harry, I started my day going to PT with my stepfather, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the battalion commander, I was given permission to join PT with my stepfather and his battalion at any time, his company at any time. Then I go to school. Then of course I'd work out with the football program. Then after school, guess where you'd find me? Working out. So 3 workouts a day, Harry B. So it's a difference in the culture and the work ethic. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just telling you. And then my son, I'm raising him old school. He's an 8th grade flag football player. So he's in the football program. He joined spring training, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they were just giving recognition yesterday. He's an 8th grader. All the recognition was going to seniors on their way out. But the very last award went to who? My son, who from his father learned to work his butt off. Morning, your regular workout, and then the third workout, triples. You know what I'm saying? Depending on if you're doing a leg day, you just work it out. And it was shock and awe, but everybody applauded him because he's a natural leader. You understand what I'm saying? And so these people coming from high school, it's a shock for them. In high school, they were getting paid who knows what to be an intern or work at some front office of a businessman, and probably didn't have to show up for work, making money. You know what I'm saying? You know,
So Wild Dog, but Wild Dog, I got a question.
where myself and other linemen, we were, putting in sprinkler systems and pools and fences, basically digging every day.
But Wild Dog,
weren't tripping about the quarterbacks or the star players. It's a cultural issue, no matter work ethic and entitlement. And you just have to meet it. You have to meet it head on. You have to meet it head on because you're not in high school anymore. And when you go to the NFL, you're not in college anymore. You're not a college star anymore. It's just life. And Coach Prime has to meet it head on. It's just reality.
Can I say this real quick? Just real quick. It's that this is the danger. Notice all the folks will say, oh, they got some dogs, even though I'm going to say that poodles are dogs too. But when you sit here and keep saying dogs, you can have a ton of dogs.
I'm not a poodle. I'm not a poodle. I'm the wild dog.
You're right. But the point is,
Alabama got some poodles.
Yeah, we do have some poodles. But the point I want to make in that I got Wild Dog.
That was healing right there for Wild Dog.
Yes,
I tell you.
but
you just give him some healing right there on Good Friday.
Amen. But the thing is, you gotta have the leaders. And now everybody's so focused on the dog. We got dogs. And if you're not having the leaders, you're not going to go. You have to have that internal mechanism that is in there that tells right and left limits and they keep order. If you do not have that within your troops, you're not going to be able to be your best. You're not going to be able to do it. So all I'm saying is that everybody keeps saying dogs. You might want to start looking for the leaders because if you don't see them, that's going to tell you what your season is going to be.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
I want to point out. I want to point out though that nobody has answered your question. You asked, "What do you say to these kids?" I at least offered a talk track to what to say to these young kids. I just want to point that out.
We've been saying, "Grow up."
But that ain't gonna cut it though. That ain't gonna cut it.
They answer it in their own unique way, like they always do. They skirt my questions and they talk about what they want to say, what they want to talk about.
The kids want to know what's in it for them.
That's what I do. That's what I think.
I
will say that real quick is that what you have to do is you got to get buy-in. In our era, we grew up where you didn't ask why, you just did it. With them, you have to tell them the so what. And once they understand why I'm doing this and what it leads to, and then you can show them the success from if they do it, what happens, which is what Wild Dog is talking about. Then, believe it or not, they'll surprise you. It's just hard getting to that pivot point. But once you get them to have the buy-in of what's the so what and what they can do to get to it, then I'm going to be honest with you, they're actually better than us.
I got a question.
I was watching chat.
I got a question. Somebody in the chat, Chris, my guy, Chris, CT Glenn. I got a question for y'all. Something that he said in the chat. Does paying everybody, even if they don't play, does it cause a bigger problem? Because then everybody feels entitled you got 100 and some odd players. Does the collectives cause a problem since now you're trying to like everybody gets a trophy type of NIL situation, right?
So
Does that cause a bigger problem if everybody's getting paid and then some people, and and I'll give you all this scenario. I throw this in there. You win the lottery. You call your family together and say, I got $100 million. I'm going to make all of y'all a millionaire, right? You give everybody $1.5 million. You give your sister, your brother, your uncle, your aunts, everybody's a millionaire instantly, 1.5. But guess what happens? That human factor kicks in. They're going to spend that because they never knew how to manage money. They're going to spend that up, and then they're going to come back and they're going to start asking questions like, can I get more? And then there's been situations where people have taken their own family member to court to sue them to try to get more money. All right? I'm saying this to say that you get kids over there who, because of the collective, are going to get a portion of some money. What they're going to do? I think somebody was making an example. They said they're going to get a dog. They said they're going to get a dog. The dog costs money to keep up, right? This is just an example of what stupid stuff that kids be doing. They get a dog. The dog costs money to keep up. Now they run out of money because they're spending money to try to keep up that dog, right? So now they're going to go back and say, I need more money because my dog needs dog food. And I cannot continue to keep my dog if he doesn't have dog food and to go to the vet all the time. So now you got a bigger situation where you got a bunch of kids who don't know how to manage money that need more money. And they cannot see Deion Sanders and his kids doing well. They don't understand that factor. It's just like a whole hip-hop collective crew. RZA and his people, they don't know why RZA gets more money because he's the producer. These kids don't understand the dynamic of that. All they know is, bro, I need more money. Is NIL a bigger problem than we know and that we even talking about? And I think that was See You Buff. You take it first.
Yeah. So NIL is a problem, but what we're seeing, what I think somebody spoke to, entitlement with these kids, it all stems back down all the way to the level that I coach on. I coach at Part 1. I do 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds. What I try to do, appreciate it. What I try to do right now, I don't do participation trophies. You know what I'm saying? I don't do. I make every kid earn everything. I don't care who you are. I don't care who your parents are. This, that, and third. We don't do participation trophies because once you start doing those things and it keeps going on in life, on and on and on to each level, that's when the kids get to this level and funds are given out. They are in an expecting stage, thinking that because something is given out, they supposed to get it for no reason at all without earning it. These coaches down on my level are giving these so-called star players all these privileges and not making them earn it. It starts way down at this level. So that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing up at the big level now. A bunch of grown kids that's expecting something for nothing. There's a thing, and they're going to experience this in life. When you go to a job, you're not going to make the same thing that the next man is making, and he's not going to make the same thing that the next man is making above him. You have to work, either it be 90 days before you even get a raise or a bump in your pay. It's just these kids do not know how to earn things these days. And I want to say something right quick that's going to be real controversial. And this is not, I'm not speaking to the whole, but I'm speaking to a large majority. A lot of these kids are spoiled because this is going to be controversial. A lot of these kids are spoiled because they are raised by single moms who have been doing everything and giving them everything and not even making them earn it. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing a lot of question to that. You're seeing a lot of coddled babies coming up to these college programs these days.
So I have a question on that.
God,
so
you got straight to the white meat right there.
Straight to the bone.
I totally agree with your point. My question is, do you think that for the high schoolers that Colorado wants to recruit, do you think an in-home visit can give the coaches a little bit more insight to how the kids were raised? And that lets them have an opportunity to know maybe this guy isn't the right fit for my program.
So,
Prime
all right,
is the type of coach can go into could look at where you're from, look at where you stand, and
who was that?
get an
Feel so
idea
real?
of pretty much how you're living.
Was
He's
that
that
Feel
That
kind
was
so
of a
real?
Phil.
coach.
Yeah, that was Phil that asked you the
Let me
question.
speak to that, Phil. This is I've been wanting to say this, and I wanted to get on and say this Monday night when y'all were talking. I believe that is a contributing factor to the problem with these kids. If you have a college coach that drops a spaceship on your football field to come watch you play a game,
I don't know if his audio went because of me. Is anybody else here?
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2,
I'm
3.
here.
Still here.
Yes. Okay, so that's
I'm
his
here.
audio.
I think the sisters got him. They sniper just
The
hit him in the
system's
neck.
not. Yes,
Hey,
he
The
said single
sisters.
hey,
women.
The
Harry.
He said
sisters
about
like
me
bam.
Too. So me movement got him.
Look him out.
Hey, Harry.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I don't think the NIL is a problem.
What?
I don't.
Okay, so if it's not the NIL, then something is the symptom. What is symptomatic for something much bigger?
I think it's pure
Somebody's flying an
jealousy.
airplane in the background. Everybody else mutes, please.
Is
Uh,
that DC?
Etiquette
I
mute unless you're talking,
I don't know
please.
what happened to my audio.
I don't think the NIL is an issue.
Hold on,
Um,
Tim.
okay.
See you, Buff Dynasty is
Can you
back.
hear me now?
Let him finish. Let him
Oh,
finish his thought. Sorry, Tim. See you, Buff Dynasty. Finish your thought because your audio went away. You can hear us. See you, Buff Dynasty. I don't think he can hear us. See you, Buff Dynasty. Can you hear us?
He can't hear you because the sisters done chloroformed him.
Yeah,
And now
because
tell
they
him
you
to
have
put.
you
Hey,
you
hey,
cannot.
Harry, you might have to bump him. He can come back in. You might have to bump
Yeah.
him. He can come back in.
I'll
All
put
right, yeah. So
35
you can't
cent
talk about
extra.
defend.
I'm just
We can't
playing.
be in this. We can't be in a Me Too moment. You talking about single ladies? They're gonna. All of a sudden, you're gonna have a glitch in the system. There's a matrix. All right, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I just want to say that I don't think the NIL, the name, image, and likeness portion of it is a big deal.
Okay,
Uh, I just feel like it's uh it's jealousy,
but
entitlement. I was
what
gonna
creates
use
that
that word.
jealousy?
Um, I I don't know if I mean it could be a lot of things. It
It's the
could be
money.
because
It's the
it could
money that creates the jealousy. When
well
when you
I
got
mean
when you got old heads like the tennis channel, you got old heads. You got you got
hey
dudes
Harry,
saying when I play, I didn't have no NIL. We just play for
hey,
the love
let me
of it.
tell
You
you
got Wild
something.
Dog saying the same thing.
Hey, Wild Dog and them probably could testify to it. When I was in
Oh,
school, there
God.
were guys, I didn't said this on your show before. There were college students getting paid after each game. They was getting
But that was
paid a
under the table,
salary.
though. That wasn't no
Yeah,
valuation
that
that was
was
known
under the
publicly.
table. Right,
Yeah, so
that was
not
under the
everybody,
table.
but
But
not everybody
now,
was privy to that information, though. If
mhm,
they're paying you under the table, the only way that your friend knew is when you either
mhm,
got a car, you got jerseys, you
right,
either when you wore your chains or something. They'll
mhm,
ask you where did you get that, but it
mhm,
wasn't always known that the responsible ones didn't always put out their business like
mhm.
that.
So I feel like this because the way these kids they think, they act, they move,
We just
everything
addressed
is
the prime effect.
everything is about a uh a like. How many people like um my post? And I feel that way because if
Oh, so
in
so we're in a
port a
social
port
media age, though. That I think that's
yeah
what you're saying. We're in a
yeah the
social
social
media age. But
exactly
what?
so
Well, okay, Tim. Let me ask you a question. What
mhm,
was the equivalent of a like in the days of non-social media? Because there's always something for each generation. So you can't just say, "Oh, these kids are bad. These kids are bad because of this." It's just what's
I'm
available
not
to
saying
everybody. So what
I'm
was
not
the
saying they
equivalent?
bad.
Everybody gets spoiled on every level. It's just a
hmm
different level of dealing with it. So what would
hmm
you say would be the equivalent of the likes or dislikes for Willie's generation or Wild Dog's generation?
Well, I mean, back in the day, guys rolling through with maybe a 5.0, they're a college student, and they're a great football player. You know, they got the thick herringbones on, the
Mm-hmm.
jewelry, the nice clothes, the nice shoes, the fly ladies. They can go up in a spot, come right in a
I
club
want
or
to hear from
something like
Willie on this one. Willie, what did y'all have?
that. But nowadays
Willie, what was you flossing with?
it's just all about
Hey.
the push of a button, a light. You know, they see some of these other players, and this is just speculation. Some of these other
Yeah.
players maybe on see a Shador, and they know he come from money, but they
Mhm.
also they seeing what he's worked to accomplish as well. I feel like they understand both aspects of it, but
I don't
I
think
feel
that
like
they understand that second part of it. I don't think they
yes, they
understand the
do.
work. That's what Coach Prime is talking about
They
them
understand
working.
right. So I feel like they're jealous. The jealousy, that's what jealousy come into play at. They see him all overseas and doing this, walking the runways, meeting with jewelers, and he posting this stuff on social media. He got 384,000 likes and stuff like that, and they barely can scrape 1,000 likes on something. So I don't know. I just feel like the NIL is just.
My bad, guys. I got caught in the matrix up here in Virginia.
But go ahead.
Hey, Harry, B, in my time, right, the boosters, you could be like, oh, I need some transportation, right? For me, that was a cruiser bike with an extra big seat for my big butt, right?
So you say like
For
a tricked out bike?
not even tricked out, just suited for me what I needed, you know?
Okay.
Because the 10-speed wasn't
But
getting it,
were
so
you
I got a cruiser bike.
elite though? Were you elite? Because we talking about special
No,
privilege.
when high school, when I showed up, they said they didn't need me. So the cruiser bike, my 10-speed wasn't working for me. I need a bike, a cruiser bike with a big seat showed up, and that did the trick, right? On the other hand, the star quarterback, he was in some, fully loaded Honda Civic with 12-inch woofers in the back. You know what I'm saying? Booming system. You know what I'm saying? And he had to put
How
a
did you
dime in
feel?
it.
How did you
He did
feel when
he he
when he
didn't even
came
have to
on with
pay
that?
for the gas in it. He didn't have to even pay for the gas to put in it because they gave him a gas card.
Hmm.
And
How
I
did you
felt
feel though?
and I
How did
felt
you
thank goodness they taking care of the quarterback, the star quarterback. That's what I thought, right? And the same guy, right, would take his 12-inch speaker box out of his trunk, right, so I could put my bicycle in the back when he was giving me a ride.
So
Harry Ho, easy
what you're
money. Here we go. Easy money.
okay,
How
let me
hard is
hear from
this?
Willie. Go
Easy
ahead, Willie.
money. This is easy money. All you got to do is get your butt up and go to class.
That's
They're
it.
feeding you. You're getting something like, 2 or 3 meals a day. Plus, if you want to take food to your dorm, some of them take food to the dorm. Okay? So, all you have to do is just go to class and play football.
Are they
There's
actually
not,
allowed
I
to take
mean,
food to the dorm?
you're not putting in 8 hours a day even doing that. Classes may be 4 hours, 3 hours, or something like that. Easy money. And that's all you got to do. So, far as I'm concerned, man, there shouldn't be any issue of making you go to study hall. If you want to
But there
get better, you're
is,
going to go study.
Willie. You're preaching to
It
the choir. You're
shouldn't be,
preaching to a
though.
bunch of grown men. You're telling a bunch of grown men over here, and I know some of the kids might be watching, but you're talking to a bunch of grown men who we're so old. We're talking about all the right things to do. We're talking about Coach Prime yelling at his kids, okay? We're talking about Coach Prime yelling at these kids and letting them know, hey, man, if you want to get paid, this is what we did to get paid in my day. All right, you want all of these flashes, you want the jury, but this
But
is
Harry
what we
B,
did to earn it.
yeah, but Harry B, like in my story, what I was trying to illustrate is that to the BWBs and even any kids listening is that all these guys' needs are being met. If they need something, right, even if it's money, their needs are being met. Do not let anybody be misconstrued that the needs of all these CU players is not being met. Like the point I was trying to illustrate, my need was met, though it was a stark contrast between the star quarterback's needs being met. Transportation is transportation. A need being met is a need being met. The point that Coach Prime is having to go head on with these kids is that I want a Bentley too, and you got to
So
meet that head on.
so this is what I would say. This is what I would say as a coach to any of the players who may be disgruntled and maybe pocket and asking questions about why they're not getting as much as X player, Y player. I will ask you, are you doing what they do? You see Travis, everybody goes
Yeah.
home. You see Travis stay and work out. You see these guys that go on these trips. Even if they go away for the weekend, they're still working out and posting their videos. They're going to class on time. They are 3.5, 4.0s. They're doing extra workouts. They're doing this. They on time to meetings and this, that, and third. Are you doing what they are doing first before you complain about what they're getting and you're not?
Because I'll tell you right now what I know firsthand. If you're a 4.0 student, oh, you getting extra. Even if you don't even, you know what I'm saying? If you're on a scout team and you're a 4.0 student, oh, you getting extra for that. They taking care of you.
What I'm saying is, you can't look at my bag if I'm the first one to practice and the last one out.
Yeah.
But you the 15th person in and the second person out. You
And
can't look at my bag if I'm watching 17 hours worth of film and you're only watching the proposed 3 hours of film. Your bag is not gonna be like mine. Get your game up, tie your cleats up tight, put your nose down, go to work and earn a bag.
And to your point with CU's program, it's data driven. If you're highly rated on Coach Mo's system, whether you're seeing the field or not, you're on the spotlight to be taken care of by the collective, by whoever, by Rick George, whoever. Whether it's in the classroom, you carrying your weight. If you're highly rated in Coach Mo's system, you're on the spotlight. You're being taken care of. Whether you're a coach's favorite or not, or whether you're a fan favorite or not, there's ways for you to get spotlighted and get extra and get recognition, regardless of all that. That's how. When we're talking about CU, that's how it works.
All the stuff you're talking about is cute and well and all, and it's cute, but kids nowadays don't think the way y'all are thinking. You guys are old. I want you to know that we're all old here, so we're old heads.
CP is old school. CP is old school.
You know why?
So hit the portal. Hit the portal.
What I want to say. But hold up. That's why I want to say this. We're old, okay, guys. I just want us to step outside of our oldom for a second and understand it from their perspective. Like, I can talk to my daggone teenager for days until I turn blue about studying for the SATs. He's looking at me like, what am I talking about? And then my wife would come back to me and she said, I just had a conversation with him. He didn't hear anything you said. He didn't get anything that you said. He was confused. I said, what the heck is there to be confused about? I told him to study his butt for 2 hours, take a break for 1 hour, go back to studying. And she said he was confused about that. So I just want to get into the brain of these young kids today. All of that good stuff, or put in the work and do all of this stuff. Coach Prime isn't having an issue inviting the girls team on the girls soccer team to the meetings for no reason. Why are these kids not doing the basic stuff? They're not up the mindset. What is it going to take for them to get up to par with their thinking that this is what you got to do? They're football players, but if the soccer players can get it, why is it so hard for these football players to just understand basic concepts? Like, if you do X, Y, and Z, then you will get X, Y, and Z. They're not thinking like this. Why?
That means, Harry, that means they got to change their way of thinking. You've got to change their way of thinking. The thought process, you're right, man, it's way off. Change your way of thinking, you change your life. That's something I had to learn as I got older. Change your way of thinking and you'll change your whole life 110%.
Yeah, but they're
just
not.
That simple. There's no magic.
Okay, so young men, listen to Willie. What Willie's saying, if you guys are listening. But Coach Prime is having a tough time, and I ain't going to, I know when I say tough time, people go, Coach Prime ain't having no tough time. Coach Prime is yelling at these kids for a reason. Okay? These kids are still smoking. All right? They're staying out partying at night. They're still doing a bunch of things that Coach Prime understands that it's not going to get you paid. You want to get paid, and I'm trying to give you the blueprint on how I got paid. But yet here you are, still smoking, still partying late at night. You're not studying, you're not watching tape, but you want to get paid. So this is what we're dealing with. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I'm actually glad Willie cut me off because I was just gonna be petty and say that if you look at the young ladies from the soccer
I'm
team,
sorry.
they're the type. No. I'm joking because of what I'm about to say. I was gonna say if you look at the young ladies from the soccer team, they look like people who don't wear long sleeves when it's cold outside. So that's why they got their stuff together. You look at the young men on Colorado, they look a little different. That's why they don't have their stuff together. But I'm just being petty. I'm just being petty. I'm just making a joke. That's all.
Man. Oh man.
Wow.
But Harry, it's like, I mean, like we like, you know, we spoke about in another, you know, live, was like, I was like, Harry, I hate to correct you, but I gotta correct you. You know what I mean? Like these are young men. They haven't been kids since they turned at least 14. I don't care what state you're in. Since they were 13, they haven't been kids. They've been young men, or very young men.
Mhm.
And how to get it to get them to understand, in my opinion, is meeting it head on, because it's a culture shock coming from high school to college anyway, right?
Mhm.
And with, like I was trying to illustrate, with every successful effort that they're making, they're being recognized and being rewarded. It's just not enough. Why isn't it enough? It's entitlement. You know, it's being a star athlete and being spoiled all the way up. Maybe not in your household, but everybody outside your household looking up to you and spoiling you. How do you fix that? You know what I'm saying? And you,
I gotta.
what do you do home business or not? Who does the home business or not? You know, some things, just because of the pressure and the shock of the culture shock, certain cracks and things come out of you. And that's why you have to make men out of these young men. You have to meet it head on. Iron sharpens iron. You have to chip away at the stone to get into the shape that you need it.
Then
Right?
do you
No
cut
one's
off the
perfect.
money?
No one
Do you
comes in
cut off the
perfect.
money in that case? Wild Dog, do you cut off the money and say you got to earn it? We're not giving you not a dollar if you don't earn it.
But that's what I'm saying to you. There's all the needs are being met. And then if you are putting in the work and being successful in any multitude of areas, you're being recognized and given more. But it's still not enough. That's the point of the issue. That's the point of CP's outburst. It's not that kids aren't being taken care of. He's making sure everything is taken care of. It's just, it's not enough. More and more and more. I want more and more and more. Okay, you get, like you said, you know, you get a dog and then you got to feed the dog. The dog needs a vet. More and more and more. I need more. That's got to be met head on. And like Tennis Channel was talking about, it's about maturity and becoming an adult, and you just got to meet it head on. Make these young men into men.
I got
All
a
right,
point that
go
Urban Meyer
ahead, Phil. Say your point, and then I want to address Mrs. Jane Renee. I want to address what
Okay.
she got on the board, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to be quick with it. Urban Meyer once said, like, show them up to practice. Well, excuse me. Winning is a byproduct of all the little things that you do. And I think this younger generation, they want to be celebrated at each check mark and not when they get across the finish line. And I give you an example so I can brag on my son. He's 7, he's in the 2nd grade. He's reading on the 5th grade level. They had this program at school where if you read 1,000,000 words, you get to ride in a limousine, all this kind of stuff at the end of the year. Well, he made it to 100,000 words. He got celebrated. He made it to 250. He got celebrated. He made it to 500,000. Now he's at 900,000. He's been celebrated every step along the way. So when he gets to 1,000,000 words next month and he has the opportunity to ride in a limousine, it's not gonna feel as special because we're celebrating every little thing that we do. And sometimes just doing the right thing is a part of the process to get you to where you want to be. And I think that's what we have to get these young men and young women to realize in this younger generation is, yeah, you're supposed to show up on time. You're supposed to show up early. You're supposed to stay late. You're not going to get an award for that. Your award comes after you've done that time after time after time, and then you go on the field and kick somebody's butt, and then you get to wear a ring and you get to hold a trophy at the end of the season.
That's a great
All right,
one.
so let me give it to DC. DC Carson Music. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah, I agree with that. You have to be careful telling everybody is all good, you're all the same, you're all great. Because if you do that, then you're going to have a bunch of young men on a football team. If you tell them they're all great, they're going to be sitting there trying to figure out, well, we're all great. Why am I sitting on a bench? And if you tell women you're all tens, they sitting there trying to figure out why they sitting there watching the purses while their girlfriends being asked to dance. You have to sit back and get real with it. Yeah, I went there, but you have to be real with what it is that you gotta paint that picture.
Why is Larry booed up and I'm over here sitting at home by myself?
Right. I mean, the end of the day is
Because
everybody
it's never enough. You keep wanting more and more and more, and the guys are like, I ain't got time for that.
right. You're not. You're if
Oh, man.
again, it's not. Everybody has somebody for somebody, but it's to a point that sometimes, especially as men, because I'm not gonna touch the female side, but you got to be able to look somebody in the face and say, you got to suck it up, and then say, and I'll walk with you and suck it up. But what happens with us? These darn kids, we shake our fists, and then Tennis Channel sitting there saying they gave me a mule when I went to school, so I was good. I'm just playing with your Tennis Channel, but
Everybody, yo,
A mule.
Listen.
But
Cat
DC,
Williams, I'm about to say what Cat Williams told us. Because you are way too comfortable with mediocrity, all right? And because you associate with losers. Anyway, listen.
No,
This
I
is,
will tell you this.
Jay-
Hold on
So,
real quick. I will go in with this because I know see you bust about to say something. And then the thing is, I do say that what sister said. I understand soft girl. I said, but I watched my grandmama wring a chicken's neck and pull the feathers off.
You
That's how it
remember
works.
that?
Yes, I do.
I thought
Yeah,
I was the only one.
I'm old enough to remember all that
I
stuff.
did that. I did that. You didn't do it? You didn't help out?
Oh yeah.
No, I
guys
just sit
here,
there and
guys.
watch
We're
it. Got
showing our
ready
age.
for the chicken was done.
see, DC, I'm
Man, I used to
from
hunt rabbits in the woods barefoot
Hey guys,
with a rock
hold on. We're a
and a
bunch of old guys
slingshot.
showing our age. Let me get this comment and let's deal with this. The soccer players are white girls. They tend to be more disciplined than black boys. I'm not trying to be funny. But it's the truth. Let's deal with that real quick before we go in with these chicken heads or whatever you're talking about.
I played football, soccer, and it's just a different mentality. It's a different culture. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Football, American football is a different culture,
To be more disciplined than black boys.
but it's got nothing to do with the girls. It could be male soccer players. It just soccer comes with a different mentality and culture than American football.
Explain.
If you're a soccer star, it's a different kind of culture and dimension than if you're an American football star.
Football has majority black players and the majority black people. Are you saying that black people can't find a way to be disciplined?
Ooh, good question.
got quiet on that one.
Yeah, because I would say black players that play in soccer are no different. So it's about cultural. The culture of soccer is different than the culture of American football.
Well,
I agree with what Wild Dog is saying.
Culture doesn't really explain discipline unless you're saying that the discipline is being imposed by the players and their parents. So if the parents are imposing discipline in the culture of soccer, then why is it that when you got a majority black players that are in football and it's more of a gladiator sport where people can die, people get injured, they lose limbs and stuff like that, they bleed. Is it more of that gladiator attitude, or is it the parents that are in that culture? They're not as disciplined as the parents that are in the culture of soccer.
I think that, hey, DC, you're going to like this. I was watching Shaq the other day. I think he was on The Pivot. And he said the greatest influence in his life was his dad. And now Shaq I'm pretty sure when he was 13, he said he didn't stop getting the beat and stop getting hit till he was about 13 years old. But Shaq said the number one thing that his dad told him, he said, if you listen to me, you'll be a rich man one day. He said, so most of the kids today don't listen.
Right.
I coach high school sports.
You're not answering the question, Willie. You're doing that thing again. I want to address this.
Do it.
I want to address this. I want to address what's the elephant on the screen right now. that white.
that elephant. Oh, that
Yeah, we're
one.
addressing that
Okay.
elephant right now, and
Yeah,
now you're
yeah,
back into your bag.
Okay.
yeah, Harry. I don't feel that young white girls. That's saying really young people,
Yeah.
young white girls versus young black boys are any more disciplined than one or the other. When you introduce soccer, that's why I was talking about the cultural difference between soccer culture versus ice hockey culture versus American football culture
Okay. Who
versus
mixed the
basketball
culture?
culture.
Waldo, who mixed the
So
culture?
you say white
Waldo.
girls and white boys to white young people. That's
Time
yeah.
out. Time out, Waldo. Time out. This is how I set it up, but you guys kind of like went away from it. Who mixed up the culture? Who is responsible for setting the tune for a culture or the culture? It's the individuals within that culture, correct? So if we have a culture in soccer where there's more discipline, then why is it that we have a majority black sport in football that there is lack of discipline, where you have to bring in a bunch of three white girls to tell you that this is how we conduct ourselves? Why is it that they have a better disciplinary culture than football, which is mostly black?
I have an answer to that, Harry.
Go ahead.
So you're to your specific question about who creates the culture. I think it's the leaders of that group. So parents, grandparents, things of that nature. So you look in the black community, grandparents are getting younger, mothers are getting younger, fathers are getting younger. So that foundation that we had growing up, if you're in your mid 30s and older, where your grandmother, you know what I'm saying, had the fat arms, you know what I'm saying, but she was country strong, you know what
You
I'm
guys
saying,
are
she know how to
really
cook
going in
corn.
today. Fat
Man, look,
arms.
both of my
Grandmother.
grandmothers had fat arms, but they was in the kitchen whipping it up. You know what I'm saying? They had to feed 7 or 8 kids. So I ain't saying
It
like
makes
it's
a
Are
better
you
perfect.
hug.
shaming skinny grandmothers?
Yeah.
Are you
There you
really
go.
shaming skinny grandmothers?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
because they
are, because
can't
the
cook.
big arms
Yeah,
make better hugs.
big.
Yeah.
We need more big back grandmothers.
It's called Big Mama, not Skinny Mama.
There you go.
Down here in North
But no,
That's
Carolina,
why
we
we
call
but
it
call them
Black
Big
chicken
Mama.
grandmothers?
Yeah.
All right, Phil,
Yeah.
go ahead, finish your
but
thought
but
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
killing me right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to land it real quick. So, but I
Go
also
ahead.
think two things can be true. Like I always say on here. And to Wild Dog's point, I think just the sport itself is set up a lot different, and especially at the college level, when you get athletes that are in the non-revenue sports, pretty much anything outside of basketball and football, their mindset is a lot different because they know, yeah, maybe I can quote unquote go pro in this specific sport, but it's not going to pay me the same way that these guys will get in basketball or football. You know what I'm saying? So they have to be a lot more serious with school because they don't have that meal ticket waiting for them going to the pros. They have to, if they're doing engineering, you know what I'm saying, make sure they stay on top of their grades. If they're doing business or whatever the case. So there's a lot more discipline that goes into it because you don't have that light at the end of the tunnel being the NFL or the NBA.
Right. And I think you have to be careful of what we say, like the messaging.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I hear this term of, because I do mentor young ladies as well as young men. And like when you hear the term black girl magic, and it's like, you're not magic just because you're black. You're magic because you have a wand. You're magic because you practice and you practice to be perfect with it. So don't believe that just because you show up, you have it. That's a
How
mantra.
you coming for black
Oh,
girl magic?
all right now,
You're
Listen to
coming
what
for
I'm
black
saying.
girl magic? That's all we
all
have.
right
Like,
now.
No, I'm not
what are we
talking about.
doing?
There's nothing wrong with the
DC, I get your
term.
point. I
But
get your
Preach
point.
it, preach it. I get it too. Preach it.
there's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
the
we got
term.
you, DC. We listening.
It's more so to a point. It's that it's an automatic thing, and it's not just like black excellence. And then like I get on to like even the thing is people say I want a thug, and it's like
because y'all going in right now.
we keep saying we want a thug, but it's like nobody ever says I want an accountant. I want somebody that understands economics. I want so some of the things that we say, and we do it to dudes like, hey, you a baller, you a dog, you the man, you stuff, and then we run around. We have a lot of single parent household because if you tell everybody there's a pimp, then guess what? You can't expect that they're not going to act like pimps. So I think we have to be careful with that. Like my daughters, I have 2 boys, 2 girls. My daughters, they've never had a guy, at least I know of, that they dated. I said, if he don't walk up to this door, look me in the eye, and shake my hand, you ain't going nowhere with him. And that's and people say that's old school. I'm like, well, then guess what? We finna get in the time machine because these are my babies and I'm gonna protect them. And I think dads have to be like that. When we talk about stuff in here, I think what happens with us is that that these kids need to know you care. What we're doing is barking at them versus getting down with them and talking to them. And basically, yes, Marie, I go right and left because, those are two directions, and go forward and backwards too. I'm like a very nice car. I can go where I want.
Stay out of the comments,
Big to a point, I'm messing with Marie. But the point being is
I think
that
she's saying you're getting a little softer. As the show goes on, you soften up on your edges.
Y'all, what you want back? Well, I tell you what then. Check this out. We don't care about no soccer kicking Brittany. We don't care nothing about that.
We don't care.
What we do,
nothing about no soccer kicking.
the bottom line is that because I mentored the young man. The main thing I sit back and always start with looking a man in the eye and shaking his hand. Y'all can learn a lot about these kids by just looking them in the eye. And I think now going back to where Coach Prime is experiencing, a lot of older people get frustrated because it takes a while. And I'm sure Wild Dog and CU Buffs, it takes a moment to get their trust. Because you ain't gonna if they don't trust you, you can't get them to do nothing. And I think that so let me say my praise of Dion. I like that Dion because they know he cares.
Marie wants to come on. Hold on, guys. Marie wants to come on, but she didn't send no email. I didn't see your email yet, Marie, so I'm going to put this back on the screen. But Ron Tate heard something y'all said, and he got upset, and he wants to come on and say and speak his talk.
I'm sure it's for me, but come on, bring it.
But Harry.
DC.
Oh,
DC.
hello, gentlemen.
Hold on, guys.
Hello.
Ron Tate, welcome to the show. I'm sure you heard something, but go ahead and speak your talk. It's free for all Friday.
listen, man. I come bringing olive leaves and white doves in peace, in remembrance of the no-fly zone, and for all the haters of Coach Prime. We're gonna talk in peace today.
Oh man.
Oh my God!
you too late.
You guys are talking about the Power 5 players, the NFL, the NBA, the hockey league, the NFL. How many rounds do they have now? How many? 32 teams.
7 rounds.
7 rounds.
7 rounds, and then you got the morning after, what they consider the 8th round.
Right.
The morning
So
after.
you're talking about 260 to 300 players each year, out of tens of thousands of players. It's not the culture. It's not the culture in any sport. It's the individual that has the best talent. No, it's the individual that has the best talent and the mindset to apply that talent to the sport. That's the difference. That's why it's not flooded. 500 players. Oh my gosh, we've got 11 elite players on our team. No, you don't have that. You have a select group each year that gets selected, and those are the ones who have the talent and the wherewithal and the mindset to become professionals. That's the difference. It's not culture. I mean, you can't say that soccer players, the ladies that were speaking to the team, that their upbringing or their culture is different than black males. No, because the NFL is full of black males. The NBA is full of black males. The soccer league is full of black males. It's not the culture. It's the mindset. It's the mindset of Michael Jordan. It's the mindset.
What comes first, the mindset or the culture?
The
chicken and the egg. What comes first?
Listen. No,
Hey, Harry, I have a question.
your culture is going to give you your life experience.
No, when I said culture, I wasn't talking about race. I was talking about the sport culture. About being specific, I'm talking about the sport culture.
Okay.
And not racial or ghetto or demographic culture.
Right. Okay. All right. I see you moonwalking, but that's all right. That's okay. Listen, but it still is.
What comes first? Mindset? Because, and the reason why I'm asking this is because if I live in Liberia, I'm from Africa, right?
Yes.
When I come to the United States, I'm not thinking like the regular African American that's in America, right? I'm not thinking of anything. The only thing that I'm thinking about is I gotta go to school, get a good education, and then I do whatever else I want. So my mindset came from the culture that I was in,
Yes.
the people that I was surrounded by, and what they were
hmm
telling me, right?
That's right.
All right. So then,
Yes.
what comes first, the mindset or the culture?
Okay. Listen. When you have a child, someone was speaking of the accomplishments of their child a few minutes ago. When you have a child, there's a point in life where your experiences and your upbringing are no longer going to be reaching that child the way they did as they were growing up. There's going to be a point in time now they're going to take their perception of what they've learned, where they want to go, and how they want to get there. Now they're going to apply their mindset to their abilities to move forward. I have a player who I love and wish he was still with Colorado, because there's no one that can't tell me that you envision this young man in the NFL, and he still may land there. Bishop Thomas. This is a perfect example, and listen, I love that guy. I do. This is the guy that has the innate ability, the doggishness that everyone's talking about, the difference that you see in that guy that's good and that guy that has the ability to be great. And he's one of those individuals. Is he using his talent that we saw to the best of his ability to reach his goal? I don't know. Is he meeting all the meetings, meeting all the requirements? Does he have that mindset to apply his ability that we all saw that would allow him to reach his goal?
See,
That's
Harry, I
all.
would say
But
this,
how can you
Harry.
have a mind? How can a mindset be before the culture if for instance the mindset has to be taught? Nobody's born with the mindset, right? You
Harry,
can't
I'm
be
a,
No, no,
born
no.
with
I'm
it.
gonna
I'm not
back it
saying
up.
the mindset comes before the culture. No, I'm not saying that. There comes a point in time where you apply what you've learned, what you've been taught educationally, culturally, your life experiences, when you will apply that through your mindset and your abilities and your gifts to allow you to reach with your ultimate goal.
But see, this is why we say that, Harry, from that biblical standpoint, that's where we train up a child in the way that they
That's
should
right.
go. So when they get
That's right.
older, they don't
They will
depart,
not. They
and
will
and
not
Show
they
you
can
depart.
right.
go back to those things. So that's kind of where, like, and I agree
What is
with that.
that? Culture or mindset? What is that?
That is a
The
mindset, a heart set too. It's a mindset
Yeah.
and a heart set.
So let me speak to something right quick before I go in this bad signal area on this back road. It's something you said earlier, DC, and I want to say this is what I do with my kids as far as football and my household. And I get a little contention in my household with this method. Method is there's no reward for doing what you're supposed to do. As
Mm,
the kids in my household, you're supposed to do your chores. You're
mm.
supposed to get a 4.0, or you're
It's like
supposed to do
tithes
the
and
best that
offerings.
you're
Mm,
All
supposed to do the
right.
best that you can. You do the best that you can do. You're supposed to get A on the roll, B on the roll. You're supposed to be a good kid and follow directions and do this. There's no reward for that. The reward comes when you go over and beyond what is expected or what you're supposed to do. You,
preach.
you,
mm.
you understand what I'm saying? So because when you go to work, you get paid for 40 hours. You get paid $18. You're never going to get more than $18 an hour. You're never going to get that $800 a week unless you do what? Overtime. You don't get compensated extra until you do extra and above what is expected of you to
Come on
do.
now.
And so now what's going on? These parents, these coaches, and all this stuff, like you said, they're giving the kid a hooray at 1,000 words. They're giving the kid a hooray at 100,000 words. No, you hold all that in until you get to the million, and once it go past the million, then you give them praise and you give them extras. I don't buy my kids a new pair of shoes because they came home and got the honor roll. That's what they for. but that's what you're supposed to do. You'll get
Yeah.
some new shoes for me, especially if they $100-$200. You'll get new shoes for me when the teacher calls me 3 times in a month and say, "Hey, man, your child is just outstanding. He's been a leader in class. He's been a leader in the school." And that's the problem now. That's where the entitlement comes in. That we're rewarding these kids for the mediocre things that they supposed to do versus rewarding them and giving them hoorays and data boys for doing extra, and it's hurting our
When they
society.
exceed those things. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said earlier, if your need is transportation, a bike is transportation. You don't require a Bentley because you haven't earned a Bentley.
So then I have a question. So if at the end of the day, right, you're saying who is responsible, or where do they get the initial thing to understand that this is what I'm supposed to be doing? This is what I understand. And Marie, welcome to the show. I'll get you in a second. Thank you for calling in. Where are they getting, because nobody grows up understanding this is what you're supposed to do, right? So you gotta, as a parent or a coach, you gotta communicate that and say, these are my expectations. And then if you fall under these expectations, then this is how there gotta be something there where it's communicated so that everybody understands. It's not an innate ability, right? So,
Right, Harry B. That's like Ron Tate was saying, like the foundation of this and that. But at some point, the individuals had to take the foundation that you provided with them and go into their own world and the things they learn themselves and apply it. Right. So when it comes to these, sorry, I'm losing my thought. So when it, dang it.
Let me bring Marie in. Marie, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Something pricked your ear and you are ready to unleash. Welcome.
Hey, Harry, panel. No, I'm not ready to unleash, but I agree with what Ron was saying and Wall Dog, and a lot of guys made some good points today. But I do understand what DC was saying about train up a child in the way that they should go, but also because that's the word. But also you have to have something within yourself to want to do better. So just like growing up, I may not have had like a role model to say, hey, do this, do that. But I knew that I wanted to do better, and I wanted better for my child or my children. So at some point, a person has to take accountability for themselves and do the work if you want better out of your life. So that's my 2 cents on that. But also, wait a minute, DC wanted to smoke with me all day. What you on, DC?
Well, first of all,
all that nonsense in the chat.
Well,
What?
first of all, I love that your voice sounds like you can make a pound cake from scratch. I love it.
Check.
What the heck are we doing
All right now.
Oh, snap.
Hey, pound cake can be shipped. I'd like a pound cake mailed to me.
Yes. Second,
I love
No, man, I make red velvet, German chocolate cake, hummingbird cake. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but yes, okay.
hummingbird
check out the
Marie.
How much you charge for the red velvet?
Lord have mercy. I just want to make sure this is not a sexist show.
Marie,
DC is turning this into my YouTube. This is not a sexist comment.
It's not. It's not.
Cordial.
Marie,
you want to put that out there?
Yes,
She's
absolutely.
not going to be naked in the kitchen, barefoot.
Absolutely. I didn't say that. Okay? I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You didn't say that for any of the other males who can cook pound cakes. You just said that about the lady. So
she reminds me of a favorite auntie.
Let's be fair, DC. You never said that Wild Dog sound like he can make a mean cake. You ain't said none of that for any of the dudes.
Okay, well, Wild Dog sounds like he can make a mean brisket from Texas.
I can make a mean brisket. I can make some mean lemon pepper chicken. There you go.
Right. So my thing is, Marie, do you put the pecans on it?
Is there a cake without pecans? Come on, man.
You know what? CU is going all the way. Dynasty. Absolutely. I'm now a fan, Marie. Colorado, buffs. You got me.
Oh,
Marie,
Harry B,
you got him
I
cheerleading now. You got him cheerleading. Way to go, girl.
I
Way
know.
to go.
hey Harry B,
Listen,
I gathered my thought on what I was trying to address your question.
please go ahead.
But like Ron Tate was saying, you set the foundation, but then the individual has to go, on their own, make their own way. I think what we're seeing at CU is what we call peer pressure. And this goes back to people keep talking about coaching or this and that. And I've been harping as best I can on player leadership.
Yeah.
I think the conversation that Coach Prime is having doesn't even necessarily need to be with everybody, but with the player leadership. That's where it's lacking. You got to have the proper peer pressure, inner policing, and leadership. That's the core issue, I believe, that CU needs to address moving forward is with the player leadership.
I got a question for DC. Speaking on what he was just talking about on leadership, do you believe? What do you think? What's your take on leadership? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. One thing I'm gonna say is that,
Okay.
man, Ron, you gave me some stuff to chew on, brother. I gotta chew on that. That was some good stuff. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that again because that right there, woo, that's pretty deep. But continue, Willie.
Okay. Do you believe that leadership, and this could be open to the panel, do you believe that leadership is taught, or is a person pretty? I've always heard, what you're a born leader. You guys heard that before, a born leader. You believe it's taught, or is it are you born with that in-depth thing?
I believe that leadership is like athletic ability, and you're born with it. However, you can develop it. And I also believe, just like athletic ability, you have to develop it to be your peak. So, for example, John Maxwell has a book. It's that if I'm a leader on a scale of 1 to 10, if I am an 8, or if I'm a 3 as a leader, I can't make 4s and 5s and 6. I can only make leaders up to my capacity. It's one reason why I like Coach Prime, because he can bring people up. That's for you, Marie. But so I think what happens though is that
DC,
my
you better stop
yes.
throwing me. You better stop throwing me in there. Now, if you have a question for me, a statement for me to respond to, then do that.
Oh no. That was more so of just the positive comment of Coach Prime. That is it, beloved. But the thing is that I think that you have to have that, and that be the concern I have with Coach Prime or the Colorado are the leaders level 8s, or are they just very good technical, but really is a leadership 4 or 3? And then the same thing with some of the kids on the young men on the team. Do you have some good leaders, or do you have them at a level of 3 and 2s? Because you do need to have solid leadership. So again, long way of saying it, but true. I do believe leadership is like an athletic ability, but it has to be developed.
I got a question. So I don't know if Tennis had a point to asking that question, but based on what you're saying, that it's going to be very difficult when you have a 40-40-20 scheme on recruiting, because that means that you are losing your leaders every year. Does that matter? Because you're losing leaders every year. Because if your leaders are the older guys and the guys with more experience, and those guys are the U-Haul players, and you got to return your U-Haul every year, then how does that work with team synergy?
Harry, sometimes the leaders aren't the older guys. I'm gonna give you an example that I heard on the field one time. At the end of the practice or at the end of the session, they ask for somebody to step up. Or somebody, okay, break, get us out of here. Well, it was the freshman guy that stood up and that came out and broke the team and everything. And one of the older players made a gesture to that. He said, "Oh, the new guy." So that means that you have some younger players that have that, like DC was saying, have that ability, but it has to be taught. But some of them just have that ability; they'll just step right on up. So,
but what's the likelihood of the young people always stepping up, especially when you have old guys? If it's not a natural leader, right? If the young guy's not a natural leader, they'll feel a little intimidated trying to step up or say anything when you got a bunch of old guys who's been there for like 4 years, 5 years, when they're constantly hugging the mic, right?
So I'll ask you this, Harry. So I'll ask you this. We talk about the recruiting of freshmen is like, that's old way of doing it. But could you imagine a young man that has been under Coach Prime for 4 or 5 years? Can you imagine the type of leader he is? That's why I think we can't just
Travis, well, not Shiloh, but Shador Travis, yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? So like when people say, he don't need to freshman, he needs to portal, understand if he's able to take somebody and develop them by year 3 and 4, and you got a couple of those on the team, and everybody didn't have to be a leader, but if you got like 10 or 12 or even just 8 within like 100 people, about 8 to 10 leaders on that team, the stuff that can be done is phenomenal. So I would just caution folks from getting this. He don't need freshmen. It's not about developing necessarily his players. It's developing his leaders.
You were lining me up to unleash.
No, I'm saying is that, can you tell me what you think, what a team, if he had 8 to 10 freshmen he's getting in and he develops them, what do you think they are by, not just as football players, where do you think they would be at year 3 or 4 as leaders?
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
Let me say something real quick to what Phil was just talking about. If you go,
Phil was just talking. Who's Phil? Phil wasn't talking.
That wasn't Phil. That was DC.
That was DC. Yeah.
Okay.
DC?
What DC was just talking about. If you go to, and I said this on your panel before, but for those that don't understand what he's talking about, if you go look at Tim Tebow's documentary, it's gonna lay out everything that DC just spoke on about that leadership and having those guys for a few years, and how it was a bunch of those guys in there that were leaders, but they all had a common goal of winning the national championship. But it was one individual, and I think he was a freshman or a sophomore at the time. He had the ability to play with them, but he wouldn't rise into the level. His work ethic wasn't rising to the level of those juniors and those seniors to accomplish the common goal.
So so what are you saying? I guess I'm trying to understand, like, what exactly are you saying?
So DC was just stating that, just imagine what the type of leaders that he would have if he had those guys for like 3 or 4 years. I look at Travis, I look at Shador, I look at Shiloh. Yeah, the type of the difference of leaders that I see in them versus what I see on that documentary is totally different. I feel like they leaders to a certain degree, but not that get in your face and tell you what you need type of leader.
Well,
Yeah, and then like the Tim Tebow thing, you got multiple leaders and multiple different styles.
That's
Because
right.
different styles applies at different times in different situations.
Right.
There's times where I've been a leader and I know I've had to defer because, I grew up around the government and military. I'm far too militant. Even when I'm trying to be soft, I can still be abrasive.
So so at the end of the day, the players that we got, they have to understand where they fall in. They have to understand where they are, as whether they're a leader or whether they are just role players. I think the staff, the coaches, Coach Prime and his team, they have to set the precedent and understand where these players are. And I want you to speak on this. I want you to give me your thoughts on this. Why is there still confusion about who is who in that locker room? Why is there still confusion about the roles that each player has in that locker room, especially when they've been there for several months? And that's the luxury that we didn't have last year. So a lot of the players have been there, and still at this point in the journey, when we're almost at spring football, and right after spring, a lot starts moving really fast. So why is it that some of those young men still don't understand what their role is in that locker room?
Harry,
And,
I want to speak on that. Harry, I totally disagree with that. saying
Okay.
that the individuals in the locker room, I want to use your term, I want to push back on that a little bit.
Yes.
That I don't think that is the issue at all.
Okay.
They understand, they have the information, and individuals at the Power 5 level, I would bet 75% of that team was a leader at some point in time in their life, whether it was through the leading through their athletics or verbalizing. And I don't think, and also I don't think you're going to find any football player that is inherently soft or really. Football players are really aggressive, and they don't have a problem if someone has a switch that goes on in them to be a leader. They don't have a problem to stand up. If this person never said anything all year and they have something to say, they won't have a problem standing up and voicing whatever they have to say to the team at that moment. So we can't take leadership on any football team or in any athletics and put a cookie cutter on it. And we can't say that, or make an assumption that there's confusion. I think there are leaders on that offensive line. I think there are leaders on the defensive line. I think the offense has a couple leaders. Defensive backfield has a couple leaders. With I believe Travis is more of a show me type of guy, and a teaching type of guy instead of in your face type of guy. I think Shiloh would do both. He'll explain the play to you, and also jump in your butt if you're not doing your job. And I think Shador is a leader in and of because of his ability. And I don't think he's a grab your face mask type of guy. I think he's a rah-rah or teaching and encouraging type of guy. So you have various types of leaders in that locker room. I don't think there's any confusion, and I don't think there's any confusion about leadership. I don't think there's any confusion about what the purpose and the cause and their goal for being in there. I don't think there's any confusion at all.
So you're talking about more so of
Harry.
situational or occupational leadership, and I agree with you, and I see that in them. I think, when you went back to what Tim was saying, it's kind of that whole, organizational. That's why I studied Coach Prime, because that whole organizational development leadership, where you're having the internal ones outside of the normal structure that are positional. Like you have that two types of leadership style. That's positional leadership, and then there's relational leadership. And then and what we're talking about is that, hey, Coach Prime, because of his position as leadership, but that people within the team, because of the way they build relationships, that's where they are like strong. But then you also have those subsets of like occupational and situational ones.
Hey, also I agree with you, Harry, and pretty much the other brother that was on there too. Listen, I think that right now at this point, it's not in array, but it's still being developed. Notice how Prime says certain things. He's still developing. And DC, you talked about this earlier, how leaders can be developed. So a lot of the attitudes, what he's doing, he's shaping and molding, and he's using every technique that he yells sometimes. Then the other time you see him pulling a player off to the side, and he's sitting there explaining to him, this is what I need you to do. So I think once it all comes together, and that's where we're in the stage of this thing now, because you got a whole lot of new people on the team. But then you've got some older people that were there last year that understand, and I don't think they're going to be the ones that's going to go anywhere. They understand what Coach Prime is saying. So it's still developing. It's still in that stage. But I guarantee you by the time the first game gets here, it's going to be some rough edges, but they're going to pull it together because we have those type of people on the team this year. That's what I believe.
Hey, Harry.
Yes, go ahead.
I think that there are different types of leadership styles. Some folks are more authoritarian. Some folks sit back and lead that way. On the team, I believe that the kids that are there, they know who the leaders are, and I think the followers are the ones that that naturally gravitate to those leaders, because at some point in everybody's life they need some guidance. So they know who the leaders are, who's going to get them on track with what they need to be doing at this stage. So I don't think there's confusion. But I do believe that some leaders, they need more cultivating, developing, so that when the ones that are seniors that are leaving, someone else will step up. So I don't believe that there is a confusion in the locker room.
I don't know.
Hey
Why
Harry.
I don't know
Hey,
why they keep saying confusion. I don't think there was a confusion in the locker
well,
room, but
well,
I
hey
feel like
Harry. Oh,
some of the young men need to understand at this point in time in their journey with CU, they need to understand like what the mission is. Whether there's confusion or not, I don't know that there's confusion, but I think they need to now understand, hey man, get with the program. This is why we're here. We're here for one mission, is to get that natty. So if we're here for that, fall in line. Do you not understand where your place is? At this point in time, everybody should understand what role they're playing. I don't think there should be any type of people not understanding where they fall in. Where do you play? You know your position. You know the people who are trying the hardest in their position. You know who, if you're studying as hard as this person, you know what the situation is. So what is going on and why is it that they're not getting it? We don't want to go back to the little white girls, right? We
yeah.
don't want to go deal with that again. But I need those young black men and those young white men that are in that locker room to get with the program. All right. We're not
Hey
playing
Harry
around.
B. Yeah, hey, Harry B. Like, to go to your point, like, I agree with Tennis Channel. I agree with Marie, and I don't want to distract from the positivity. I agree that there's leaders on the team, and I agree that the players and the coaches know who the leaders are, and they're seeing and know who the dogs are. I think the problem and people labeling it as confusion is because that is the fruit of the enemy. I think we have a couple of deceivers, right? A couple of deceivers who know who the leaders are. They know who the dogs are, but they're reaching. They're reaching for more or grasping for more instead of selling into their role. And if they don't buy into their role, then they have to go. I think this is what people are seeing, and they're
And
identifying
that's
as
where the
confusion.
transfer portal is going to be buzzing because people don't
Exactly.
understand. Like,
So there might even be good players who aren't going to be a fit because they're refusing to. They're on their own individual mission, which is part of the problem we had last year with the so-called what we were labeling me ball. It was about people reaching, trying to get more, do more than who they are or where they were. They're trying to be a leader, but you know who the leaders are. They're trying to be a
right.
dog, but you know who the dogs are. Do your role. Your role is just fine. The league is full of so-called three-star role players. There's room for everybody. Everybody can eat. And if you're not down with that, if you're not going to be a fit, then you need to go.
Man, great points, Waldog. I
And
agree.
that's and I got and that's where I was getting at. And let me play this clip for you guys because this is what's the name? What's his name? Andre Drummond. He had a clip on he has a clip online, and I want to this is what I was talking about, and I want to end with this. And I don't know that I can play this on I can't put this on the computer. Can you hear this? X, Y, and Z. This is not what this
I get
is,
it.
fellas. And the sooner you guys realize it is the better. But to be pouting on the bench, making faces, not cheering your teammates on when we're down 8 the entire game, come back and go up by 3, and you're not celebrating that, I'm gonna tell you something. Fellas, I was that guy. I was $100 million guy. I was pouting. I was upset when I wasn't playing. And I had a bad attitude. I went from $100 million to a league minimum. It's a personal story I'm sharing with you guys right now. They don't care how many rebounds you get, how many threes you make. They care about you being as a person. Are you a good teammate? Are you a good locker room guy? Are you someone they can count on each and every night? I talk about consistency. You play 100% every single time you step on that floor. Consistency, fellas. Consistency. Story. Did y'all hear that?
I did. I heard.
Yeah, I missed the very beginning, but yeah.
I did. Yeah.
So I think this is a good note to end on is people understanding their roles, people understanding at CU, like, hey man, look, we get it. You were the man at your school, you come from Beaufort, Georgia, you come from wherever in Florida, IMG, I get it. Y'all were the ish, you know what I'm saying? We get it. But you're here at CU now, and you gotta fall in line, bro. It's time for you to fall in line because April 27th is right around the corner. All right.
Preach.
Don't be out here, you know what I'm saying, being a detractor from our team. If you know that you're going to be falling into that transfer portal, then go quietly, bro. Go quietly. But this is time for us to all now gather around the mission that Coach Prime has put before us. So if you just here being a distractor, then young men whoever's listening to me, just go quietly. But this ain't no time for us to be, you know what I'm saying, not understanding where we fall in. Travis Hunter is not leaving that wide receivers room. So get with the program. He ain't leaving that wide receivers room. And you know that he's not leaving that DB room. You know that. Eat that. Deal with it, bro. Like it is what it is. So deal with it. So here we are. But what you're not going to do is cost us another whole year of preparation. You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with it. You're not going to cost us a whole nother year of infighting where you're disgruntled and you're going to be out here costing us time of development because we need to win. We need to win now because we need the recruitment to start happening so Coach Prime can accomplish the things that he wants to accomplish. I don't know that Colorado doesn't have talent. Colorado has the talent, but now you get those guys that are in there that are just being detractors now. And that's where I'm at with it. I'm like, look, man, get with the program, bro. You're not the man, or you are the man. But understand where you are. Understand where you fall in at. And you've been there long enough to understand either you're the man or you're not the man. You're the backup or you're not the backup. Where are we at right now? Like, everybody just stop playing games and let's get real with these kids. Somebody needs to slap those kids in the head and say, hey, man, listen, man. Bro, you're not a starter, bro. Or, hey, man, you're a starter, but shut up and become a leader if you are a starter. Act like a leader and stop trying to flaunt whatever you got in front of these kids. Lead the kids or lead these other young men instead of trying to make them feel less than you are. So that's where I'm at with it. And that's what I'm reading into this team. That's what I'm reading. And I hope nobody takes that the wrong way to think that I'm trying to crap on the kids or to say that there's confusion in the locker room. It's not confusion. It's just people need to fall in line so we can get this program moving forward. That's where I'm at with it.
Hey,
so
Harry,
go ahead.
You just described, probably 95% of the Power 5 teams. You just described most of the NBA teams. You're going to have that friction, that disgruntled individual. You're going to have one or two.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lucky, just one. So it is on every. There hasn't been a team that I participated on from Little League on up to the NFL that there wasn't an individual or a couple of individuals that were disgruntled and complaining.
Mm-hmm.
It's inherent in the sport, in team sport. It's inherent. Those that get it, that what you're saying, get in line. Those that get it and everything aligns, those are the ones that become champions.
Right. So you got to clap for your teammates. That's what Andre Drummond was saying. Like, bro, this is about understanding where you are and your opportunity that they gave you. If you know you're not the starter, but you're on the sideline and you're disgruntled when we score a touchdown, you don't even hype up your own team. You know what I'm saying? That's where they're paying attention to. Are you the next man up, or are you just going to be a disgruntled kid that's not going to participate in the synergy of the team? That's where I'm at. So understand who you are. Understand that you're not the guy or you are the guy, and just participate, because this is a personnel. This is a personnel thing that we're in here. So if you're not the guy, are you going to be there complaining about what you don't have, what you do have, or are you going to be a team player? Because like he said, the NBA does that too. And guess what? Also, the NFL does that too. So we're preparing you for the NFL. if your number hasn't been called, you know what you got to do? You got to pretend like everything is all good. However you feel, man, you got to skirt that. You got to put that under your belt. Like, just eat that. Eat it. Whatever you do. Like, life is ain't fair, bro. Eat it and let's play football. All right? When your number is called, just make sure you're ready. Final thoughts on today's show. Tim, we're coming to you. Who's first? Let's go to CU Buff Dynasty. CU Buff Dynasty, final thoughts on today's show, guy.
Hey, great show, man. I appreciate conversating with everybody, the different viewpoints. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get a chance to really shoot down DC and Phil, but they said some things today that I kind of agree with. So, you know, I'm going to put the gun back in the holster, man. I appreciate the opportunity, Harry. You know what I'm saying? And great show, man. Great show.
Well, appreciate that, man. All right, Tim Smith, what is your final thoughts on today's show, brother? He's gonna unmute in a second.
Oh, there you go. Another great show, man. Enjoyed, you know, the topics and everybody viewpoints. I just hope everybody buy in. These young men, they got great opportunity in front of them. I hope they just make the best of the short amount of time that they're gonna be there.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point, man. Bro, you're getting a meal. You're getting a meal. You're building friendships. Hey, man, a lot of people don't get that free education. It's not really free, but you're getting education. Man, it's like, if you can just think about that, it's people out here trying to get to college can't afford it. But anyway, Marie S., you know, it was a short time lived on the show, on the panel. But what are your final thoughts on today's show, please?
Oh yeah, I wanted to speak after DC so I could have the word after him. Because I know
DC, look what you done started, man.
You want DC to go first?
Yes, please.
Do you think
Marie is giving her time to you so she can go after you?
Now, Harry, and all of y'all should know me well enough. Only a fool is taking that deal. You're not going to come back and punch me.
Age before beauty. Go ahead, DC.
I'm 87. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 87.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Drink a lot of water. That's what I do. All right. Well, since I know somebody gonna bring the heat to me or whatever, I do want to say is that, all jokes aside, a lot of dynamics is going. There's a lot of great things that Colorado is doing. It is a really good case study for organizational development. I think they will be fine. I'm curious though what that portal is going to happen with it, because if they lose too many people, and again, it's not necessarily the starters, but kind of like the leaders or people that, you know, were kind of pushing people. If you lose them, you know, now too many, then what kind of team do you have going into the fall? Because now you have it just almost like last year, where if you have a too much of an exodus, then you can run into some issues. And finally, to me, it looks like they just from that video, they still got some poison on the team that they need to get rid of. But hopefully they'll take care of that. I'll yield.
All right, Marie, it's all you.
Hey, Harry, I think this was a good show again. I enjoyed everybody's comments. Tim has some great comments today, and Ron Waldog. Everybody did except DC. No, I'm just kidding, DC. I wanted to make that. I just wanted to throw that little jab in before we got offline. I'm just kidding. But you do, man. You always provoking something, man. Anyway, great show, Harry. Thanks. And I only jumped on because DC always have something to say.
Well, DC's a provocateur, which is good for the show. So I really appreciate when he comes on. I know when he comes on, we about to have a good show.
Yeah, I know, but stop commenting to me. Stop, putting comments in the chat to me, so I don't have to come on.
So you're trying to say
that, then you don't come on the show. So I kind of
well, I mean, I'm trying to be like that song. Don't ask my neighbor. I'm coming to you.
Marie, he's just baiting you. When you're on in the chat like that, he's setting you up. He knows you're gonna come
It is, and it's all love. Really,
I like it.
Yes.
I'm just having fun.
Don't change for Marie. Keep lining them up because they'll come on the show. All right, Ron, it's your mic, man. Take the mic away.
Listen, Marie, do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. It is not love. DC here is to seek and destroy.
Oh my
You
gosh.
need that double edge, that spy in there. And that's what
Yes, sir.
DC is. He's there just in case we make it to the national championship and we're playing Alabama.
Oh my gosh.
He's here to take back
God
some
forbid.
some needed information that would help them get over the hump. So
I
that's the
agree
purpose.
with you, Ron. I agree.
That's the purpose of DC. And
Sheesh. Can you imagine if you face this Georgia or Alabama in the finals? What?
Hey, listen, and I do want to speak on this. DC's talking about, okay, our depth is going to leave and jump into the portal. Our leaders of the team are going to jump into the portal. We're going to go in there with a middle school team into the season in the fall. Oh, please, DC, stop it. Stop it.
Get them.
Those individuals that are locked in on that depth chart are dogs. Those individuals that are locked in on that first team are dogs. Those individuals that are leading this team, they're not going anywhere. I know secretly you're probably trying to plant that seed for them, but it's not going to work. They will be there in the fall.
Ron is cooking.
I know. And no rebuttals on the final thoughts either, DC.
and listen, hey, Tim, I had to come in strong because I think when I got on Harry B about the no-fly zone, I got shut out. I couldn't catch up with you guys. You were 12 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and I changed jobs, so I was all over the place trying to catch up. So the only reason I found you guys, I put a tracker on DC, and I knew he was going to be somewhere around.
DC, I'm sorry, but I might have to give you the mic again, bro, because he coming hard for you.
I got you back, Mary.
They're tracking you, baby. They're tracking you.
That's all right. I'll just change from Ron Tate to Ron Hate DC. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
All right, Wild Dog, it's on you, brother. It's your mic.
Hey, thank you, Harry B. Look, just what we covered today in this show is like, look, you have to continually to seek and bring in the best available talent, regardless of the position. Okay, and then the position rooms, you got to fill them up. And in this era of this with the transfer portal, you want your position rooms overflowing because for any number of reasons, you're going to lose somebody, right? And then let's not be concerned about football scholarships because we seen last year, witness with Coach Prime use a commercial NIL to fund a walk-ons schooling. I've illustrated how even though I had football offers, my focus was on academic scholarships because regardless of whether you wanted me to play or not, whether I was injured or not or whatever, my focus was on my academics, number one. So you can have somebody on a different type of academic scholarship, multi-sport scholarship, or some kind of grant, or even, as we've seen, even receiving financial aid to get funding. So it's not always about, college, about the football scholarships. And then, as we reiterated, with peer pressure, with these young men coming into their own, they have their foundation, but they're in this landscape and they're still trying to figure it out, right? The coaches, the CP and the coaches are providing the leadership and the guidance. But again, I'm going to double down on player leadership. To make that turn, I'm sorry, I can't remember who was making the point. The really good teams, right? When they make that turn, it's the player leadership, that core player leadership that gets everyone to buy in, to have solidarity to get it done. Everybody accepting their role and getting it done together under one accord. And I'll give it back to you, Harry B. Thank you.
All right, so Willie, it's your goal, man. You got the microphone, brother.
My final thing would be to any CU player that's out there that's listening. You got a fan base here, man, that love you guys. Matter of fact, you guys are the only one that help us keep our sanity. You know, watching you play and watching where you guys come from all over the country and everything like that. So, I appreciate this show because we don't talk about a lot about X's and O's. I think we go beyond the X's and O's because football is more than just X's and O's. There's a whole lot more that goes with it. So if you guys
Thank
are
you.
listening, know that you got a base here, that love you and want you guys to succeed. And I don't know if anything we say on this channel gets your attention or get you guys to want to change anything, but you guys got coaches there, coaches that's concerned about you. And, like I said, it helps me to stay sane, help keep my sanity, keeps me going. I don't get pissed off at anybody a lot. Shout out to DC. Love you, baby. Love you. But that's all I pretty much want to. Harry, love the show. You my man. Stay more in contact with you on some email stuff. Even though you never answer my last email, but that's okay. I know you're a busy man. I'll be watching your program. But this is a good thing. It's really a powerful thing because there's a lot of positivity here, and we keep it that way. I love the way that we keep it. Yeah, we got some little questionable things that we do, and not questionable, but it's all in fun. We're having fun with it. I think we're gonna have a great season, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so if y'all want to stick around for my final thoughts, I wanted to put my final thoughts in the end of the show because I don't know how many people are going to be still watching, and I want to do this for a specific reason. Now, the reason why I wanted to do it this way is because of this. The video that I put out, the video that I put out for the one that says on the thumbnail, it says "Hater Alert," where the writer Mark Knudsen or whatever his name is, Knudsen, where he went in. He's a Colorado writer who went in on Coach Prime, and he was asking a lot of questions, and he was posting a lot of things that Coach Prime doesn't deserve and stuff like that. And I say this: a lot of the detractors that detract away from Coach Prime are actually detractors that are Trump supporters. And if you are a Trump supporter, please listen to me. I understand this is not about it's not about politics, but I want to say this: a lot of the Trump supporters really support Trump to all the way to the death, right? They understand, they support him, and they don't care who he is, how he deals with, how he does his dealings. Trump is the number one self-promoter. He understands that. But I want to understand why is it that a lot of the Trump supporters who would support Trump and the type of office that he occupies as a president, or that he occupied as a president, right? How is it that if there's any one office where you don't do a self-promotion is the people's office. Coach Prime is not in a people's office. Coach Prime is in the office of entertainment. Football is entertainment at a school. People don't understand that. People think it's education. Football is an entertainment wing of the school. And Coach Prime has always been an entertainer, right? So if there's any place where you do self-promotion and where you go for self and you understand NIL, it's always understandable that you should go for self. All right. So we get that. So why is it that the Trump supporters, why is it that they don't understand Coach Prime when he does self-promotion? Because Mark, he laid out a whole bunch of stuff about how he was trying to pin Coach Prime against Coach Tad Boyle, who is the men's basketball coach at CU, and saying that Coach Boyle is doing all of the right things. He's staying humble. He's quietly doing his recruiting. Coach Boyle is not against Coach Prime. Coach Boyle, he has his mentality. He has his way of doing things. Not everybody in the world that coaches is the same way as it's the same way. All right. Chip Kelly has his way. Every coach have their thing. Coach Prime is different. So to pin one coach against another coach is kind of silly. But the bigger overarching conversation that I wanted to have, and I wanted to bring this up in the beginning of the show, but I said, let me put it at the end, is the fact that you have all of these Trump supporters who are the detractors of Coach Prime, but they're always saying the things that their guy does, which is Trump, is okay. But he's in a more of an accountability office, but it's okay for him to do that on this hand, to be a president who's a showboater who does all of these things, but it's not okay for Coach Prime to do. Is there anything, can anybody make that make sense for me?
They got
Because
Ron Tate written all over that one. Go Ron.
But I want to understand why I said that a lot of the Trump supporters who detract from Coach Prime, but they support Trump. How can you support a guy who, when he gets into his element, he's like, well, I'm a popular president. I don't know why why are they coming against me? He's selling gold shoes, gold-plated shoes. This guy is selling Bibles, okay? Coach, like, he's selling Bibles. I'm telling you, like, he's selling gold shoes and he's selling Bibles. And if you don't believe me, I'll show you. He's selling a Bible. That's him right there. Selling Bibles. I wanted to put it on the air, but I didn't have time. I just wanted to keep going with this. So if you are a Trump supporter and you say that Deion Sanders, aka Coach Prime, needs to humble himself, he needs to do all of these things, why is it that you are living a double standard? Why are you why somewhere in your brain you cannot separate the fact that some of these guys are entertainers, they understand entertainment, but he's also a man of God. He also understands that preparation meets opportunity meets your success and all of these things. And he's a proponent of somebody who does things the right way. He rides clean, like he says. You don't want to acknowledge that fact, but you're always trying to put out the negative. Like he's a self-promoter, he's bombastic, he uses hype videos. But your guy Trump does exactly the same thing and even more. But Coach Prime was never charged for fraud. So how can you support your guy who's a president, who's in an office of accountability, but yet you always calling out Coach Prime? Those are my final thoughts. And now this is the after show. So if anybody wanted to say anything about that, this is your opportunity to say something about that. We're done, but this is the after show where we kind of let loose and just go in. If you wanted to say, if anybody wanted to say anything, if there's a Trump supporter here that wants to answer that question, or if somebody's not a Trump supporter but they just wanted to speak on that, I really want to know, like, why is there a double standard where a lot of the detractors of Deion Sanders are Trump supporters, but it's okay for him in a prestigious office to do what he does, but for somebody who's an entertainer can't do what they're doing? Anybody want to speak on that before we go?
Hey, Harry, let me jump in real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Well, let me point my finger at this screaming baby in your dialogue.
What's the screaming baby?
It's the race. It's the race. You know, our country is built on a double standard. Our country promotes a double standard. So they're living and they are doing the thing that they've been taught since the beginning, throughout history. It's a double standard. It's not going to make sense. It never has, and it never will. It is not going to make sense. Then you talked about my main man, Donald Trump.
Are you a supporter of Donald Trump?
Listen, let me tell you. Donald Trump could have been one of the greatest presidents in history, but his narcissistic and mob boss type behavior and mindset got in front, because he doesn't care about a Republican, and he doesn't care about a Democrat, and he doesn't care about feelings. If he had focused on the good of the country, you know, with that mindset and the platform that he had, man, he could have been a great president. He really could have. But that mob boss mentality, like, come kiss the ring. If not, he sends his goons after you. I mean, he just couldn't get around that. So as far as the double standard and the individuals that support Trump or don't support Trump, the individuals that support Biden that are doing the same thing, um, it's race. It's a double standard that this country is inherently. I mean, that's our reputation as a country. We manipulate the media in thinking otherwise, but hey, it's a double standard. That's
So
why
so
race history.
so I'll say this. While I do think race is a constant, I don't think it's an absolute necessarily. What I've watched through this country go through, and like we're taught to be more apolitical, even though you do have more conservatives serving in the military. So you have some of those things and certain comments and things. What I will tell you, what I see from trying to have the best unbiased eyes, is that we as people have grown accustomed to the show. We like the hype. We've turned our politics and life into wrestling, where it's all about eyeballs. Think about it. It's about, I'm not going into Dan Lanning, but we do. I mean, clicks are a big thing. I mean, part of, being on social media or being on YouTube, of course, you want the clicks. That's how you grow. It is what it is. And then, unfortunately, we become so into sides that we not realize. Like I tell folks this: if you're in a boat and you are on the left side and somebody else is on the right side, and then you stand up on your left side and shoot the right side of the boat, it will have a hole, but the boat will sink, everybody. And we haven't figured that out yet. But trust me, on a side note, if I can get off, I'm not going to say what, but when I was getting out, all this stuff that you see is going on, I saw it. I heard 4-star general say stuff, and this ain't it. I mean, this ain't all that's coming. Point being, I think that we have now become class, and I want to say this last comment. Y'all ever seen those movies where like the thing of Hunger Games and stuff like that, where nations like they fractured up into different parts?
Mm-hmm.
That's not far off. This country has fought over different things. Ron is exactly right. We've had our racial stuff, but notice we switched to different things, but it does have often a racial element involved that people are not going to understand, is that you're going, the United States is a great name, but we're fracturing, and you could easily see how this country is fracturing. Ron's got some great points, and I want to say stuff, but I can't say too much. But I will sit back and say is that I think they don't want to see the image of one of us, some people, not all, saying what he says, being as dominant as what he says. And it bothers them. But at the end of the day is we're fracturing and we gotta own it. And I hate it. But see, you community, still just keep doing you. But understand also, when you start pumping up, you're gonna get some hate. And I'm not saying all hate is not malicious, but some of it is. That's all I gotta say.
But I want to curb. I want them to curb the
Are you a
enthusiasm.
Trump supporter?
One second. I want them to curb the enthusiasm, because if you're on Twitter or you're on social media, or even if you're in Boulder, I'm not saying all people that are in Boulder are Trump supporters, because majority of them are white. I'm not saying all white people support Trump. I'm just saying what I've noticed is that if you follow the trend, or if you follow any of the links of the people that say that they are a detractor, or that just come out and speak out against Coach Prime, they're usually Trump supporters. Like if you see their timeline, they're usually Trump supporters. So I'm like, wait, it's kind of hypocritical for you to say you're a Trump supporter, and no matter what anybody says, Trump is always right. But here is a guy who is running for president again, and he's over here selling or peddling a God bless the USA Bible. And then he got a gold shoe that he's selling. And then he got NFT cards that he's selling. A dude running for president, the highest office in our country, he's selling NFT cards. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude is like you can't make this stuff up. But then you're so up in arms in a entertainer like Coach Prime, who rightfully is going for his NIL. His NIL, his name, image, and his likeness is not going to be sold for cheap. He's rightfully doing that. He's saying, I understand that I work for this university, but I work for you and you're giving me a paycheck. But if you're going to use me to go further than just that, I am going to get mine too. It pisses these people off that he's doing that, and he needs to humble himself, do all of these things. But their guy is not humble. Like, look at this. Like, come on, man. Like, I'm not saying like this is not I'm not trying to make a political statement. I'm just saying this is my argument. If you are so against Coach Prime and you are asking for humility and what he says and all of those things, then how can you support this guy? That is utter hypocrisy. For you to be a strong supporter of this guy. This is Good Friday. This guy selling Bibles. God bless America Bibles. This guy selling shoes. Using the office of the presidency or his influence as a former president to sell NFT cards.
Oh, God.
And you support this guy, but you hate Coach Prime that much? You're full of crap, man. That's hypocrisy at its best, man. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
Harry, Harry, it sounds like you're a little upset. Here's why I don't get upset at a lot of this stuff. And a lot of it I don't like. I love America. I can say it that way because I love what America stands for. However, he's not living up to the standard. You hear Prime talks about the standard. The standard, we have a standard in this country, and we're not living up to the standard. So we're not living up to our potential. I've been reading the amendments lately, the Constitution. Pretty interesting stuff. Then I looked at Congress, and all of the whole of Congress. It does not represent the population. Or if you look at all the people, there are more brown people and black people, or more brown people in the country than there are, white people. That's a fact. That's been proven already. But Congress doesn't represent who we really are, and Congress does not represent our potential. If you can look at the stuff that already has happened and everything. So I'm not mad at Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is only doing what he was designed to do. He's only doing what he was designed to do.
I'm not saying I'm mad at Donald Trump. I'm just saying if you're a supporter of Donald Trump.
Donald Trump he wasn't made to do that. God didn't make that man do that. He's doing that on his own. And Harry,
No, God didn't make him do that. I'm gonna tell you because you remember.
You said he was doing what he was created to do, but he wasn't created to do that. So no.
Listen, remember the story in the Bible. Let's do a little Bible history.
But hold on now. Okay, hold on. If we're gonna talk about the word, then know the word. The creator was God. God created us in his own image. Let's start there. Okay. All right.
Listen. He created us in his own image, but we made the decision. Okay, remember the story of David? Who was king before David? Saul. Remember Saul?
Saul.
It was Saul. Saul was a king before David. Okay? And he was anointed by God to do God's bidding, but he didn't do it because he fell from the grace of God. If I remember the story right. Okay? Mm-hmm. So God allowed him to be king over Israel. If I'm quoting it right. Okay. And so he was king until it came time for David to be king or whatever. The reason I'm saying this is that you got to remember what God has given all of us. We all have it. Yeah, he's the ultimate authority. But check this out. He gave me a will. I pretty much can do what I want to do, but I don't. I can go where I want to go, but I don't.
I
Okay.
agree, but you said, I commented on the part that you said he's doing what he was created to do. No, he wasn't created to do that. He's doing it. It's his free will is what he's using. And
Remember the
Harry, I
scripture.
do. And
Remember,
Harry, I do. And
remember.
Harry. Okay. And Harry, I do agree with what you said with your take. I actually heard when you put out that one segment. I did listen to that one YouTube thing. I agree with you totally on this right here because there's a lot of people that are, hating on Prime, but you're right. They are supporting Trump. And Trump is more, I think, out there than, Coach Prime is because he really care about people and he's trying to do what's right for other people. So yes, I agree and I understand the frustration.
I mean,
Hey,
there
Harry.
are he's Coach Prime is. I mean, he's not hiding his fact that he self promotes. I don't think he hides that. Coach
No,
Prime
he
never hides
doesn't.
the fact that he doesn't hide it.
Exactly.
He actually encourages people to own their own narrative, to control their own narrative. He wants you to control your narrative because when you give your microphone to people or when you give your narrative to people, they'll tell your story in a way that you don't want them to be told. So he promotes himself because he says, I'm going to tell you what I am and who I am. So that way, when you tell it, if you're telling a lie, people will know that you're telling a lie. If you're telling the truth, people will know that you're telling the truth. So here's the cameras, and then here's what I'm going to tell you also. But I don't. But that's where I get confused. Where you're supporting this guy with the gold shoe, but you're upset that Coach Prime got cameras in his locker room, and his kids are making money, and he's employing people. If anything, Trump does is all about himself because he doesn't pay his own people. Every time you hear anybody talk about Trump, it's like people are still trying to get paid from work that they did for him years ago. You never hear that about Deion Sanders. So while Deion is supporting himself or he's promoting himself, at least he's paying his people, or at least he's actually employing people to eat. But all you hear is about Trump. It's about himself taking money from people. So this is not about hating Trump. I'm just trying to make the comparison so you can understand. You cannot rightfully support Trump at the end of the day, and you're such a MAGA supporter, and you pump your fist all the time. But yet here you are in chat rooms. Anytime somebody brings up Trump, you're mad. You get upset. Oh, don't talk about Trump. He's one of the greatest presidents ever. Okay, if he is one of the greatest presidents ever, then Coach Prime is one of the greatest coaches ever. Eat
I'm
that.
with you, Harry.
Hey, Harry.
Let me ask you a question, Harry. Let me ask you a question right quick. Are there any conservatives on the panel?
I don't know. I mean, I know that. I know that.
I'm
Well,
an
yeah,
independent.
I'm in
I'm an
Texas, but
independent if you would like to know.
Snav was a guy that supports Trump, so I know that he's been on the panel.
So who said
Let
they
me-
are conservative?
Can I interject something about that question?
Yeah.
As a culture and as a people, we are conservative. As African Americans, as blacks, we are conservatives. You think about pre-Reagan. Look at the platform for the Republican Party. Read the Willie Lynch letter. We are conservative in our culture. In our
yes.
culture, if we want to call a spade, we don't agree with abortion as a culture. Now, we may have relatives and friends and girlfriends and wives that we may drive to the abortion clinic, but in our heart of hearts, culturally, we don't support that. Working for what you get in life, culturally, that's what we agree with. That's what we want. We don't want handouts. If you read the Willie Lynch letter, and I hate to take it there. If you read the Willie Lynch letter, and
I've read it. Yeah.
How to destroy and divide the family.
Yeah.
And you look at what Democrats have done.
You right down my alley, bro.
And you look at what Democrats have done to the minorities and the underserved and the underprivileged individuals in this country. Right. designed to divide and to destroy the family. Then why do they create prisons? Why do they create prisons that are corporately owned?
Did they do it by themselves? Wait. You saying that the Democrats did this by themselves? That the Democrats did all of this?
The Democrats from the very beginning. I voted Democrat all my life, but I mean I'm just going by the research that I've done. The Democrats, they were the first KKK members.
Right. But then it flipped.
The Knights of Columbus. Excuse me. Let me finish, and then you can take over. The Knights of Columbus, way back when, they were all Democrats. You look at the Civil Rights Movement and the Bill of Rights and all the great legislation that have been passed that have given blacks their rights in this country. It was all done by Republican presidents.
Right.
Name one. You name one. The war on crime, the war on drugs. Bill Clinton.
Well, I think right now you're talking about Republican talking points. That's not my point.
Harry B.
I'm interjecting that. I'm interjecting that, but I'm saying that the answer to your diatribe a few minutes ago, the answer is the double standard in this country. And we were built on that double standard and manipulation of information.
But let's stand on business then. If we understand that there's a double standard, then we got to stand on business. We can't have this dialogue where whenever somebody brings up Trump, the Trump supporters go wild, right? But then the second that you talk about Coach Prime, then everything is facts. If you really listen to some of the people that support Trump's, I mean, if you go to the comment on those videos, you got people saying, well, what did this guy say that was wrong? Everything is facts, right? But say one thing about Trump, and then all of a sudden now you're the emotional one, right? Then no longer we're not dealing with facts anymore. Now it's like you're the emotional one. But if I tell you that if we compare the offices, one is a coach who is an entertainer. If anybody can tell me that football is not for entertainment, then I have a bridge for you. It's in Brooklyn. If you ever been to Brooklyn, if you've never been to Brooklyn, I can take you there, right? I have a bridge for sale that football is not for entertainment. If you're telling me that we can't compare the office, what's more important? The office of president, right? Where you're going to do the bidding of the people, where the people are sending you to represent us. If that office is not held at a higher esteem, right? Then you tell me that these two guys, one should be doing what he's doing and the other should not be doing what they're doing. If anybody can agree with me that Trump should not be selling gold shoes or selling NFT cards or selling Bibles, all right? Like, and then if you're a Trump supporter, make it make sense to where you're upset with Coach Prime doing those things. That's where I don't want to hear no Republican.
Harry B. If I'm
go ahead, Wild Dog. You were saying something.
Harry B. If I may, it's like one of my biggest pet peeves is hypocrisy, right?
Right.
And so that's the nature of your point and issue that you're having here, right? And then I feel, like with a lot of this, whether it's like either somebody said whether it's Trump or Biden or Hillary Clinton, I see this like cult type atmosphere. I think that it's not just necessarily them being Trump supporters, is that for the nature, the source of this issue is what I would have to label idolatry. If you're on the label of idolatry, then you would love Trump and then, throw shade or hate towards Coach Prime or towards other people because they're distractors from your idol. They're competing with your idol, and we know you can only have one master. This is the
Exactly.
source of their issue, and I hope they wake up to it. And not that they should support Trump, but have a better grounded perspective on who their master is. Because idolatry is the source of this hypocrisy, this, ironic condition where you have two so-called personalities, entertainers, you're loving on one, hating on the other. The root cause of that is idolatry. I love my country. I serve my country. And the foundation of everything we've done is for everybody to be able to do and develop their best for themselves, for their family, for their society. And even in Texas, we go so far as to say manifest destiny, that you can't be against the movement of the progress of the state, right? So if you own land and there's sources of energy on your land, you have to cooperate. You can't say no. You understand? Because it's the betterment for the state, for the society, for everyone. So so like in the old days, we say, get your hands out of my pocket, or keep your hands out of another man's person or a person's pocket, right? To stay in your lane. This is a total contradiction to even the foundation of the fundamentals of our country, right? What it's built upon, right?
I just wanted to give a shout out to the Midas Network, who I got these photos from. They had a segment where they were talking about they were pointing out some of the hypocrisy that was going on, or even talking about Trump. So the Midas Network is where I got these from. It's on the screen, but I just wanted to say it on the audio so that gets on tape, because I don't want no Trump supporter to feel like, you already know how I feel about Trump. I'm not a supporter of Trump just because he doesn't like Africans. All right, he said we have shithole countries, and for that I would never forgive him. I have very bad things in my head about him, and I wish all those bad things come true, and that's just that. Just because of that, because I'm such a strong supporter of Africa, so I'll leave that alone. But that's not what this is about. This is about the hypocrisy, and this is about the idol worship. So and that's why I keep telling y'all, if I feel like Coach Prime says something that doesn't really gel well with me, I can say that on this channel. You see what I'm saying? Like, y'all come against me, the real supporters and the people that really support Prime. We have this love-hate relationship where they will come on the channel, they'll watch some of the videos, and they'll tell me, all right, Harry B, stay in this lane. I like this one better than you talking about Prime. We get that. So I'm not one that's going to be like, if Prime can't do no wrong. Y'all know that about me on this channel. But all I'm calling out is, please just stop the hypocrisy. Stop the craziness with the whole idea of one guy can do it, the other guy cannot do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they're both, like Chris Glenn, my guy, CT Glenn said, CT Glenn once said, both are free to sell. If both are free to sell, then don't hate one. Let them both sell. If it's okay for Trump to sell, then stop disparaging the other guy. You see what I'm saying? Like, if your disdain for Prime should be your disdain for Trump. I'm going to say that again. Your disdain for Prime should be the same disdain that you have for the former president of the United States still selling Bibles. All right? No matter how you look at it. And if you don't see that, whether you're white or black and you support Trump, then you are just as hypocritical as you are for anything that you're going to say from this day forth. You are a Prime hypocrite, straight up hypocrite, and you should have no leg to stand on to say anything that you believe in on any panel. I just want to get that out the way. Any panel, I don't care what panel it is, don't say nothing at all, because you love one guy that sells and you hate the other guy that sells. And I would have to ask you the question, hey, what is that about? And if you can answer that question, you and I can have a dialogue. One is white, one is black, one was a former president, one is an entertainer, he's a coach. So then what goes into your reasoning for really hating him but really loving him? That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that the Republicans did not, try to end slavery. That's not what I'm on today. I ain't say that the Republican Party doesn't have great ideas. I like John McCain. I like a lot of Republican ideas. I'm not one of these thinkers that just think like one party's right, one party's wrong. If you come with good ideas, I'm all for it. So I'm not trying to go on party line talking points. I'm just trying to call out some hypocrisy. That's all I'm doing right now. So Armand,
Harry,
go ahead.
Harry, let me say this, Harry. That's probably the greatest comment that I've heard you say since you created this panel, this channel, since the no-fly zone. I think those two comments are right up there, and I'm not trying to throw any shade on your comment that you just made. That's something I really believe, and I just wanted to commend you on that.
Well, I mean, I like the underhanded compliment, which is cool.
No, hold it, Harry. No, do not back away from that. I keep telling you that time and time again. Do not back up. You have to.
He try to
started
sugarcoat it up for you.
You started it. You said it, and you have to stand on that.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. Listen, man, conversation is good. I want people to understand that conversation is good. And Ron, I know you understand, what I stand on and the stuff that I say on this channel. Whether you are Republican or Democrat or anything like that. Anytime I infuse politics into conversations, is for a purpose. So yeah. I just want people to know that, hey, good conversations, responsible conversations where people are not yelling across from each other. I love this guy, Roland S. Martin, but one thing I really hate about him is, like, anytime he has a Republican on his panel, I mean, like, they can't get a word out. And I'm like, boy, then what is the point of you bringing them on your channel or on your panel, bro? Like, it doesn't make sense. I know you have your ideas, but let them talk. If they talk, you talk. Even if you think your idea is much better than theirs, at least just hear them out. But I feel like sometimes on panels, people don't, because you feel so passionate about how you feel about what you believe in, nobody wants to hear the other guy talk because I'm right and you're wrong. So I'm going to make sure I scream at you to let you know how wrong you are. And I think that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's like what a lot of people really don't invest too much time into understanding other people's points of views. And that's why we can't get past certain things. People in the comments saying Biden sucks. I'm not talking about how good Biden is or how good Trump or how bad Trump is. I'm just saying, look at the fact that we're just saying Trump, and now you're saying how Biden sucks. That's it. Just think about it. All I'm saying was Trump supporters have this hypocritical way of thinking because they can support him. And then all of a sudden we're interjecting somebody else who did not even come up in the conversation. You see what I'm saying? That's why we can never have a dialogue, because you're over there screaming, I'm over here screaming. Ain't nobody hearing nobody.
That's why I'm thankful I grew up government and military, because regardless of my position before the election, it's like once somebody's elected, a switch turns off in me, and that's my president. Nothing but prayers and support 1,000%. So I'm glad I was raised and grew up the way I did, because I don't have those conflicts of interest or anything.
So let me cook for a little bit. This DC. All right.
Uh-oh.
So what I see.
Get closer to your mic. I need you to Chanel your mic right now.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me good? All right. So what I see is a lot of times that we'll have the discussion about true issues and stuff that has existed currently as well as historically. But what happens is we stay in the paralysis of analysis. Like people will repeat, we'll say 400 years, we'll continue to repeat the loop of stuff, and then we don't offer solutions. Like we don't talk about, okay, so we, even with this going on and you see the divide, what do we do about it? Like, what's your so what? And a lot of times we just continue to see they did this. Like, for example, and this might ruffle some feathers, but it is what it is. Like people say, and they stole us from Africa, which is true. But like we'll sit back and say it's more so about their color, but that understanding that almost all warfare and almost all things like that from the history into this day, it's about doctrine and resources, or both. So we were a resource. We're here, or let's say a doctrine. You see the things when you look at Germany, when you look at some things that went down with France. If you look back at it, it generally warfare is over generally those two terms, the Crusades, all that kind of stuff.
doctrine. It's about doctrine, theology, or it is about resources, which includes people. Now here we are, modern day. We can say we built this country, and we did. But what are we going to do about it? Because what I realize is that a lot of times we're having the conversations with the anger versus answers. What do you want me to do with that? So,
That's a
for
good point.
example, all of us could sit here, and if we pooled our money together, we can do great things, but we won't do that. The same thing is that you're not going to hear me say I'm not going to support Coach Prime, but I do think we got to also look at the hypocrisy of why we're not supporting others that are in at these major programs. Yes, we like this one, but we've got to get to a point where we look at it as a collective. So what I'm saying going forward is that I come to Harry's channel because I'm supporting you if by my views, and I see the join button now. But we have to start connecting because at the end of the day, you can do nothing in a silo. Once you eat up everything in that silo, it's done. So what are we going to do about that? What are you going to do about that? He's selling Bibles. You can't really do anything about that. But so what are we going to do? What do we want to do right now? And I really believe that a part of what happens to us is that we are not united. We're lacking leadership because generally our leadership moves out of our communities and assimilates to others. I mean, that
Facts.
is exactly the way it is. And then what are we going to do as far as
And I want to be a leader, DC. You see what I'm saying? Like we're waiting for Superman, right? We're always
right.
waiting for Superman, but I want to be a leader, and I just wanted to make sure I say that. And you know when you speak something in the air, it goes out and it's trying to find the source. I'm putting myself in there, and because what you said, you just made a really good point. Where everybody's talking, but nobody's listening. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
And we come on these panels, and there's a lot of panels. There's a lot of platforms. There are Democrat platforms. There's Republican platforms. And then you're yelling over there. I'm yelling over there. If we ever meet, nobody can hear each other because we're yelling at each other because you're right and I'm wrong. And it's like there's right and wrong. But if these group of people believe everything they believe, and this group of people believe everything they believe, then when we come together, how can we make that's called Congress. When we come together, it's called Congress, and it's called when you're in those chambers, somebody gotta listen, bro. You can't go yelling, and somebody trying to make their point, and then when you go, and then I was just in DC, and then after that, we see you in the restaurants eating together. So what are you selling to people? You're
well, the
selling
thing
us
is,
something that's not believable.
Yeah.
right,
Because I
because the
see
thing,
you in the restaurant. If I go to DC, I see congressmen, I see politicians, Republicans and Democrats sitting at the same table eating.
oh,
But
I see
yet
it
on
too.
TV, what we're seeing is yelling and all of this. And I'm like, that is not true. You're lying to us. You're lying
So
to the people that you hate each other. So nobody's leading us in the right direction. Everybody's just lying. It's like so that means it's lucrative to see
right.
y'all fighting.
But Harry, the thing is, when folks look at it, is that, and people even do this in business, is that you state a problem and you solve it. Well, with them, because they do eat together, I've seen it. It's that I have to say that they're the monster and I'm the monster killer. That's how I keep my power. And what we're sitting up here is arguing who is the lesser of two evils without sitting back saying, wake up. If your choice is evil versus evil, you will always have evil and you will always lose. And so my thing is the preamble says it's we the people. But we're sitting here fighting about what our difference is. What do we agree upon? Now I'm gonna say this and then get off of it. Because here's the thing: when I was getting out of the military, I saw something. Where they were talking about a combat theater open up in Europe, when that was Russia and that was Ukraine. Then it was talks about the one in the Middle East. We see that now, and then there's one coming in the Pacific. And I think that the people, I'm just using it as a plug for people, just for information, is that, but we aren't ready. We don't consider 80% of microchips are built in Taiwan, which is taken. We don't consider that most of our products, our plastics and stuff, is built in the Pacific. So if the Pacific shuts down, that means that shipping stops. And if shipping stops or is degraded, that means the prices of goods go way up. We don't look at the fact that the FBI director has been screaming, saying, hey, China's ability to cyber attack is for every one cyber person we have, they've got 50. And they have the ability to shut down your infrastructure with just water, power,
sewage, communications. You kind of saw. I think you were seeing some test runs when AT&T went out. All that. So what do you
Yeah,
do in
which
a
they've already
world?
done test runs
Right,
confirmed.
right, right. So what do you do when you can't have access to water? You don't have power. You don't, which all the stuff in your refrigerator is going out. You can't get gas. You have no communication because remember you couldn't even dial 911. What do you do? Because the thing is, most peer adversaries, they know they can't beat us on, so their thing is to strike us first and then hope that because the power and stuff will come back on, but if they keep it out long enough, it's hard. So I'm gonna say this like for a quick thing, like for example, water plant. Most people don't have water. You think I got it in my tub, I got it and stuff like that, but not realizing you need water for drinking, you need water for sanitation. I know Wild Dog is like, yes, yes, yes. You need it for sanitation, and then those are your two primary things, but there's other reasons. But most of us don't have that. We don't have non-perishables in our cabinets. We're sitting here having the conversations about different things to say, hey, it's gonna get ugly. We say about the comment of, hey, it's gonna get bloody. If and not go, hey, am I prepared for either way? Because Wild Dog will tell you, we must be prepared for either way it goes. So anyway, getting back over into that, that's the thing that I see is that we're so divided and I think as a people, we need to support people like Harry. We need to support others that are out there. Like I go on some, even though I don't like cheer channels, but I still will go and support it. And I think that we have to start networking and having some conversations because if not, when the shift happens, and trust me when I say it, it will. Are you prepared behind the scenes to ensure that your family can have at least somewhat of a quality of life until
And while
everything gets back to a pseudo normal?
you're saying that, and I'll say this to you, and because this is what I think this is why I think leadership in today's time is so important. Like we don't have the Malcolm X's, we don't have the Martin Luther Kings, the Rosa Parks anymore in our day because everybody's so focused on TikTok. Everybody's so focused on social media where everything is okay, everything is fine and dandy. And that's why I wanted to highlight because I feel like that's what the fighting does. It keeps us away from getting true information because while mom and dad are fighting, there's something that's happening that we're not paying attention to. It's like a distraction from what's really real. Because when things happen, right, when major catastrophes happen, nobody's Republican or Democrat or independent. We're always just humans. You see what I'm saying? When buildings get caught on fire, when things happen, we always find a way to just be humans and not on Republican or party lines, right? So it's like, is there anywhere where people can go and have a safe conversation regardless of their party line? Like somebody who's responsible enough to say, hey man, I'll listen to you. I don't care if I'm a Christian and you're gay and you don't think that I can listen to you because you're gay and the church doesn't listen to gay people, or you're Republican and I'm a Democrat and nobody listens to each other. Is there a safe place that we can go to just say, let's sigh and let's just listen to each other? Let's just see what you got to say. Maybe what you got to say, it may make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm tired
I
of
would love
not
to
having
hear.
anywhere. Go
I
ahead.
would love to hear it, but I will tell you this and then jump back off. I would love to, but once people get on their sides, like for example, when we were talking about I was talking to some people about the riots, and they were saying, "Well, that's just you carrying the water for the Republicans." I'm like, "No, I'm not." I said, "But you got to understand there was an issue going on," and then they would say, "Well, you just don't understand." People were tired. I said, "Hold on one second. Modern buildings are built where they have fire suppression systems. So when buildings burn to the ground, that means there was accelerant used. Who brings accelerants that can burn down buildings to a protest that's supposed to be peaceful? What's going on behind your scenes is you have an asymmetrical warfare going on, which is symmetrical warfare is tanks versus tanks, planes versus planes, troops versus troops. And then you have a different one where they're asymmetrical, is not in a uniform, that kind of stuff. And they're shaping the battlefield where services can't move, like fire, all that kind of stuff. I said, so while you're saying the right of this is there, you got something else going behind the scenes, which is one of the reasons why they kicked that out of Chinese out of the Houston embassy. But you can't. But then when you have that conversation, folks will go off on you versus going, dude, I'm sitting here telling you this is what happened. And they'll go, and then you see things people be in position now, and it's kind of like they still go, well, we got to get this person out, not realizing is that you have if I'm gonna pause there because I'm saying too much now.
Well, really flawed says define safe, Harry. So what I mean by safe is having a place or a platform where you can go on where ideas can be shared. Because I'll give you Elon Musk a platform for example. He wants to create this freedom of speech platform, but it's not really freedom of speech because if you say anything against him, it's like people who are really talking about freedom of speech or having a place where you can freely talk. They want you to really agree with them. You see what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily freedom of speech, right? It's not really a free place to speak. It's just agree with me. That's what they're determining as a free place to speak. What I mean by a safe place is a place where if you come and you have a difference of ideas, right? If you're a Republican, I'm a Democrat, which I'm not a Democrat, all right? If you're a Republican and I'm a Democrat, right? Just for example, then I just allow you to say your piece. I'll allow you to say what you're saying. We're not going to be on party lines. I can push back without you accusing me of not agreeing, trying to agree with you. I can give you my pushback. I can say, okay, let's look at, for instance, I'm a homeowner, right? If I was to bring up the fact that I feel like redlining is a problem, and I feel like there are cases where when a white person gets an appraisal for their housing, they get a fair value for their houses, right? And black people don't get a fair value. If we talk about that, and you happen to be Republican, what would you say? You know, and you bring up your issues that you have, and I say, okay, let me listen to it. That's a safe place, not where you come and I'm just yelling all of my facts to you, and I'm whooping you with facts and whooping you with facts, and it's only facts because that's what I believe. To me, it's facts because those are my sentiments. Those are the things that I hold dear to my heart. But I don't care what you think either. That's not a safe place. So what I mean by safe place is just having a platform where people can go and say, okay, I'm different. Can I talk though? And I'll listen and say, sure, let me hear what you got to say. And if I disagree, if it's okay for you to disagree, then it's okay. That's what I mean. So I know that there's not that many platforms anywhere because I can go on Roland Martin. I know that's not a safe place for Republicans to go. I know it's not a safe place. Right? I can go on Candace Owens. I know that's not a safe place because what she believes. I know that ain't no safe place. She wants to think that's a safe place, but you got to agree with her for it to be a safe place for you to go talk. So where is safe for you to go? If I don't believe that Trump is this high power guy that you guys are all believing and he's the greatest president, if I don't believe that and I say, well, let me tell you why I don't believe that, will you listen to me? Or will you keep saying that the Republican Party, stopped slavery and they gave the most money to HBCUs and you just keep repeating the same thing that everybody else is repeating? Would you listen to me? Do we have a place where we can go and talk about issues that plague our societies and our communities and anybody listen to anybody? I want to be that guy.
But Harry, it's because there's information, but information can be propaganda. And what we do is we feed our confirmation biases.
How it's treated as propaganda, not just no. I want to correct you on that. I want to push back on that. See, it's not the information that is that's used for propaganda. It's how you treat the information that's propaganda. And I'm always telling people here on this channel, I said, listen, you don't want me to deal with the messiness, right? When it comes to Coach Prime, but I said it's not just about the messiness that we shouldn't talk about. It's how I talk about it. How I treat that information is different because my intentions are pure and my intentions are not malicious. That's why I keep telling people, I'm like, listen, man, it's not that people are not going to talk about the messiness, Tavares Dawson, and all these other things, but keep in mind when I talk about it, I put it in its right context and I treat it with adult gloves or I treat it with God gloves. Because when you treat anything with God gloves, it feels and it's going to be different from what everybody else is saying because everybody else is just trying to get clicks and views. I got an agenda. I'm trying to make sure that we can all hear each other. I'm trying to make sure that we get the information, but also people who may interpret the information the wrong way, I'm trying to make sure that they get to hear other people's ideas of the information. That's what freedom of speech really is. It's not about me being right and you being wrong. I don't need to be right all the time. I'm mature enough to understand that if DC brings an idea or Ron Tate or Channel Channel brings an idea, I can shut up and say, okay, you're right. That's mature. But all of these other platforms is like, yo, if you don't agree with me, then then I got to agree with you about everything that Coach Prime does. Coach Prime can't do no wrong. Really? Really? or I'm not a real Buff fan. Like, that's how we really go? That's what I mean, DC. How we treat the information, that's not propaganda. You know,
I get it. I get it.
At the end of the day, is how the responsible person taking the information and not straddling party lines.
I get it.
Your culture. Remember, we talked about culture earlier. We said, where's the mindset? What comes first, the mindset or the culture? So if you've been in a culture that creates a certain mindset, then no matter what anybody says, your mindset, because of your culture, is going to lead you always. And that's where people always go wrong.
So I'll give you an example. I'll give you a quick example. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll give you a quick example.
You're good. Go ahead.
One of the things that I did when my class, again, I taught at UAB and I had the freshmen. And one of the things I would do was the first establishment of objectives for that semester, because these people were going to be future officers. And if anything, they still were going to learn leadership. I said, my job is not to tell you what to think, it's to teach you how to think. And so what I would do is that I would find out what they believe or what their leaning was. Let's say if they were left leaning, then I would give them a topic and have them argue for the right and vice versa. And then after the end of the semester, they kind of sit back and say, I never looked at it that way. It forced me to study and look for some things.
Enlightenment.
Right. And so that's why I sit back and say with the young people, they're teachable. It's the method, and really Flaw would get in there. She teaches that is her methodology of teaching them how to be there. And so but we as the older people, we get stuck in our ways where we're not willing to listen. But what I found is that as they were able to take the information and like kill the confirmation biases or identify the confirmation biases they had, and then deal with the negativity biases that they had towards stuff, they realized there were a lot more in common. And then even with mindset, like I had a student, she was very, she was very pro, us, we're into it. She's fighting the power and stuff. And she would come have conversations with me. And one day I let, with love, I let the sister know, because I said that you sitting up here talking about all this power and all this stuff that we need to rise as a people. I said, but you don't show up for PT. You don't show up for labs. You don't volunteer for any leadership positions. And you're sitting up here saying you want people to follow you. Where? To your anger? I said, what you gonna do? Because she left Howard and came here. And I said, what you gonna do is you're gonna be the first person out here at this formation at 5 o'clock in the morning. And you're gonna run instead of you running that quarter of a mile and out here act like you can't do nothing. I said, and you're gonna lead and you're gonna get in here and you're gonna do the things that you need to do. So you ain't just talking, you showing it. I said, because the end of the day is people can see through you. And in your face, they'll sit like, yeah. And behind your back, they'll tell you suck. And you can't let somebody do that. I said, so, and I think and guess what? She listened, because it was to a point where I think we have to pull them to the side and go, this younger generation, and say, hey, look, you can sit here and pop off if you want to and pop off on the internet. But as soon as you turn away, people know real. Y'all all know real. That's why we like Prime, because he's real. He's real. Yeah. And that's what I think we have to sit back and say as leaders. Because, like, for example, people, there's not a lot of black pilots. I always go to HBCUs and talk about blacks in aviation, because we need to be in there. And it's a very, again, I retired at 50, very lucrative field, but we are not having the conversations. And I think sometimes we get all caught up on the ills of the world versus the avenues to success of the world.
Awesome. So that's a good segue to what I have on the screen right here, and I wanted to put this on the screen for a specific reason, especially for the spirit of the moment that we're in right now. Just being myself says, do Republicans have abortions or college debt? And I'm using this for example. I'm using this as an example for this reason. If let's just say a Roland Martin was to get this question, or a Democrat, or somebody who really is against this type of stuff, this type of party line talk, right? We would just start spewing right away, like, oh, but this, but y'all this, but y'all that, but y'all that. I want to use this as an example and ask us this question: what is the right way to address this comment right here? What is the right way? And I'll start this off, and I want to hear if you guys have any other things to add, right? The right way. So there's an issue here, right? The issue here is we're dealing with abortion, and then we got to ask the question: what part does abortion play in our society? And then we got to ask another question: what part does college debt play within abortion? Right? People don't think about this. What part does college debt play in abortion? And what part does college debt play in our general society? If you have a party line talking point, you can just start going crazy with it. And I hear that all the time. But if you're on the other side of this conversation, how can you responsibly handle this so that we can have a debate, a real debate? Because obviously this is in the form of a trolling, because you're trolling, right? Do Republicans have abortions or college debt? It's a trolling question, but I wouldn't, in the spirit of what I'm talking about, having a safe space to talk, I'm not gonna just go at this in the spirit of trolling. I'm gonna take it responsibly and say, you know what? You do have a point, but let's talk about it in a responsible way, so where I can hear what your thoughts are. What are some of the things that we can do as a society that's more mature in the conversation about abortion and college debt? And then we can come to a conclusion to see where we can find a solution. Because these are talking points. Everybody has these talking points. So where do we go from here? I can start telling you stuff that Democrats have, that Republicans have, and then we don't get no solution. So this is a setup. You see what I'm saying? This right here is a setup. And that's where we get at. That's where we always end, is the setup. We end up arguing instead of coming up with solutions. We're not solution-minded. We're always like propaganda, trying to be right, trying to up you. You know, I want to get one up on you. You know, so just being myself, if I'm just being myself in the spirit that I want to act in, and I'm just asking God to just make me a leader, God. And I'm already a leader, but I'm like, put me on the platform. Give me a platform, Lord, and make my platform bigger, because these conversations are important, and I want to be in the forefront. And I know it comes with a lot of hate, and it's going to come with a lot of, other things. But hey, man, you already got me here, so let's go. So how would I address being myself? How would you guys address this?
Hey Harry, this is how I do it. I told you guys I have a friend of mine, my best friend. He is a Republican, and we have conversations like this all the time. I already know how he feels. I know his views, and he knows mine. When I voted out, I voted the Democratic Party. Now we have conversations like this. We have conversations about guns, and I listen at his side about about guns and licenses and the challenges that he had being a gun owner. And we go through. I turned this thing off. God dog it. I turned it off. But
you gotta be a meme. Like, how this
we
phone ain't
have
working.
we have these kind of conversations, and somewhere along the line, because we talk and because I listen, I understand exactly where he's coming from, and a lot of stuff, if you look at it, is true. A lot of things I'll talk to him about is true. So what we have here, this is a difference of opinion based on our ideology or our religious belief, or our belief in human rights or human life. All of these things come into play. And so at one point, I'm gonna tell you how we handle it. We go out, I go to his house and eat dinner. We talk a little bit. We talk. So we find something that we both agree on. Because this kind of thing, that question that was asked there, man, it's a true question. There's truth in that. But
Mhm.
there's some other variables. We were talking about murder one time, and I did a research on. Do you know that there were more abortions at one point than there were people getting killed in Vietnam? So then that brings you to the point. Okay, we commit a lot of murders over here. Who's the biggest murder committer or permitter? Well, the ones that's having the abortion. So who you would think would be you get into crazy stuff like that. But that's because when you start talking about these things, they're painful things that comes up on both sides. You see, so
Mm.
how I've handled that, my buddy being who he is, we, you know, we just because when I was sick, man, he was right there, Johnny on the spot. Took care of all of my stuff I needed to take care of, stuff that whatever. So he was Johnny on the spot. Nobody else showed up. So I made it a point. I
Let
told
me
him
ask you a
this. I
question though.
said,
Let me ask you: Do y'all have a I know that sometimes people are when they're in this thing. There's this thing where couples do where they say, "Hey, if we're doing something and I'm going too far, either raise your right hand, or do something." Right? We have an out, right? Do y'all like you guys having strong opinions about the opposite thing? Did y'all create something where y'all say, okay, if I'm going too far, raise your hand, or if I do something, do y'all have that, or is just an understanding?
it's an understanding. We know where to go with it because I used to get really,
Y'all know
really
how like
mad at
far to
other
go?
people. Oh yeah, I wanted to say some things. But my friendship with him was more important than my belief in other than his belief. Because I told him one time,
Oh,
I
whoa,
said,
whoa,
look,
whoa, whoa, whoa! Slow down. That is like gold. Ooh, you just hit on something right there, yo. Yo, you just hit on something. Say that again, please. Say that again.
my friendship with him was more important than our beliefs on even our political belief or whatever.
Ooh, ooh,
Because we were friends and I told him, I said, look,
ooh. That's
I'm
good.
not interested in being a part of your religion. I said, what attracted me to you, okay, we're friends. This what attracted me to you was the fact that when I was in a position I needed help, you showed up, no questions asked. And we are friends to this day. So
Mm,
it's a choice that you have to make. What's more important in life?
cooking right now,
What's
man.
more important, man? This is real. We're talking about real stuff here. We're talking about real life. And that's what's scary to me because I've
We gotta
always
ask our
been either one
politicians that.
side or the other,
Willie,
dude.
Willie,
Yes,
we
sir.
gotta ask our politicians that. It's like what you just said is speaks so much volume, and I think we this is Good Friday, right? So we're celebrating a Christian tradition right now, and
Yeah.
and I think like how we had this thing like what would Jesus do for so long, but when we send people to Washington to do our bidding or to do to help us to be better citizens and to get things done for us, when we send them there and they forget and they forget why we sent them there, and they're just screaming at the next person across the thing. We need to have somebody or some people that can just say, hey, what's more important, you helping us or you yelling at the guy that's trying to help us, trying to help his people? What is more important? Like we need to be able to ask a question to our leaders and say, what is really important? What's really more important to you? Because I think, and even like we bring it back to the personal thing, you're yelling at that person that's across from you, whether you're online and you're saying all of these things. For us to even just ask the question, it's like, do you really care that what I think, or you just really care to be right? Does it really matter to you what I think at all, or you just love hearing yourself talk? those are the key moments where the human part of life just comes across, and then we sometimes we just forget what we were talking or what we was arguing about. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where people
Yeah.
really break that, whatever that thing was, and then we just start talking about life. Like, oh man, I'm all for that, Willie. I'm all for that, brother.
That's a great,
But if
great.
everybody don't
Is that Ron? Let
Yeah,
Ron get in here real quick.
Go
He
ahead,
says,
Ron. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
No, I was just going to start off by saying that is a tremendous point that you're making, and you're speaking like the man that you are. And if we get into conversations like this as adults with an open mind, with the mindset that, no matter what, we're able to go and sit down and have lunch together.
mm-hmm.
We're able to go and sit down. So what he's saying is, and what you described earlier, Harry B, may be the adult part of Congress. After we yell and scream and call each other names inside the representatives floor, on the representative floor, and then when you leave, you leave that all behind you. You leave the politics behind.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that, as you spoke earlier, when it comes to that yelling and screaming filters out into society, and it kind of blankets some individuals in society, and we pick up on that, and we start
Screaming,
reliving those actions, because now we make that part of our character. It's like watching The Equalizer, and because of my age now, I'm I'm Denzel in Equalizer 3. Now he's right at my age, or I may be a little older, but hey, I can do that. I want to mimic the entertainment, and according to what you described earlier, Harry B, the yelling and screaming in Congress, and then they're eating and celebrating and having a good time while they're eating lunch or dinner or
they're
whatever.
lying to us.
The fact that they're doing these things to manipulate our minds and what we see and what we believe and what we understand to be of how we're supposed to treat one another,
They're
with
playing us.
vitriol, with a bit of hate, with it's my way or no way. What do we do?
Man, they're playing us.
What do we do? Harry B, you need 2 million people in your platform so that you can expand.
I will get that, but it takes time to grow. But they're playing us, and that's what I want people to see. Is like, you get some guys that will come in here and they'll say certain things, and they're trying to agitate. And I'm grown now. I've grown over it. I'm 1 year old now. So keep in mind that 1 year old in YouTube land is like 10 years on your life. So it's not easily. You're not going to easily just bait me anymore because I'm grown now. I'm 1 year old. So that's a lot. That's a lot of years. So, but now I sit back and I relax and I think about it, and I'm just like, you know what? Why is that person saying that? It's what Ron is just saying right now. It's like our leaders are really bamboozling us. They're playing us because they're yelling and they're trying to distract us, and they're trying to cause us to keep yelling because it's lucrative. It's not. It's more lucrative for us to fight each other while they go have lunch. I'm telling you, I'm from the DMV. I just went to DC to see my dad. He just came from Africa. So I went to go see him. When you go to DC, you will see politicians. They're not doing what you think they're doing on TV. They're not yelling at each other and disagreeing and all of those things. That's what they're selling us. Because then we as the consumers of their theatrics, we will then take on their mantra and we will start screaming at each other more so creating that divide, more and more divide, while they go and have lunch and say, ha ha ha, and laugh at us and point at us and say, ha ha ha, look how we're controlling them. Look how we're keeping them angry at each other, when really they should be, they're the one that's in the community and they're the one that's dealing with each other. They go to the same grocery stores, they go to the same car dealerships, they are going to the same Chinese restaurants, whether that's your thing or not. They are going to the same barbershops, but we're keeping them separate because it's more lucrative for us to get more money, because then they can support the Trumps, because then they can support these people. If we don't have that, we can start getting them to think. And nobody want that. If they start thinking, then then they'll tell us to get up out of here. And that's where I'm just like, man, let's wake up. It's not this woke thing, but it's just like, man, let's realize that this is not, they're not doing what you think they're doing. And when you come on this platform and you're trying to come and agitate me and you thinking that I'm against this person, nah, my mind is I'm elevated. I'm way past what you're thinking. I'm thinking like, yo, let's get on a page where you and I can have a dialogue where I'm not screaming at you, you're not screaming at me. Because if the agenda is for a better America, is to make America great again, then why did we pervert that? You see what I'm saying? How did we get to the perversion of make America great again? That's supposed to be a great thing. And I think, Ron, it was you who said he had the opportunity to just be a great, like, to make this great. That's a great statement, make America great again. So how did we pervert make America great again? This is when the racists came in and they try to get everybody else out. We don't want to, this is our opportunity to get America back again. The white people, no. If you really think about it, if people can really hear each other, what is the agenda? The agenda is to go into office, right? Find common ground where we can come and we can put good things together that can serve the American people. If that's the goal, then we can make America great again. America was great in our eyes. In Africa, we wanted to come here. So just for people that don't know, people that are outside of America, America is the great place to go.
Yeah.
So if you're going to make that great again, then guess what? Let's bring our politicians together to be adults. Stop screaming at each other. Find common ground. Find solutions to the issues that are plaguing us, so that we can make this country great again. But guess what? Guess what happened? That didn't happen. It created a divide. So now the people that wear that hat, controversy, instead of it being something great where we can gather around, it created controversy. And they ran with it, and they're laughing at us and pointing it to us and saying, ha ha ha, we got them again. And that's tough. That's where it's tough for me. So if I'm naive, Mr. James, it is what it is, man. I don't think that I'm naive, but if I think that I'm naive because I feel like I'm just doing this kumbaya thing, let's all get together and I just say, man, let's have a conversation. That's where I'm at with it. If it's naive to say people will come together and have a conversation without screaming at each other and disagreeing with each other, but can find some type of common ground, then that is naive. I guess I'll stay naive. All right, guys. So,
No, Harry, what you got the right idea, because you like me and like Ron and Wild Dog, we want us all, like the guy said in the movie, why can't we all just get along?
right.
But in order for us to get along,
in
man,
the bigger scheme of things, that's naive.
you said the right thing. The whole thing is communicate. We don't want to communicate. We don't want to sit down and have the tough conversation without getting mad, without getting all upset. No, a lot of it's naive. A lot of it that we just don't want to. We don't want to go that way because we feel like we're giving up something. Well, look, it's not about you. It's not about. And then again, yes, it is about you, because you're the only one. I'm the only one can change this relationship. Or my friend can be the only one. He can be the only one to change that relationship. So, it's you gotta be able to talk though. You gotta be able to talk. You gotta be able to have that conversation. If you can't have that conversation, dude, it ain't gonna happen. It'll never happen.
Yeah,
and that's why we'll never. That's why I think in Congress, and I can say this, can I say this? The things in Congress will never get better. And that's not being negative. That's looking at the
Yeah, I will
facts.
never use the word never, because as long as I'm alive, then never cannot exist. As long as
That's
I'm
gonna be
alive,
one thing. That's gonna be one
never
thing I
cannot
have to
exist
see.
as long as you and I are alive. As long as we still
I
have breath,
know,
never can
but
never exist. So
I'm talking about collectively. Individually, we could do it, but the whole collective thing here, because that's where it really gets big and crazy. Individuals, we can do it because we see the light. But when you look at the whole collective, why can't the whole body be that way? Too many different
So let me just
ideas.
answer James real quick. Let's get up out of here. I know that I know Donald Trump's message was not inclusive. Make America great again. I was making an example. I was trying to set an example to say, if you think about the phrase "Make America Great Again" from the perspective of somebody that lived outside of America and tried to and was dreaming, because I was a little boy, and people were telling me stories, because I don't know, a lot of y'all probably don't know, because you're privileged for America. America is your privilege, so you don't know what we think outside of America. So I just want to give you an insight to understand America was this great place that a lot of people wanted to come. What is the immigrant community is thinking about right now? uh, America is not so great in our brains. All right. When we have conversation, America is not so great in our brains because there's too much divide, there's too much going on. But even though people still want to come here for opportunity, but America was not the greatest. America has always been great in when I was young, 1989, when I came to this country. Before that, 12 years, we're thinking, people are telling you how great America is. And oh, when you go there, it's almost like you're walking on a cloud. Like when you go there, you can't do this. America, everybody wants to come here for some specific reason. So that's what I was talking about. I wasn't saying that Trump had this great idea of making America great again for that reason. I'm just saying, think about the phrase and what that means. And you know what I'm saying? On a general level, like just think about what that means. If somebody with a with righteous intentions was to put that forward and say, let's gather around this righteous cause. We all know that this guy was not righteous. I don't care if you believe in him or not. If you rock with him or not, come on now. We all know that dude's a businessman. Stop playing with me, right? So
You
anyway,
know what, Harry? The fact that you got to explain that goes to show you that people hear what they want to hear. You said one thing
it
and
just
you meant it the way,
yeah,
but they
it's just
hear what they
misunderstanding.
want
I
to
don't think he
hear.
understood. I don't think he understood that people, foreigners take,
Sure.
foreigners take that statement differently from people who are in America. Foreigners know that America was once upon a time great. So that's what I'm saying. There's a divide. People don't understand. Sometimes there's a misunderstanding. When you're here, you understand what America is, but when you're outside of America, you understand a different America. America is still great to a lot of people. A lot of people are still trying to come here. Just look at all the immigrants that's trying to get in. But just understand that once upon a time, but just understand right now, people don't look at America as the great hope no more, because of all of the stuff that's in the media and in the public. People have really degraded the America. So to me, that statement is supposed to be a righteous statement. Like, hey man, let's get America back to the place where the foreigners were thinking highly of us, where foreigners were taking us to be this great nation, and they couldn't wait to come here. Let's get back to that place. If you get into that mentality, then I think that's a righteous thing to do. But it now represents a racist. When you wear the hat, it now represents a racist type of hat, that if you were to wear it in the black community, we now look at it as you being a racist. And that is unfortunate. It didn't have to get there. It could have been something real easy. If this guy was righteous, he could have twisted it. He could have really used this and got more people on his side, but he didn't do that. He just thought, oh, I'm just gonna go with the racist white people, and that's it. And I'm like, bro, you had a great opportunity right here, and you lost it because your mindset is not you're not righteous. So we can tell. But you had a great opportunity to get the foreigners on your side. a great opportunity to get a lot of people that was on your side to make America the place that a lot of people outside of America think it is. But all right, guys, let's leave it here.
Harry B, if I could, real quick. I mean, for someone that's lived overseas, in Germany, and on the economy amongst Germans. So I played soccer with Germans, like everything, but I did go to American school. But these days, I try to tell Americans, I was like, look, regardless of your race or what you're dealing with or what you believe, when you leave this country, you're just American, dog. Some of the stuff that what we've done in this country, we fabricated. It's artificial. When you leave this country, you're American first and foremost. They may not even care about anything else. Yeah. And then the people that I've come up with, military and government, who are expatriates living in other countries, or other friends I have over the years who are living in Germany or in Europe or Asia, and they're like, oh, they wanted to come. Now I tell them, I said, look, come, make your money, get your nest egg built up. For them, it'd be a nest egg. And if the opportunity provides it, invest, and then leave and go back home.
And go back home. And that's
I have to tell them leave and come back home. And that's the real change. That's the real, like 20, 30 years ago. I mean, I'd be like, hey, come, you can come stay with my family till you get your own place, get on your feet. And you know what I'm saying? But now it's like, come, get your education, make some money, build up a nest egg, go home. And I've got my passport, and I've told my son, when you graduate from high school, when you come visit dad, it's probably going to be a destination. And I love and serve my country as best I can, but it is what it is.
Yeah, man. And America has so much potential, and there's so much things that could happen here, but the leaders don't allow it because they find it to be more lucrative to divide the people than it is to unite them. And that's a study in itself, is to people that are divided are stronger for your pockets than people that are together. Because I think when you're enlightened and you're informed, I think you spend less money. I think you spend. I don't know if that's the truth, but I don't have the data on that. But I feel like the people that are divided spend more money, and it's the same concept of we support negativity more so than we support the positive. If somebody's doing something positive, we don't share their links. But if somebody's doing something whacking out of pocket, then we point at them and laugh at them and say, ha ha ha, look at this, and we share that link. So there is a lot into that, the whole idea of, we go for the negative, but we don't support the positive. And I think if you're enlightened, you probably won't support some of the politicians that you support. So,
and Harry B, we need you to stay steadfast, brother. There's a reason why there's a huge core of us, regardless of the other creators that was going on, we were drawn to you, and as best we can have been staunch supporters of you. You understand? So we need you to remain steadfast no matter of the ups and downs, because there's a reason so many of us were drawn to you and stay true in the core with you as best we can. So some people have more subscribers, they may have more views, but I would go to say that you have more hardcore. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Your core is more hardcore than and on that end it's more superficial. So I would just ask you to just as best you can stay steadfast, because there's those of us who are gonna ride and rock with you and make it do and be positive and talk sports, talk life, and get at it, because we have a BWB, we have our own little niche society here.
And help it for 5 hours.
Yes, exactly, and enlighten
for freaking 5 hours, bro.
Yeah, and educate and inform and enlighten each other, and make a great show, but also have a great relationship. So appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, Harry,
Hey, you know what?
I got to echo that. I got to echo that, man. I haven't become a member yet. I've been following you for a while, but I'm that's in the makings right now. So I will be a member of the bandwagon buff. But
I appreciate that. Hey, listen, it costs money,
you're doing
so I
it.
want you to take your time and think about it. Because right now, you know, I'm slowly trying to get membership things going. So take your time. I don't want to pressure nobody, but I wanted to say what Wild Dog just said, and I wanted to
Yeah.
respond to that because I want you to know that when you said steadfast, it hit my spirit because there are days that are hard, and I ain't gonna lie to you. When I get some comments, and then some people come at me, and you're not a true Buff fan, you're XY. It ain't easy. But because you said that, and I want you to know I'm going to be steadfast. And it's never easy for somebody who's doing the right thing. And if you know you're doing something right and you're going to get a lot of hate, the devil doesn't come against anybody that's supporting his kingdom. He only comes against people who are going against his kingdom. So thank you for saying that. I want you to know it ain't easy, but I am going to hold on. I'm trying my best with everything to hold on, but it's not easy. All right, when you see other channels and they get like they double your numbers, and you're like, but dang, we over here talking that truth talk, but they over here like just. I get it. Thank you, man. I want to say I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much for
Hey,
saying that.
Harry, I'm gonna let you go. Over 50 years ago, I'm gonna just say it was that far back. Somebody told me, said, Willie, when you reach the end of your rope, tie a knot and hold on. Now that was back in '76. Count the year.
Yo,
And that was,
Willie, you've been dropping
and
gems
that,
all day. Yo, say that
listen,
again for me, please.
and that
Say
was
that to me
and
one more
that was
time.
that was my basketball coach. He said, when you reach the end of your rope, tie a knot and hold on. I still remember that to this freaking day. How powerful is that, huh?
Willie,
Powerful, man.
that's awesome. And
That's
there
How
was another
powerful is that?
there's another quote that was made by a pastor years ago, and he talked about that rope when you're holding on to the rope and it breaks. He said, reach beyond the break and hold on.
There
So
you go. I like
that
that. I like
that's awesome. And Harry, I want to give a first to YouTube about Donald Trump's future. This man will do anything and everything in his power to be president again. I'm not sure I understand. And I'm going to give you. That's my watch talking. What the heck? They're listening, man.
Yo, his watch is talking and my phone is talking, you know.
Hey,
That's
dog.
prophetic.
Hey,
That is prophetic. Even your wife said, I'm not sure I understand what you're
Well, listen.
even the
I'm
AI
gonna
is
give
a fan, Harry B. Even AI is a fan. Like,
listen to
like.
that. Listen.
that was
Well,
classic.
I want to give a first for Donald Trump. Watch him put out when he runs, when he gets his campaign going further, reparations. That's what he's going to offer the African Americans to leave Democrats to come over to join his bandwagon or to jump on his platform or his side. He's going to be speaking about reparations. Oh yeah, I just wanted to be the first to put that out there on your platform.
That he's going to be. Are you saying this is a good thing or a bad thing? Because I'm not understanding.
I'm saying he's going to use that to dupe the descendants of Africa who are here in America. You know, it's in the U.S. code, and it's been presented, it's been passed or signed hundreds of years ago about reparations for the slaves and their descendants. And I'm saying that he's just going to use that. Is the only thing the point that I'm making.
Do you like that or do you hate that? I want to know what are your thoughts on that?
Do I like the fact that he would be in a position?
Do you support that or you don't support that thought?
I support reparations. Do I support him using that to become president again? Heck no.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know where you were going with that. Okay.
Well, that was it. And I also want to jump on Wild Dog and the bandwagon with the tennis guy and say that, Harry, you know, when you get to that breaking point, man, reach beyond the break, man, and hold on. Because you know,
thank you,
listen,
guys.
the responsibility that you have undertaken, Harry, is bigger than you. It's bigger than you, man.
On this Good Friday, you guys are important to me right now. I'm going to shut up and listen.
Hey, listen, hey, it's a fact, man. With the things you're speaking, man. Shoot, I want to be a leader. I know I can do that. I'm gifted to do that. Hey, listen, the only thing that we can do is to tell you the you know, that little cut that you may get on your bottom of your foot or that toe that you stub. Look, you can still walk. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop.
You're gonna
You know?
get cut, but just keep walking. As long as your foot ain't off, just keep walking. Yo, what are y'all doing right now, yo? This is
you lose a leg, crawl.
Woo! Yo.
And listen, I'm not.
Hey man, you were built for this. You know, Prime says that all the time. You were built for this. Some guys ain't built for this.
That's right.
They'll get in the battle and run off and leave you. But you were built for that. Always remember that. If you know that, then no matter whatever comes at you, brother, don't matter. Because hey,
I'm not waiting for Superman. I want to make it loud and clear on this platform, on this show today. I'm no longer ever waiting for Superman. I want to be the MLK. I want to be the Rosa Parks. I'm ready, and I want it. God bless me with it. Gift me with it. Do whatever you got to do with it. I want to go. Send me, and I'm not waiting for Superman. I'm declaring it. I want to lead. So send me there wherever you go. I'm saying it, and I know sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, what we're asking for, because when you pray for rain, you better expect the mud. So I'm ready for the mud.
Hey,
I'm ready.
Hey, Harry B, you've seen it, you've acknowledged it, and you've accepted the mission. And on the channel, in my mind, I'm seeing the video where you set the tone for your channel that, hey, we're here to talk sports, but we're also human beings having a human experience. So we're going to discuss life and faith and everything else that comes along with it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sheesh. All right, guys. Well, listen, it wasn't planned, but the after show is usually like, now I look forward more to the after show than the actual show. So it's crazy. Like the after shows are always the after shows are always begging to me. This is my favorite part of the show. It's like the after show where we stay and we just chat it up. Dang, boy, y'all really dropped some gems in my spirit, and y'all really reignited the passion that I have for what I do. So, gentlemen, I want to say thank you, man. I really appreciate the words that you spoke today, because I need those words when times are tough. I need to hear those in my spirit when the times are tough, and I say, let me shut this channel down. Let me not do this no more. Let me just go back to doing what I know I do. Let me go back to making movies. But thank you for what you said, because it's going to help me to keep going.
Hey, Harry B, hey, look, listen to me, brother. You could go live and just monitor the studio. You hear me? You could go live. And when someone enters the studio, click them into the studio, and that's all you have to do.
Go live and monitor the studio? What do you mean?
Yeah, we would come on. I'm just telling you.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're having a bad day or anytime, dude, just go live, put the link up for the join TLP live, right? And we'll hit you up, and we'll come into the green room, and you can just plug us in. You can just monitor the studio and just let it run.
I got what you're saying.
Like barbershop talk, free for all. You don't even have to be on. You understand what I'm saying? You can be with your kids, with your family, and just monitor the studio. You know what I'm saying?
And anybody get out of hand, don't worry about it, baby. We put them in check.
We got it. That's where we're going with this, Harry. So, there'll be times where you'll just be like, okay, free for all, and you don't have to be the host. We got it. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I got you. I hear you loud and clear. I want to thank you, everybody. And Prime Effect 101 says that this is not easy. No, it's not. It's not easy. But I think the thing that makes it easier for us is that just opening your heart and just being human. That's where, like, you guys, you're here for 5 hours. Like, you don't understand what that means. You've been locked in for 5 hours.
Because we used to go to the barber shop and not need a haircut to do what? To talk,
To talk.
to
You see
connect
what
with
I'm
your
saying? Like,
community. That's what I'm saying to you. Connect with the community.
right.
So
So it's like, yo,
sometimes you can have an agenda, we can have a plan, right? And at other times, it's like when you say free for all, sometimes it could just be a complete free for all. It could just be a free for all after show. It don't have to be,
yeah,
necessarily be set apart from your planning and production. It could just be an open call for BWB barbershop talk.
like you said,
Yeah.
man.
Yes,
Yo,
sir.
that's what we do here, and I appreciate the family atmosphere because like I said, anytime I go live, whether I'm late or whatever, you guys are always just right there, and it's like it's an uncanny feeling, to tell you the truth. It's an uncanny feeling to have such a community, and I've only been doing it for years, so
Yeah.
I'm not even that seasoned yet, and you guys are helping me to get to where I need to get to.
Because I'm particular about who I support, who I'm involved with.
Mm,
Yeah,
When I do my
definitely.
basketball podcast, I do one basketball podcast. A friend of a friend, we're all believers. That's who I run with. And then when it comes to CU, I run with you. I run with Raw, but some of them dudes are wild. I can only take
Yeah.
some of the F bombs or this or that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a
Yeah.
Freemason and believe in the service of my country. So I ride with Raw. I ride with Dave Talks Bus. So I'm particular. But as far as me being on and contributing my image, my likeness, my
Your
name,
NIL.
image, and likeness. When I come to my NIL, I'm serious about my business. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate y'all.
So I'm particular. So people may see me or say they see me everywhere, but not on the level I am with you. You know what I'm saying? Usually I'm
Thank
in
you,
the
man.
chat commenting this and that, but when I put my
And
name, image, and
you've been the
likeness up,
first
that's for
member.
real.
You've been the first member. You've been look. You've been that. What do I have up here? Let me just let people know like how real this is, and I will end it here. I'll tell people how real what he's saying is. When you see my Cash App, like my wife, she told me this. She's like, this Wild Dog is like when she looks at our bank account, right? When she looks at the bank statements, she said Wild Dogs loves you because she sees like this Cash App. She sees is Wild Dog straight up and down, like almost every show. And I'm like, yeah, man, Wild Dog, he's a godsend. Like God just said, hey, I'm gonna link you with Wild Dog, and y'all gonna find you're gonna be kindred spirit. And you were the first member, man. You've been doing this thing for crazy, and it's only been a year. And I'm like, wow. But yeah, she was like, yeah, Wild Dog, man, like you got a really good fan right there. And I was like, yeah, man, he's not even a fan, he's family. So yeah, man, look, I appreciate what you do. I want to say thank you,
We
Willie.
brothers with a capital B.
That's yes, sir. I believe it, man. You never lie. So, but I appreciate y'all. Willie, I appreciate you. Ron Tate, thank you so much. Wild Dog, y'all have a great weekend. Listen, Monday night is coming, and then we do it all over again. So I'm trying to get Monday night up to the speed of Fridays. I don't know if we'll ever do it because it's probably like Fridays are a little free for everybody, but Monday nights I'm trying to get into that speed. So I'll keep trying to figure it out. If you guys have any ideas, you know where to hit me up at. Join TLP Live for Monday nights. I'm trying to get Monday nights up to speed. It's a little slow, but it's getting there. But I appreciate what you do on Fridays, man. I really love it. Thank you.
Keep the content coming, brother. Keep the content coming. I've been checking it out. Keep it coming.
Blessings,
For sure.
Godspeed. Blessings, and Godspeed, brother.
All right. Have a good weekend. I'll see y'all on Monday night.
No
Later.
fly zone. No fly zone.
Omni Lifestyle. All praise be to God.
Salute, guys. Oh, man.